here to tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
We lost our minds in the darkness of night. We live to die. We lose our souls every day. We lost our minds. We don't remember what's wrong and what's right. The world is dead, but we stay. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night. We live to die. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon light. We are shadows in the neon. We are We are just shadows. It's supposed to be that we die. It doesn't matter if there is no light anymore, no light anymore. 'Cause we are born as living fights. We live to die. We live to die. And we surrounded by the night.
this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. Storm meets the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC. It is the Elite Championship Saturday, and you know what? Here we're getting things very much kicked off in style, but we might as well say a quick hello to Veil himself. First of all, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. My car got vandalized tonight, but other than that, Danny, it's been a pretty good day. And we have Elite playoffs ahead of us here, and I'm excited to start it out sitting here with you at the desk.
It sounds absolutely good. You know, it should be a fantastic evening. But you know what? You know, time's ticking and a marching. Potentially 8 hours bracket reset. No sauce in the background screaming in somebody's ears. Or not another one. That's been so far the entirety of all the tiers. It seems to be an inevitability. But the question is, who's going to get there? We might as well have a quick look so far, Veil, towards our playoff bracket itself to see where everything is.
Yeah, let's go through it real quick here. We have our play-ins bracket here. We should have discussed this a lot, but who makes it through? It's gonna be Jarls on the top side. Summit will also go through, but they will have to start in the lower bracket. Atlakoya will be joining Summit in the lower bracket. Barney will go through on the upper bracket together with Jarls. They will both be facing a first seeded team from each conference. On the lower side, Fernie IGs made it through, beating a Saturnia that came in hot against Ngunai, getting a sweep there, but they couldn't beat Fernie IGs, so it will be Fernie IGs proceeding on in the lower bracket. On the other side, we have Okami on a reverse sweep, took out Darkness, and they will be making it through on the lower bracket as well. I don't know if we have a playoffs bracket as well, we just can show real quick.
We certainly do. It'll be an absolute shame if we don't see it, because you know what, we've got some cracking matchups this evening here. Tournament favourite in the forms of Carver versus Barney. That's on our screen right now. Blaze versus Charles in the uppers. But how can you not forget those upper teams that you mentioned? Koya versus Atlanta. Pretty much a friends derby down there below. So it'll be interesting to see who'll end up talking to each other shortly here.
Indeed it will. Yeah, some interesting matchups for sure. Of course, I think we only have this one stream for the first hour, so if you want to watch any of the other 3 matchups, you can head to a match channel in the RSC Discord where there will be a match admin. But on this stream we will have Carbo versus Barney, which is one of the most hyped matchups of tonight so far. And without further ado, let's just go on caster predictions real quick and see what Danny has to say about those.
Well, you know what, everybody knows how serious my predictions is, so I've gone 17-0 to DSQ. What about yourself?
I'm not sure if it got updated, but I got bullied a little bit, so I put mine to 42-0 for Carbo.
Well, with those very much serious predictions, it's time for the players to quite literally do the talking itself. Veil, our Elite Championship will be starting off here on the A stream, at least with Carbo versus Barney.
Yep, we're getting ready to get started. All the players are getting on the field here. Couple of funny names, but everyone is ready. Everyone has been backing Elf all season to be one of the best, if not the best, Elite player. Well, he's gonna have to prove it here. Yes, King Sass on his side and Wessel. Wessel is gonna leave that one for Sass. It will pop up. It will be Elf to beat. King Sass not able to follow it up. Elf not get the dunk, but Wessel with a good cutout here, but it goes straight back. And this pressure is not really sticking to either side. They're just trying to make sure the other team doesn't get anything going. But what is this? Elf is cooking up. He doesn't get the double, but he will get the rebound. Might not have been the best finish, but he makes it stick in the end.
Well, that's what you want for your opening sort of type and performance here. Grab a quick goal, settle the nerves, gets the, shall we say, the adrenaline and the sort of the panic out of your sort of systems quite nicely as well. Where the opening sort of minute, really, you know, you want just to settle down. You want to get your own performance into it. DSQ, The Rev got a goal on the board here. To be fair, and there's been talk about, there's been a few people who's essentially had close elite spins so far this season. Arguably on paper, it's DSQ's to lose from here to this evening.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Elf again. He chooses to leave that one, though. That opens things up. Caldi has some space on the sidewall. Gets past Elf. He's gonna get the flip reset. Doesn't get it, but that's a nice play there. Scorchy can follow up. Says with low boost. Gets bailed out by Elf. And that pressure is killed. Nick is gonna try and keep it alive here. Says with a little clearance. Not too tough. Wessel will follow up, and that should be Carbo out of defense. It's an infield pass here, but Wessel not able to beat out Nick. Elf will try to do just that. Gets it over one here, Says. Gets faked out by Elf a little bit, but he does still have possession. That, though, should switch it back in favor of Barney.
Well, that's on target. And Wes with the save off the line says to whip it all right down to the other side of the pitch here. What is and arguably been one of the major chalking lines of elite so far in this playoffs. We haven't barely discussed as well, as the man has a shot on target. The only man so far, it seems to be, never to win elite playoff match or any form of a playoff match, it seems. Well, Cezanne wants to have history, shall we say, well, forgotten and rewrite one of his own here. And do you know what? He hasn't played too bad here, because do you know what? That type of history sometimes naggles in the back of your head here.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Scorchy gets shut down by Elf here. He's gonna try and beat Nick. Does so beautifully. Says is up. What a redirect. The defense cannot do anything. Two people were up. Two people got to touch the ball, but neither of them can redirect that ball away from the back of the net.
Well, quite literally, and I might be a bit suspicious that Cezanne or somebody in his VC is listening to the comms and may have mentioned the fact of that particular record being talked about, and literally within seconds of it, he scores the goal to go 2-0 up here. The man is looking for a trophy, not just a victory today.
Yeah, and did you see him pick up the phone from his shoe there? That's a little bit of BM if I've ever seen it. Elf is gonna get to this one. He's gonna get the beat on Caldi here, which might be no, the King says it says on. My bad, I was completely confused about the names a little bit. Nick is gonna get an attacking option here though, not gonna make it stick. Caldi though on the follow-up, saved away by Elf, and that pressure evened out immediately here.
They're dealing with it well, structured somewhat. DSQ to the point here, they make Barney look a little bit rattled. Nick here, who's only, mind you, joined this lineup essentially in the last week or so, since roster lock back in around week 7. So, do you know what? We've seen a few somewhat changes and shake-up. Very few teams have gone all the distance. Last season, it was 2 teams that stuck from the very beginning. But it's Carl D who will thump one home.
Yeah, and it's Elf. He's under pressure here. That touch just not good enough. It finds Scorchy, who in turn sets up Cal D, who's just able to put that one behind the last defender. It might have been a bit unnecessary from Cabo, but they still have the lead. They still have a lot to fight for in this game. And on the kickoff, it's gonna be passed back to Elf. Scorchy's gonna cut it out, but it's Wessel up immediately. But he's beaten out by Caldi. This pass could open things up. Not to be Seton will have possession here. He actually just pinches it through, and Wessel on the pick-up will put that one in and will seal this lead back to 2 goals.
Perfect. When you've just conceded, strike right back. Forces the other team to have a few questions of their own here. How do you settle into the matchup? How do you then suddenly develop and continue and push on further? That's unfortunately Barney's conundrum here, as Nick will be removed up the pitch from it, and it will be very much the experience of Caldi to continue here.
Yeah, off the backboard here, Elf. That's a strong clear. It's gonna be very difficult for Caldi to deal with this one. Will actually just choose to leave it for Nick. Wessel going back here. Gets another nice pinch clear here. And Scorchy leaving it for Caldi. It's a little bit of a pot shot there. It's not really there to score, more just to try and challenge the defense. Hasn't really done so this time, and it's gonna be Cezanne on the breakaway here, straight into Nick, but he can't get a good touch. The follow-up from Elf is good enough. Cezanne making it very awkward, just forcing it through. Nick forced to take a bad touch, but he will get the beat on Elf, which buys a little bit of space, but Cezanne will just call the bluff and clear that one away. Wessel has to do the same. Now Cezanne has a bit of space here, could get past Caldi, but unable to do so. And look, the defense so unorganized all of a sudden. it will have to be Alf to pick up the slack. But it is also Barney, able to deal with the pressure down the other end here.
Well, Alf is unfortunately not able to get in the touch here. Scorch with a very much a comfortable save. Had to backtrack from away his shot. But with about 10 seconds left here, the opening game, so far the only game on Twitch this evening so far, all of them being played and streamed live on Discord. So we'll have hopefully results and scorelines coming in shortly. It is DSQ Carbo with the opening victory so far.
Yeah, and it's just a complete dominant performance from them. I mean, you could argue that Barney looked good in this game as well. They didn't look that disorganized, but it was just clear as day that Carbo just knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they made it work just like they wanted to in this game.
Well, when you literally quite come into it, you know, the matchup, you've essentially had a double touch or a loose triple, whatever way you want to put it, in terms of Alf scoring the opening goal, first 30 seconds, and you're not really playing defense either. Carbo's got exactly everything that they wanted to be. Also, frankly, it's Barney to some extent here. Got to find a way to sort of shut it down. That's what Game 2 is going to be all about here.
Yeah, but I didn't really see anything convincing. They had that one play, but it was mainly based off of a mistake from the Carbo defense, really. It was a forced mistake, I will give them that, but it was off of a mistake, and that's the only time we really saw that goal be open for them. Now, how they handle that in the second game here might be a bit more of a demo playstyle, maybe opening the back line a little bit. But to do so, they also need to get out of defense more, and I really struggle to see how they're going to do that. But we are, of course, going to get an answer to what their game plan will be for the game 2 right here.
Well, certainly so, and if you may have been tuning in through the most of this week or the first time during the playoffs, it was best of 7. In this matchups in the early stages of playoff, it is only best of 5, which might feel a little bit unusual. Okoye versus Barney themselves. It was a matchup, don't get me wrong, that went a bit of a distance, not all the way here, as Alf will be looking at King Saison's crowning moments here so far. The third one in here. Barney played a lot much better there in, Tuesday or Wednesday stream here.
Yep, and it's just almost like game 1. That's that early lead found from Carbo. And now, as you've said already, all the pressure on Barney, and even more so now than in the beginning of this game, because now you're already 1 goal down. You need to get 1 back. And the question is, do you just send it? Do you just take as many chances as you can, or do you just try and play it safe and build up from the back?
I get an airplane ticket and then unplug one of the players' PCs personally myself at this point. But mind you, how about going straight for the attack?
Yep. It's Wessel getting bumped. Like I said, that bump playstyle, it's a really good 50 that just finds its way straight onto Scorchy's hood, and he's able to seal it. And this game equalized very early on. Barney come alive a little bit, but they need to hold on.
Let's see if they can here. Holding it won't be good enough here if you cannot capitalize on opportunities, but that's our point that was necessarily eluding them, is how do you get those? As Scorchy's pass from Nick here, they'll still continue the third phase of play through Caldi. Attack surely must be getting thumped on through. Alps may have gotten the boost here, so continuation now from Saison back in for the opening minute gone by. And you might just think that Barney might have a second go at this.
Yeah, Caldi's gonna try and force it through. It actually drops to Scorchy, but he's just a little too quick to turn away from that one. It will go from the backboard down to Scorchy. It's a shot on target, but it's saved by Saison. Now Caldi gonna leave this one for Nick. Gets the flip reset, but Caldi might have been looking for the bump, but he gets the ball instead, and that just makes it too easy for Carbo to break out here, but that's a good cutout. Scorchy could follow this one. It's in the corner. He will drop it down, but it gets cut away by Alf. Nick, though, here has beaten 2. Caldi just can't find the follow-up, but Scorchy is there, and he will find the lead for Barney.
Well, the fact that 2 was in the corner committed, and not quite sure why Wes was thinking of throwing himself there. Left stranded in that island, but Barney's pass and play, give and go, ideal. Finally, the response that you want here. And Joe, what for the upper side matchup, you expect a little bit of sort of tussle between the two. Last season, you know, the two sides that eventually went in the upper final had a fairly different sort of storyline. This season, however, everything seems to be on the plate here.
Everything does. It's gonna be Scorchy here trying to find Nick. That's a good cutout by Saison. It forces Caldi to make a save, and look at that pass from Alf straight to Wessel. Beautiful play by Carbo here to find one back immediately.
A small, cheeky grin I noticed from Saison himself there, watching his two teammates thump that one home. And Barney maybe scratching their heads here, looking at it, and sort of wondering what's next here. 3 minutes still left, mind you, and Barney, that's a loose kickoff here, but you would expect his teammate to pick up from here.
Yeah, Scorchy not getting the best control on that dribble there. Nick gonna try and do it himself. Gets the ceiling reset, can relay it, but Alf with the cutout just shuts it down immediately. It should be Wessel here. Gonna put some pressure onto Caldi. It's a big clear. Is the defense back? No, because a demo was found in the back line, and all of a sudden Barney is back in front.
And there you want it. Caldi just sniped that bottom right, where actually is the defense went. The last time we seen Saison in the playoff match, it was last season of Masters here. Not the storyline that he wants here, and suddenly once again things seem to be slipping when they shouldn't be.
Indeed they do. It's gonna be Sesson here. It's gonna be Alf taking it away, but that touch from Caldi finds Sesson. Alf will be up for this one. Touches it back to Sesson, who gets it over the last defender. Actually, Sesson didn't even touch it. It's just Alf to be contributed with that goal, and what a touch that is.
It's a shame we don't count own goals. Scorsies for redirect, essentially to put it in home, mind you. Both sides here crumbling under pressure, Veil. That's not what you want to see. So a bit of stability is what essentially we should be seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to analyze the gameplay and be who's playing perfect, there is a lot of things you could mention, but at the same time, this game is back and forward, and what else are you here watching a game for than it to be close down to the end? And I'm sure that the mistakes will be fewer and further between the further we get into this series, as Wessel forced to make a hero save there. Scorchy gonna bring this one into the midfield, but it's cut out and it's off the post. The rebound is found by Sesson, but he can't seal it. Wessel is gonna force this one. It will pop straight out, but it will be Nick to pick it up, and that pressure killed away by that bump as well, but Sesson squeezing it through. There's no defense. Can he find it? He will find Wessel, but he just saved it on his own. But Alf able to get there in the end. It was scrappy, but they found it, Danny.
They certainly have. Multiple efforts by Barney on the move across there. And you can just see the chuckles of Carbo. They've came in with this weekend with an attitude, essentially demanding respect from the pitch and saying we are the best. It doesn't matter how many times you save it. We're going to score no matter what here. Where's to save that one off the line here? You're right, Veal, about that sort. We can analyse everything. We can talk about who's playing perfect. But at the end of the day here, it's who scores the most in any game. And at the moment here, Carbo's doing exactly what they need to.
Yeah, but Carbo's also been a big part of this game. I'm very curious if they can find their way back once again. They've already done it 3 times in this game alone. Sesson gonna force this one through. He's gonna follow it. Gets the bump onto Nick. Means Caldi has to take a shot, and it's perfect. Straight into the top right corner. You're not saving that. And you just said you can analyze all the mistakes. We've talked about that, but what about that one, Danny? You can't argue with that one.
Are you sure about that?
You probably could, but that placement, you're not saving that one.
I do love how everybody thinks that I won't argue. I will, no matter whether it's the sky is blue or the sun is yellow. This one, however, it's an 8-goal game here. It's Alf, mind you, looking to tie the break up and smash it to pieces.
Yeah, but Carbo's not letting go either. Look at the pressure they've been creating right now. It's down to Alf. What a 50 from him, but Scorchy just positioned himself beautifully to deal with that one. Gets bumped here. Wessel to force it through. Nick forces it to the back, but it's going to be Caldi if anyone's going to be there, but it's a great clear by Alf. Sesson tries to redirect, won't get it. And look at the trouble in the back line here. Alf just has to force this one with 0 boost. Sesson gets it over him. Alf will follow this one, but has to leave it. It will be Wessel. Alf gonna pass it to Sesson, and what a shot that was, but what a save as well. Alf can't really get to that one. Caldi will get it forwards here. It's in the corner. Wessel, that's a very scrambled clearance. That shot on target, but Alf with a save. Sesson is gonna force this one forward, and it should just drop unless Nick can keep it up here. No, it will just go straight down, and we have an overtime, Danny.
Certainly do here, and I've just getting a bit of feedback on what the other matches are scoring. I will bring them shortly here, but it's Carbo straight from the defence here to Scorch. Well, he's been taken out of the play by Wes. Nick's last man here until Caldi can drop back. Any touch will be good enough here. Infield pass over the after double touch. Surely the goal middle. That one gets blocked right into the corner there. And unfortunately, Barney with a little boost on the tank here. Surely be losing possession shortly.
Yeah, it's gonna be Caldi. He picks up that 100. That's a poor touch though. Can beat one, but can beat Alf, who sends a laser towards the goal line, forcing a lot of commitment from the defense. But look at that cutout by Nick. Just that pressure evened out immediately. Alf is gonna be up, but he can't get to it. It will be Caldi, but Sesson waiting there will be able to force it to Wessel, but he gets beaten out. Nick could end it right here. He will get it on the backboard. Caldi could go for a shot, but he has to concede because Scorch is there. Caldi is gonna keep it in the offense. Wessel to clear it to Sesson, fakes it out for Wessel. Wessel could get a 50 through, won't be able to do so. Alf to the corner, there's no follow-up, and that means Barney gets another chance at attack here.
That certainly will. And Scorchy, infield pass surely. Alf launches it down, no boost. That's what you need, Caldi, to stifle the play. A passing direct to Nick here. Sesson cuts it right through the middle. Wilson is sitting there waiting patiently. Alf should be covering the eventual play. He has done exactly needs to. The secondary touch on target. Third one could have bounced and wobbled its way through. Sesson, mind you, cannot develop the play to something here. And Barney for the third time here. We see them have the ball. We see them on the blue side of the pitch, and they're not able to fire a shot on target.
Yeah, Wessel coming here will get cut out by Nick. Pressure evened out immediately. Barney has been pretty good at this game, able to get straight back into offense off of those nice cutout challenges. But Scorchy here's gonna try and set up his teammate. He has no more boost to work with. That means Sesson will strike a challenge and will force it a bit forward. Wessel here gonna try and do the same. A double commit from Barney opens things up for Alf, the guy we've seen be so clinical in attack. He's gonna pass it to Sesson, but he can't find the shot. But look at Wessel on the follow-up to seal it for Cabo.
Just when you want that moment here, Alf gets the read off it, dubious as sometimes it may be, it bounces your way or not. But sometimes Lady Luck is on your side, it goes right to the player in question, Wes, with that shot. But you got to feel somewhat sorry for Barney. They are doing the right things in defence to get themselves out of trouble. But it's not good enough on the other side of the pitch here to even force Carbo to be scared here.
Yeah, Cabo looking very, very solid at the moment. Every single time they work as a unit, when you see them in defense, they're positioned for every single possibility that can happen. And that just means they get out of defense that much more efficient. And Barney, they looked way better in this game. They really came alive. But they need to keep on, and they really need to find a game win here. And I think that's going to be the mission. If they can find a win in the next game, everything is back on. Everything is open for them, but if they fail to do so, I'm afraid it might just be too late for them to get back into the series.
Certainly so, and just the update just in between here, unfortunately no B stream, and there's two matches happening. Aspire, who fell to Berserkers on Tuesday with Stingray subbing in here, is currently 1-1 series-wise. Brave, however, versus that Berserker are 2-0 down at the moment. So that's a tad bit unfortunate for them, and Team Serene versus Azteca is the only side here. It seems to be looking a bit more interesting. It's 1-1 right now with a result coming in shortly, but we'll be having a server recreation here. So Veal, well, at this point here, the question is, what does Barney do different here? They don't have much time.
I'm liking most of what they're doing. I don't think you can do any minute changes to change the structure of their team to help them. It's just about getting the most out of every opportunity. They just need to be more clinical. Every pass needs to be perfect, because that's what Cabo has been doing. You rarely see them mess up an offensive opportunity. It's either a cutout by the opposition or they get a pass midfield. And Barney just doesn't have the same clinicalness. If they can make their passes that much more efficient or better, and the shots be on target way better, they have an opportunity, because they have shown they can shoot, they can pass the ball, but it's just about they have to do it every single time.
And certainly so. It's that sort of ability to take the chance off at the moment, and it's just when can you start at home here. Now, if you're Carbo here, a little bit of a break. I haven't been too much in terms of frightened by what the opposition can produce, and they're probably looking at the rest of the bracket here and trying to work out what is going to be the route here. But you know what? I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself because we've been in, what, 5 series so far this week? And most of them has not gone to plan.
Yeah, most of them have like maybe the other team that we didn't really expect to be in that series has strike back, or even we saw Serene beat a team we did not think they were gonna beat. So I don't know. Everything can be a surprise. The whole playoffs we've had this season, every single tier, there's been surprises. In Academy, we started out seeing a reverse sweep come through in the lower bracket, which no one expected, and that was with a substitute player. In Prospect, we saw the grand final be 2 game 7s for the team that took the bracket reset. They finished it in the second best of 7. So a lot of surprises have happened. But now we are straight back into the gameplay. It will be DSQ Carbo with the first attack, not able to finish it this time, and that's the first time of all these games where they haven't been able to get that early goal.
So it's about sort of 2-3 minutes between the end of the last game and the man that is 5 minutes away to get his first ever playoff victory in years of RSC has slotted in top right.
Indeed he has. And what other way to win your first series? By helping your team do it yourself, and maybe he could even push for an MVP performance in this series if he starts scoring now. I think Alf might be in contention for that. Maybe even Wessel, who has been scoring a lot of those chances as well. Only time will tell. Wessel will force this one back to Alf. Just gotta bang that one forward. Will follow it here onto the backboard, but it should be easy cleanup here for Nick. He will get the bump, but it's Wessel up early. Sets up Alf with the shot, and it's put beautifully in that top left corner. And it's what I'm saying. Carbo has been so efficient when it comes to these attacking plays.
Certainly so, and you have to give full credit to Wesson for the pass. The vision defended the area to move it on in. Barney left stranded defensively. It does my proverbial head being banged against the wall here. Somebody has to close that down, and it's at the point in the series here you've got to throw the proverbial kitchen sink at them because you've got 4 minutes. What else have you got to lose?
Exactly. It's gonna be Sesson though. He keeps on the pressure for Carbo on the backboard here. Alf to cut it out. Will give Wessel an opportunity on the ball here, but a backflip forces them to retreat back. But it will be Alf with a nice clearance there. Straight to Wessel, straight back to Alf. Goes for the backboard, goes for the double tap, and a beautiful tap in to make it free.
And Wesson, to be fair, credit needs to be given. Found the space on the middle of the pitch here. Barney's being sliced open. I don't know if it's meant to be a dinosaur or an earl at this point, but there is essentially a rotten smell. I'll let the imagination do the rest there.
Yeah, and well, there's gonna be a mistake here, but Sesson able to get back in time. That surely should have been a goal for Barney. And it's just starting to appear to me that Barney, they might not have given up physically, but mentally it looks like this is a battle that might already be done. And Carbo are looking confident as ever in this game. When you see Alf go for a double tap like that, you know he's feeling himself, but it will be Caldi to find one back for Barney.
And that's just slotted in perfectly home. Waits for the defender to have that start, and unfortunately Sesson's not able to save Wales there. But, you know, as much as we talk about the game here, down and sort of deep in the feeling here, you do not see DSQ throwing a 3-goal lead.
No, and it would surprise me a lot if they are to throw this game. We are in the top end of the lead. There might be small differences between some teams, but 3 goals, I'm doubting it, but maybe I should start believing, Danny, because as soon as we start talking about it, that lead has dwindled down to a 1-goal lead now.
Who blinks? Who blinks? We've seen that so far the entirety of the week. Just been updated. I believe Alpha Surge has gone 2-1 up against one of the originally favourites in the upper brackets, or should have been there. 2-1 Alpha Surge against Aspire here. But against here on the main channel, it will be Alpha at least on the back line trying to get this ball away here. Caldi! It will be Sesson with the save here to continue at least Carbo's 1-goal slender lead.
Yep, I think I might have been wrong when I said that they get a game after this. I think we might be in a best of 5. I'm pretty sure we actually are. Yes, indeed we are. So this is potentially the last game. So throw away everything I said before about it being too late. If they lose this one, Barney, they're definitely too late because they will be in that lower bracket. Not too late to make a run, but too late to finish this series. But they get one more back, and it's Cal D. 2 goals and 1 assist. When it matters the most, Danny, facing demotion down to that lower bracket. It's Keldy to set up everything for Barney to even out this game again.
We have seen the last game go 5-4 with a 2-minute plus OT. We've even seen the likes of managers and AGMs sitting in the VCs praying as Azteca and Team Serene go toe-to-toe potentially to a 5th game decider. Saison, however, looks for a clean 3-0 series win.
He is not letting that first series win go to waste. He wants it, and he's gonna be here for it. He is on the top of the scoreboard for Carbo. And what other way to get your first playoff win? And Saison is gonna force it to the side. It will be Alf to follow up. The clearance is a bit poor, so Saison has to step in. But now look at this. Wessel, so much space. Alf's gonna go ahead to try and find the demo. Wessel getting challenged though, and he has to force this one wide. Nick will be able to pick up, has to go above Saison, does so. But look at that cutout by Alf. Just as soon as that offense gets going for Barney, it just gets cut out immediately. And even again, you see Saison just diving in, lunging in. Alf is gonna do the same. And this just cannot get going for Barney. They still have 1:30 to work with. But when it looks like this, it just looks so gleam for them, so gloom. Doesn't look like they can get anything going forwards.
The midfield locked down by DSQ Carbo, too strong. It seems to be Barney, and it will be Nick to save it away. I just noticed the G himself of DSQ Nation decided to tune in maybe at the right point to see the least of one, potentially of many victories this evening. And as Alf continues from the sidewall, goal number 5, it would put the nail in the coffin. It will be game, set, in match. Barney knows that. They're sat defensively holding themselves here. Don't time to feel sorry. It's a time to get action going as Caldy gone, Nick is gone, and Wades with a shot on target. It's surely GG's.
There's still 40 seconds left. Kickoff goal might be needed here. Of course, there will be time to find 2 goals in open play, but you gotta get some steam going. And the way that they've been sitting in defense, I feel like a kickoff might be the only option they have left. They will get the win on this kickoff. There's only 1 defender back, but Nick just can't get enough out of it. And it's gonna be Alf with the bomb, setting up Saison. Can't get the shot through, but Wessel coming through will get one. But what a good clear by Caldy. Nick gonna force this one forward. Scorchy could get one here, but not able to even put it on target. And Alf under no pressure there will just gift it over to Saison, who plays around a bit with the ball before it going back to Alf. But look at this, all of a sudden, a little bit of a mistake coming through from Cabo. Opens things up. It's ringing off the crossbar. And Barney, it's too late now. Surely Alf is just gonna buy as much time as needed. Saison does as well. And it's gonna be game, set, and over, Danny. Cabo taking the series.
That is arguably one of the biggest curse in quotation marks. The Saison curse is dead. Weson's maybe blessed run also still on play. Top 6 or better has always been the case for the man. Well, he is essentially 1 victory away to guarantee that. And Joe watch here. Barney, they've been close. They were niggling at the heels here. I said at the start here, Carbo's championship to lose. It's simple as that.
I don't think you're much wrong in that, Danny. I have to agree. I personally predicted. I don't know if we have to cast the predictions yet, but before we do that, just let's give this series MVP. It's gonna be Alf. 5 goals, 6 assists. You can't argue with that. It's just a standout performance from him in 3 games. That is how many goal? That's over 3 goal contributions per game, Danny. You can't argue with that.
Well, you probably couldn't. And you know what? It's moments like it. His first opening goal probably dictated the tempo, the meaning, the emotions of the series. When you have that, as you know, kids say, aura. You know, it's just sometimes what you have here. It's that ability to have the threat going forward here. But that's as simple as it gets here. You know what here? You know, you have to give Wes on actually more credit than what even the scoreboards look. The 3 passing plays alone made Barney look paralyzed essentially.
Yeah, I just have to mention something real quick. Why does it say I predicted 42-0 to Barney? Can you just back me up here, Danny, and agree with me that I said Cabo? Because I believe I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you 100% did. He actually had like a 4-1, 4-2 going for DSQ as a serious prediction. Clearly mine isn't to be taken serious at all here. Potentially by the looks of it, and I will mention this before we wrap up here, it looks like Team Serene has potentially may have beaten Azteca there based on the way the chat is going. All the GMs and AGMs is quite in the moment in that VC. It's actually the biggest I've seen in some time here. No other updates so far in other matches here, Vale. But my word here, it seems to be a championship going to be going to the wire here for so many teams here.
Yeah, I can actually see on the sheet, and Team Serene, Okami, they have won that series against Atlacoya in Game 5. And there's also Blaze versus Jarls. The other upper bracket match is also going into a Game 5 right now. It just got updated. So if you want to watch that one, that could be one for this evening to look out for. Fernie IG Summit still on a 2-1, could be ended in the game that they're currently on. I just wanted to follow up with what you had going there, but that is all for me, though.
Oh, certainly so, and thank you very much here. There is still a slim possibility where we may see a few teammates facing off in a ground final if miracles do happen. An RMD 4-time champion nearly didn't happen against Shadow. They were 3-0 down here. They've beaten many of former Serene players as well too, so self-sabotage there. But somebody is going to lift that trophy. Will it be Alf Sezon or Wes, or will it be a different name entirely? Well, stay tuned here. It's only just begun.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, alone darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
Light it up, light it up, light it up. Light it up, light it up, light it
honestly, try honesty. No, just tell me what I want to hear, 'cause it could save us. Let me fly, I've got my hopes, but I can hardly see why I'm still chasing. It's not worth it for me anymore. Crashed and burned 100 times, I'm lost. I just can't let this go. Every last chance I had is gone, but I just can't let you know. I just can't let you know. But I just can't let you know. just can't let you know.
choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. 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 I used to sleep with open eyes. I used to brave just to keep us alive. Now all I can see is we're drifting apart. I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me the light. 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 Bring me the I can't believe how it all turned dark. Bring me the light. When the night is falling, I feel the darkness calling. Like I'm afraid to love. No one can see me now. When the night is falling, I feel the darkness calling. Like I'm afraid to love. No one can see me now. No one can see me now.
I want you to stay. 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 I want you to stay.
Struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type medify.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's medify.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RSC. It has been a wonderful first match that we have got to witness, where we've seen DSQ take down Owls in that upper bracket semi-final, and then also on the other side of the upper bracket, we've seen a little bit more of interesting action happening, maybe a couple of upsets as well. But we'll get into that in a second. My name is Hodge. Joining me here is Stealthy Wolf for this series, and Stealthy Wolf, I mean, it's getting towards that time, right? It's crunch time. These elite players have been grinding the whole season. This is where you've got to make yourself known here on the day. So why don't we pull up the playoff bracket quickly, and you can just guide us through what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's indeed a very important factor, and the thing that you were talking about already about the game that was not streamed, Blaze, of course, taking on Team Berserkers. At their game, it basically went 2-0 up and then almost pulled off that reverse sweep, but Charles ended up winning that last game. That makes them come to that upper final against TSQ in a little bit. But now, of course, what we have, this game that we're going to watch is Okami versus Blaze. Okami won 3-2 from the side from Azteca. I'm not going to try and pronounce this name, Hodge. That's going to end very horribly wrong. So let's not try and do that. And then on the other hand, of course, we have the team from Aspire having to face off against Barney. And so the team from Owls afterwards.
Yeah, and like you said, we're focusing in on this Okami versus Blaze matchup. These two teams have very different stories, right? Both across the season and here in this playoff play-ins bracket so far. You look at the likes of Blaze, they played their first match of playoffs today after, you know, a little bit of a hiatus coming into today. People were like, this is the team to beat, maybe aside from DSQ Carbo. The two favourites for sure, but that's, you know, them coming off of a loss versus an Okami that has, you know, really just been stellar in how they've performed so far across their matches. You know, some call it the RMD buff, who knows, but it's certainly on his way to look for that fourth today, and we'll see maybe later on if that is going to be the case, or maybe the road's going to end here, who knows. But one thing I do know is that we've got to pull up our statistics here and talk about these two different teams, because, you know, we can sit here and say, you know, this team should be better. It's quite clear on paper who should be better, right, Stealthy Wolf? But this is where playoff form really comes into play, because teams just play so different when it comes to the final day. And, you know, for example, this Team Serene team, they've had a lot more practice and reps in the past coming days.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big part. And also the other end, of course, that we're looking at is the fact that Blaze almost did a reverse sweep earlier. So we know that they also have some momentum bringing in. So sure, they might have been out of shape like you're talking about, but the statistics speak for itself. They have a very good goal, how do you say, deficit. They're up by, 38 goals, quick math. And that's quite a big thing, meaning that they're, of course, very likely to score, able to block a lot more shots going towards their half, which is a good statistic. But like you said, if you are on that hiatus, you have been playing less compared to the other team, which is Team Serene in this case, then of course it can be quite a game changer. I mean, good example was, for example, from last week as well. We were looking at the side from, I'm quickly thinking of the name, 20 Rocketeers, where they basically, they ended third in their division, but they came in with the most momentum.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think your mic might have just cut out there for a second, and we will, you know, get ourselves moving forward with this one as quickly as possible here. But I think, you know, we've talked about the player stats. I think we've got to talk about, we talked about team stats. We've got to talk about the player stats as well here, Raids, because, you know, these two teams have had very much different journeys throughout their time here, and the players have also maybe changed a little bit. But first, we'll bring up the play-ins bracket here and just see maybe where we're at here with who's made what run, who has gone from where to get to where. And you look at this Team Serene Okami team, right? They've really run the gauntlet to get here. They've started in round one, a 4-2 victory there over Illusory, and then moving forward off of the back of that to get a 4-3 Game 7 victory over a Shadow Esports team who, you know, were looking dangerous, but they pulled off a reverse sweep to make it happen, and that is why they're here. And they're already making the most of that opportunity, right? And I think, you know, you can look at everyone in this bracket so far and think, you know, they've made use of this play-in extra reps here. I guess, you know, the likes of Alpha Surge, unfortunately not making it over Aspire, so they maybe won't necessarily get the same value from that. And the likes of Barney dropping in that upper bracket now find themselves in that lower bracket as well. But, you know, you've got the likes of Giles as well, who took down Aspire with Stingray as a substitute here. And I mean, what a substitute that was from Stingray, Stealthy Wolf, able to take down an elite team as a rival sub up. So I mean, they're making the most of it as well, pushing forward to now the upper finals are Berserkers. But that's a little bit later, and I think for now, if you are rejoining me, good and correct, can I just are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
The blue screen did not take over my computer. It just took me out for, what was it, like a minute or two? But that's it. But yeah, like you were saying, it's indeed a big thing, and Stingray indeed performed really well. But that's also something I think that a lot of people tend to forget, is the fact that the difference between rival and elite is not that much. In terms of MMR ranges, it's quite relatively close to one another, and it could be basically one entire tier. So I think that's also one of the main reasons why Stinger was able to do a lot, and also the fact, of course, that you have Kluey and Genzo, who are really well at creating space for the third player that they were playing with, to why Stinger was able to do so good.
Yeah, well, now we can get on to those predictions for this series, and we'll do them very, very quickly because I'm conscious that we're keeping the players waiting a little bit here. So just give me a prediction, Stealthy Wolf, just quickly.
3-2 for Blaze.
3-2 for Blaze. I'm going to go for 3-2 for Serene. I'm believing in the RMD miracle run. Will it happen? We're about to find out, but I think it's time we get this one started nonetheless. We'll tell the players to go, go, go. We'll get them on the pitch, and we will start this one. Get it kicked off here, because we've got a series to play. We've got a match to play, and I mean, it's one team who is going to be eliminated, unfortunately, at the end of this. One team who is going to be moving forward into the top 4.
Yeah, first game for Team Serene. No, it's not the first game. They've played off stream. I'm already not really wide awake, but we are already into this first game. We see Nyx going to the ceiling, tries to get a second touch, but Rilo is there trying to take the ball to the front. Rapids trying to get the ball cleared, as we are still struggling to basically get some pressure on the side for, I think it's Brave, right? The orange team?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they still are called Barney, and this is quite confusing.
I think if you got a second monitor, probably pull up the Discord stream and the other one, and then you can look at the correct name here. But yeah, I mean, it's been a good start here for the side of Akami. This Brave team have just got to try and alleviate this pressure. Just little by little, they might be on a path to doing just that. They'll be over into Nixo's hands here, this one, who be able to just control this and get past one. Rapids are waiting on this back wall, ready to pop it up, but the bump comes through, and Serene quite happy to slowly march forward on this attack and maybe just play off the back of these 50s. Rapids are put in a bit of an awkward spot, but able to handle it, able to, I guess, get this one freed from capture, and it will allow Brave to potentially get an attack going.
Yeah, so far it's a little bit back and forth. Both teams not really able to put a lot of substantial pressure. Of course, they are knocking on each other's door. We see, for example, a lot of good moments from Team Serene that they have pressure for like 20 to 30 seconds continuously. But likewise, it is also Brave that are now setting up a beautiful passing play, but it is just a little bit too slow. There's always one person back, and that's why so far, with 1 minute and 40 seconds gone, it has been a lot of attempts, but it doesn't feel like there has been a very, very solid opportunity yet.
No, it doesn't quite feel that way. And we'll see Rilo touching it up to Rapidza. This is a good opportunity here for Brave, but hang on a second. If they let this slip, if they let the backlines open, not quite, it is just kept out and kept away. And they are going to escape with that one, but you surely got to think you're counting your lucky stars with that. Serene could have quite easily found the counter-attack. But let's see. Still 0-0 here in game number 1 between these two teams, Stealthy Wolf, and still many chances that can be had.
Yeah, Hutch. At the moment, what we see is a little bit of ping-pong kind of gameplay, as a lot of people would like to describe it. I think it's also both teams trying to figure out what the other one is made of, see if they have any passing plays in the bin. As we now see Rapids, beautiful read into midfield, Exile with the follow-up, able to get the first goal for Brave.
Yeah, Exile making himself known on the pitch, able to find the first here, and for all the pressure that Serene have had for a good half of the time we've played so far, it will amount to absolutely squat, and it will be a bullet that comes right back at them from Blaze.
And now it is Exile up once again, goes over the other one, but off the cross of the side post, Salianov not able to continue, but now Rilo, low boost, tries to keep the ball in a dangerous position as it is Slumpy. Trying to take the ball forward. RMD tries to get the interception, but now it is Rapids. Beautiful placement. And the last defender not able to get the touch they needed.
Yeah, Rapids are able to find the shot there. Jumps quickly, beats Nixo. And Brave just playing at a different wavelength here in the first part of game number 1. But still 2 minutes left, still chances for Serene, but they've got to start finding them soon. Nixo will be up for this. Have it on that side wall. Rilo, touch back over to that sidewall as well. And it feels a little bit awkward here for Serene. They're just getting sort of boxed in, it feels like, almost. And well, this Brave team having their way with them. But minute 45 still left, and RMD gets on the approach. Will be put to a stop, but that's a little bit of good pressure. Where's the follow-up? It's slow because the resources aren't really there, and the long clear will be met by Slumpy onto that back wall, but it feels a little bit disconnected at times. And, you know, on these counter-attacks, Serena aren't always having the boost, aren't always having the resources to really make their counter-attacks worth it, I guess.
Yeah, one big thing that you're talking about is, of course, those resources, Hodge, and it's a very good point that you're bringing across, but Nixo is still able to be there, and this is the thing that we have to see. We need them to stay more connected to one another, read the play and play accordingly, not play responsive until somebody from Blaze is going to touch the ball, because at that point you're going to be delayed. So at that point the communication indeed does become very important, definitely on offensive side, but also defensively. We see there's a lot of moments that they take over the ball from one another, but that basically A, creates two people in the same location, and B, the last person has to waste a lot of resources to just ensure that the ball doesn't go in.
Does seem that way. Into the final minute, Serene looking to try and tie things up here. Brave looking to seal the deal in the first game, and what a shot that is! Rapidser comes down from up high, and absolutely, I'm not even sure. Oh my goodness, what a shot that is from Rapidser. That is unbelievable. It was to the point where I thought it was an own goal from how good that shot was. That is ridiculous. That is a lead here for Brave, and it might just be game number one.
It might be game number one, but Rapids made some mistake as well, and it's Slumpy that's immediately able to take control of that small mistouch. And this is the thing, of course, Hodge. There's so many moments of brilliance. Take, for example, that shot from Rapids. But the moment that you make a mistake in a lead, it just doesn't slide. They will capitalize on that mistake. I think we can say 95% of the time. Sure, there's always going to be like that 5% where you're just not in a position, or you can't do anything, or you don't have the boost or the resources like you said before. But in general, this is where they shine, and of course that consistency becomes a very huge factor as well.
30 seconds remaining. Let's see if Brave are going to hold on. Maybe they're going to continue to extend that lead, or maybe Serene can find something here. RMD sends it downfield. We'll look to find that follower, but Rilo will have that. Nixo collecting. Team Serene looking to put together an attack here, and Slumpy, can he slot it? Not quite. It's desperation here from Akami, and it's a mistouch as well. Not found. Final couple of seconds, possession may be in their hands, but it's such a distance to cover, such a long way to go, and they cannot traverse that territory. It is Blaze who take game number one and go up 1-0 in the series. And you know, with some of the shots, with some of everything that we just saw in that game number one, I think it's very deserving.
I mean, it's a very deserving win for the side from Blaze, but one thing that I want to highlight, though, Hodge, is the fact that we're looking at both teams in terms of the weight that every player was able to contribute. On the side from Blaze, we mainly saw Rapids and of course Xyle as well to be able to assist Rapids in both occasions, but also to follow up from that sidewall read initially. But then we have Rilo that is basically left out a little bit. And I think that also kind of shows you feel like how when both of them are on the ball, there's a lot of pressure. The moment that it's all of a sudden Rilo's turn, the pressure is a lot alleviated. Whereas on the side from Team Serene, everybody is basically around that 300 point range, which basically means that they're contributing equally to the game. And we see it as well. Sure, there's some moments that it's awkward to take over from each other in the corner too quickly to where they don't have the resources to play offensively. But when it comes to defensive midfield control, they are playing a lot better as a team, giving them potentially the upper hand moving forward as they had the momentum in the end.
Well, into game number two we go. We'll find out if it's going to be a little bit of a elongated series here, or maybe Brave are just going to make quick work of Serene. And they've had such a story through this lower bracket so far, winning their first series in 6, reverse sweeping their second series to get to today, and then winning out on their last series as well. What a shame it would be for that to end here. But on the same side, you've got Brave, who, what a shame that they're even in this position, right? They would have loved to hold on to that upper bracket slot, and you've got to feel they're angry about that. They want to sort of fight back, and right now they're trying to fight back out of defense. Rilo will send that down. Slumpy should collect, though, and this should be a free ball here for Serene. But how do they make use of that? Maybe not at all when you've got Exile pre-jumping you off the ceiling.
Now it was Slumpy trying to make a beautiful read as Nixo keeps that ball into midfield, therefore making it awkward for Rapids. But Xyle is following up, doesn't get the touch to try and redirect it. As now, ball trying to be controlled in midfield. Slumpy, double touch into middle, not far enough to where it's Rapids that's able to take over. Beautiful attempts here coming out from the side from Team Serene. It's just telegraphed a lot. They're always using that top side of the net. They're always trying to shoot from the backboard. And I feel if they weren't to switch it up, maybe just fake it or slow play all of a sudden, the side from Brave can severely be caught off guard.
Yeah, well, we will see. Rapids trying to magic his way around everybody, but while he does just that, can't quite get it on target. Will be brought up to the skies there and followed up by Brave, who are continuing to look to try and slot this, but being denied time and time again here by Serene. They're not having it, and, well, maybe Rapids is done with the nonsense, looking for that double. Will be kept away, though, by RMD. And as we head into the last sort of, as the second half of this game in about 30 seconds or so, maybe we get a bit of a better idea on who's going to take this one. But for now, it's been quite sort of equal. We've seen pressure on both sides, mostly to the side of Brave, but there have been glimmers here for Akami as well. But at the end of the day, if you have all the pressure and can't score a goal, it doesn't really matter if a counter-attack comes through and it costs you dearly.
Yeah, right now it is indeed that back and forth again. Slumpy, of course, trying to set something up with that Musty before. This is now Xyle on that counter-attack. Tries to find the reset, not able to do so. Forces it into the corner as it's now RMD, putting pressure on Rilo. Pre-jumping early, trying to get that ball blocked into midfield as Rilo takes it to the sidewall. Fakes his pass, Xyle, as it's now Rilo. Trying to continue it, looking for that bump, opens up a way for Rapids, but Rapids is not able to get that last touch he needs to get that first goal.
They're not quite able to. And once again, we go back into the game of someone hit the ball and someone hit it in the right direction. Rilo's hit this in the right direction. Can he find the perfect finish? He can't, but Exile can. And his first goal here for Brave. The power of friendship prevails here on Forbidden Temple.
That was a beautiful pass from Rilo together with Slumpy. A little bit unfortunate, of course, for Slumpy that it just went that way. But of course, right now they have an opportunity. Nixo would have been able to play it past Rilo. It's a little bit too slow on the uptake as it's now RMD having to bail them out as the touch comes through. Rapids trying to get control, trying to set up the 50. Beautiful 50 control still behind the ball. Forces it into the corner once again as Nixo gets demoed away. Now time for Xyle. Demo opens the net and Xyle finds the second one.
Certainly does. Brave starting to run away with this one here. It's Exile who's found a path, broke it open, found that second goal here for Blaze. They're looking to go up 2-0 in this series and put themselves on match point and put Akami back onto, I guess, tournament elimination point here. They'll need to win 3 in a row if they want to survive after this one, unless they can find some pushback in the next minute and 30 seconds. Maybe this is it. RMD with the shot. It's not going to connect, though. It's taken away. Brave looking in good stead to move forward in this lower bracket, but still some time to work with. Still some chances to be had. Still an RMD to contend with, but can't quite line up the angle.
Now Slumpy trying to get that ball cleared upfield as they do need that pressure right now. Double tap, not found. Follow up, double commit on that follow. So now there's an opportunity again for the side from Blaze. A little bit of slowdown. Rapids not with the boost. Xyle trying to take it all the way to the backboard as Rapids is able to steal away that boost to set him up for a good attempt here. Rilo. 50 doesn't come through. Rapids with control. RMD with the pre-jump, making sure that the ball goes into midfield again. Bump found. Almost an opening, but Rilo is able to turn into the side.
Certainly is. 45 seconds left. And Brave once again on the attack. That's not really what Serene want to see here with little time left to go with. But have they maybe all pushed up a little bit too much? Can RMD punish that waiting in the box? But not quite. And we'll be over to Slumpy to pass this infield. Nixo has jumped for it. And the fake comes through. Nixo strikes it home. Serene back in the action with 25 seconds left, and I'm not sure if that was just a missed touch or if... Yeah, I think it was. I think it was. And, well, Akami have some life here, Stealthy Wolf. Let's see what they can do with it.
With 20 seconds to go, there's definitely still a chance. They just have to work together, make sure that they outspeed or outplay that defense properly. But now it is Riley on the counterattack, still has the flip. Opening. Ball turned to the side. Nixo has to find his teammate, tries to play it upfield. Slumpy, beautiful touch. Almost an own goal, it can almost go in, but Xyle able to get a touch. It's now a moment. Nixo off the sidewall. Jump early. RMD trying to keep that ball alive. Rapidso is trying to play it down. And it is game 2 going to Blaze.
Yeah, it certainly is. Blaze going to be taking game number 2. Going up 2-0 in the series. And it will be up to Serene. If they want to try and move forward in this lower bracket, it will be up to them to pull off that reverse sweep. Let's see if they're going to be able to do just that here, Stealthy Wolf.
That would, of course, would be beautiful for the side from Akami to be able to continue that way in basically exactly what they already had to do earlier. But right now, there are a couple of things, of course, that we need to see to basically make that possible. A big part of it, Hodge, is the fact that we need to clean up our rotations a little bit into midfield. There's a lot of moments that basically 2 people are ready, because one is positioned second on the left-hand side, and one is positioned second on the right-hand side. Ball goes directly into the middle, then you have the double commits. It's not ideal, it can happen, but of course we have to try and reduce that a little bit. From the side, of course, from Okami, we've had a lot of beautiful moments that they were working together, but they need to be looking for those passes more than those individual plays. Because those individual plays is clearly also something that Rapidza and Xyle, and even Rilo, because he came alive this game, by the way, are clearly also good at. So you have to play something that they're not used to playing. For example, a flick. For example, a low passing play into a beautiful shot.
Well, we will find out. But, you know, the question is this going to be all said and done in 3? Or are there going to be some pushback here? You asked, you know, what does Serene really need to do here? I don't think there is anything they can do. I think, you know, you can try as much as you want, but this Brave team, they've heated up, they've had their warm-up games, and they are playing a little bit more like the team we expected them to be coming into this playoff bracket. That team's a scary team, right? You've got star players on this team who can just pop off, who will just pop off. You've got 2 of them in the air right now to contend with, and this time they won't find anything. But, I mean, it has just been an incredible series so far for Brave as a team, and we'll see if they're going to be able to make the most of this game number 3 as well and walk away with this in a sweep.
Well, at the moment it is of course an opportunity for the side from Team Serene to just show that they're still in this, but they have to do it of course right now. And it would be ideal of course if they can lead it with a goal, but right now they're stuck in defense. Touch coming through from Xyle, making sure that the pressure stays alive. Rapidza now forcing that ball to the opposite corner. Slumpy being bumped and the shot is clean. Rilo from the corner, able to find the back of the net.
Certainly are. Rilo slots it for the first here in game 3. Blaze heating up. But can they burn bright at the end of this one? Looking that way for sure. What did Team Serene have to say about it? Rapidza taking it up to the stars. Can he come crashing back down to earth? Yes, but over into the Team Serene possession it will go. Popped up here by Exile. Will be met by Nixo, who's going to try and spur some life back into Serene here. Let's see. Nixo still on this ball, still sticking around, looking to dodge that demo, but can't quite escape Rilo. And, well, you can see Brave trying to turn this around into a counter-attack, but they're being met by players like Slumpy, who are just 50ing this ball, making it difficult for Brave to find themselves any pushback on any potential counter-attack. And, I mean, the issue is you can sort of stall it out all you want, but it feels like it's a never-ending force that's going to keep coming, and Rilo can't quite shoot it on target here, but saved away, and now they look to go down the other end. Will they find it? No, it's just a stalemate once again here, Stealthy Wolf, and Brave still hold all the cards.
Yeah, RMD had the option there to pass to Slumpy, ended up going by himself, and now the double commit as well. Rapids with an open net. It is 2 already, and this is the thing that we were talking about. This team needs to cooperate instead of be 2 players coexisting on the same pitch on the same team.
Brave in control, looking to send themselves to the lower quarter final, lower semi-final, lower whatever. They're moving forward. If they continue this way in the next 2 minutes, 30 seconds to the top 4. And that is, I guess, not where everyone expected them to be. People expected this team to be in that upper final, be challenging for that grand final. And, well, maybe they might have a little bit more to contend with still than they thought. Slumpy slots it in. Backline's left open. Team Serene, for the 3rd game in a row, have nailed this goal lead down to 1. For the first time, though, can they be a different ending, and can they bring this back to an even state?
Well, this was definitely a beautiful moment there from the defensive side from Okami. We saw that clear coming up. One person already driving upfield, believing in the teammates to be able to get that ball towards them. And that is important as well. You need to be able to work together if you want to score against a team like this one. It clearly just shows that you need quick counterattacks because they go all in on offense. And here we have a beautiful pass. RMD with the finish. 2-2. We thought it might have been over, but Okami shows they're still in it to win it.
They certainly are. They're right back into the action. And RMD slots it bottom left. Serene Okami not going to go down without a fight. They've already reverse swept a team once in this bracket. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be this team right here.
Here we had an opening. Sally not taken advantage of by the side from Nixo. This is now RMD. Gets that ball into the side. Xyle doesn't have all too much boost. Slumpy, beautiful first touch. Rapidza not able to continue. RMD trying to get control. Really able to do so as Xyle is also blocked away. 50 going back. Awkward moment here. Nixo to the backboard. Slumpy a little bit late. Can't really find the angle to get the shot. With 1 minute and 40 seconds, it's really now Okami that is pushing on the front door from the side of Blaze. Knock knock. Is someone there to defend? And so far the answer has been yes.
Well, Rapidza trying to get the beats and pass it over to Xyle. Buying his time there to pop it on the back wall to miss touch. It's a good follow-up. Rilo slots it to extend this lead for Brave once again. It doesn't matter how much Okami want to come back. Brave aren't done. Brave want to keep pushing forward. Brave in the lead here with 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Xyle to launch it to backboard. Realizes that both of the defenders are one on top of another. And that really makes it awkward for them. They have to commit on the correct timing to be able to make it work. As now Nixo tries to get the read. Rapidza able to intercept. RMD gets the boost. Xyle, touch. Good pop from Slumpy. Tries to get it past Rilo. Drops it low as Rapidza is now one-on-one against Nixo. Nixo, beautiful 50 to the side. 1 minute remaining. RMD almost setting up that own goal as it is now Rilo. Beautiful shot. RMD bumped away. Rilo not able to score. This could have been 2-4 here, Hodge.
Could have been, but it won't be. And now this is where Serene get their chance to answer back. It's going to drop down. Slumpy gonna run away and let his teammate jump in for it. And final 30 seconds, we'll see what they're able to do. Slumpy trying to play that 50, but it's just beat to the ball there by a Brave member. Nixo to the back wall, will be cleared away. Brave look like they want to take this as a 3-0 sweep, want to knock out Team Serene, but Slumpy has other ideas and brings it right back into an even state. Team Serene looking to take us to OT, looking to keep themselves alive in this series.
Well, that's of course very necessary for them as well. Currently, they are of course on their last life to try and get back into the game. As we now have kickoff going in favor for Blaze, beautifully turned away to the side from Slumpy. And they really need to keep this up as there's a dangerous opportunity. Nixo, 50, going well. Goes all the way to the backhand of Blaze. We now have to try and extend it as Rilo does not have the boost. Gets the ball to the wall. Tries to extend it, but the ball drops down as we head into overtime in Game 3.
Game 3 overtime here. Who can make the difference? Who can win this game? Can it be Brave who close this out in a 3-0 sweep, or is it going to be Serene starting on their charge of redemption? Nixo playing it back over to this midfield, will be beat to the ball by Rapidza. Second touch not allowed, second touch forbidden. Slumpy, he's already saved them, but now it's such a difficult task. Nixo with the bailout, and now also looks to run it down the other side. RMD trying to get on the end of it, but won't quite do it. Brave walk away unscathed, but also empty-handed. As we continue in this overtime, both teams with nothing on the board. But something's got to break at some point.
The pressure is definitely piling up as we see the side from Akami trying to get shot after shot. It's turned away by Blaze, but they sometimes have to commit with 2 people, and that's the last thing that you want. But now Rilo has the time, has the space, finds the bump, follow through. It is Exile able to get that last goal. But what a beautiful play from Rilo.
What a beautiful play, and what a beautiful series that was from Brave as a whole. They move forward to your lower semi-final, and what a way to do it in. I mean, a beautiful series, and doing it in 3-0 fashion there, knocking down Serene, who played it close towards the end, but just couldn't overcome the flame that burns bright here in Elite. And, well, when we look at these post-series stats, it's evident that, you know, Brave are the better team here. It's evident that they are the team who should move forward, and they've bounced back in a big way after their last one, Stealthy Wolf. But we've also got to crown ourselves an MVP of this series. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Exile. And I mean, I couldn't think of a more worthy player to get it after that performance that we saw across all 3 games.
I mean, yeah, Exile definitely was a consistent factor. If you're talking about the other 2 players, Rapids are really standing out in the first game, doing really well in the second one, but compared to the second and third game, we saw Rilo coming alive, and yeah, in my opinion, it's a very well-deserved series MVP here for Exile. He was consistent way through, set up his teammates for crazy opportunities, crazy plays as well, and then in general, those 5 demos, they usually go unnoticed, but right here, he was able to remove the resources from one of the players from Akami getting 100 boost demo. All of a sudden the resources are gone, you're back to 33 and you have to try and make a play from there.
Yeah, well, let's pull up our bracket just to see where things stand after this game, because we've got a couple of different series going on. As you can see, that one that just happened, Brave taking the win over Akami, moving forward to that lower semi-final, but also another series that is going on in, I believe, a Discord watch party, as we aren't running the B streamer here and now due to unavailability. So in a Discord watch party, you can find Aspire Summit versus Owls Barney, and it's currently 1-1 between these 2 teams. So interesting to see how that one's going to end, but it will be the winner of that who has to face the might of this Brave team. They've looked a little bit shaky so far today. Be interested to see if they can get back to their full potential by the end of it, or will they be caught off guard before that is going to happen. I think the other thing to note here is our next series coming up on the stream here, Stealthy Wolf. It's DSQ versus Berserkers. One team who is living up to the expectations, one team who is rising above their expectations.
Yeah, definitely did really well by winning against Brave, and we saw as well how Brave was playing. There were a lot of good moments in there, and if this is the way that they played initially compares against Charles, then Charles is definitely looking like a team that can cause an upset, maybe like a lot of people would say dark horse. But of course, they were in that upper bracket. They were top 3 in their conference for a reason, and maybe that is the thing that we're seeing right now, that their consistency is just so impactful to why they are at the moment in that upper final. But of course, the question is, will they able to maintain that form against DSQ? I think, Hodge, that's something that we have to find out after a small break. But yeah, this series was also quite amusing.
It was a good series for sure, but we've got way more of those coming to you very, very shortly. Brave moving forward in the bracket. Now we go up to the upper bracket and we see who goes to the grand finals and who drops down to that lower final to play later on tonight. It's been a great day so far, and we can't wait to keep on bringing you the action. We'll be back very, very shortly with the next game.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Back from the dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're all invited to go fucking mental on this motherfucking drop. The countdown has just begun. Are you ready? Let's go, 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 go.
Now we're back from the dead. We're back from the dead.
Hell yeah.
Back. We're back from the dead.
Are you ready? Let's go, 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 go.
Back from the dead.
We're back from the dead.
Hell yeah.
We're back from the dead. Back from the dead. Back from the dead. heaven just knows what it was. Will I go back to the place where I belong? Everyone could break my heart, but I try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. You'll be my pleasure. I got nothing to be scared of, because where people live, there is always love. I know the answers in my heart, so I'll try my best to not fall apart. And I find it hard to let go. The memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure? Find it hard to let go. Memories keep me together. Gotta fight till the end, no pressure, no pressure. And I find it hard to say no to the ones who want something better, to the ones who never say never. Will you be my pleasure? I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I am cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this day.
I'll never forget this day. I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. 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 I'm gonna throw my memories away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day.
What am I supposed to do? I'm lonely here without you. All these days are passing by, standing there with you living your life. I'm broken here alone. Where did I go wrong? Living a hollow life. I'm living a hollow I'm living a hollow life. I'm living a hollow life.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. Where am When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Well, what a series that was. Brave moving forward in the lower bracket, as well as Owls taking down Aspire off stream to move forward to the top four. That match is going to happen on the B stream, whereas on the A stream here today, we are going to be covering our upper finals. Beeping Sheep alongside me here for this cast, and Beeping Sheep, we've got one team, like I mentioned to Stealthy Wolf before, who is meeting their expectations. One team who is exceeding their expectations. One team who's surprising people.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't lie. I know probably everyone's going to say this, but I didn't expect Giles to be as far along as they are right now. Taking down Summit in 7 earlier in the week, taking on Brave in 5. So, a lot of ice coming in their way, I guess you could say. So, if this series goes a distance, I guess I'd fancy him. But on that other side, unfortunately for them, is arguably one of the best elite teams I think we've seen in a good while in Carbo. And, well, they're just a bit good, aren't they, Hodge?
Just a bit. Yeah. I mean, the fact that we're in a reality, we are living in a world where Saison has won a playoff series. Wessel's not going to get top 6. I think that's already enough for me to be wowed by this DSQ team. And now we have the chance that Alf might become back-to-back elite champion. So there's a lot on the line here for this DSQ squad. Same for Berserkers, right? I think I would have favoured them against Aspire if they had, their full roster. But when they played Aspire, they used Stingray as a rival sub-up. So the question marks are raised a bit, but Stingray answered them all. And, I mean, they also answered them against Brave, right? Taking them down in 5. Moving forward to this spot right now, it's been a bit of a struggle here, as all their series have gone the distance, but they've got here every single time, and they've made it happen. I mean, we'll see how this one's going to go, but we are still waiting for some players to get into the lobby. So let's bring up our team stats and just see where these teams really stand overall in the season here, Beeping Sheep, because they've had some sort of intro. Never mind, we'll bring up the talent predictions and we will have a look at what the casters have maybe sort of thought of this match as a whole. I mean, caster predictions, sometimes they go really well, sometimes they don't. I think these are pretty easy across the board for most people.
Oh yeah. Well, that upper part was anyway. But
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
point out Tezik here, who is flawless right now, got every single bit right. But that is going to come to an end because Berserkers physically cannot finish fourth due to being here in the first place. So that's enough knowing ball from everyone. Nobody has a flawless bracket anymore. But yeah, I suppose another thing to mention is Veils, who might actually just know ball with those top two there. Might have just been that only one to realise, hang on, maybe Brave aren't all that. Unless they can go on a little lower bracket run, but that's for the B stream right now. This is the A stream. We've got Giles, we've got Carbo, we've got two pretty good teams, I suppose you could say, in that same conference as well. First v second in Ignis. And yeah, I suppose it'd be good to bring up the team stats just to see how well they did. I don't know what happened when they played each other, but overall, we'll see how they did throughout the league.
We certainly will, and we'll quickly breeze over these, then we'll get to predictions, because conscious that the players don't want to be waiting around here. So, I mean, first versus second in their conferences here, DSQ destroyed their conference, to put it politely, and rocked up to the playoffs with 52 wins. Certainly the heavy favourites to go home and win the title here. And people predicted them to be a pretty highly ranked team since pre-season, since week one. They've delivered on all fronts. Berserkers was a little bit more of, I'm not sure how they were rated back at the start, but they've sort of just been consistent. They've sort of just done what they need to do, and they've done it very, very well, right? And I wouldn't be surprised to see them get it over the line here.
Oh yeah, I'd be surprised if they lost, to put it simply, even though you've got Berserkers, who, the team of the ice, as we've seen so far. I do think this is just going to be a step too far from them, because you've got the most obvious first place, I think, in Elite for a while. Like, 52 games out of 72. Win rate 72% is absolutely absurd. But that's the league, anyway. And the playoffs, they look just as good right now. 3-0 against Barney, just to kick their campaign off, who finished third in their conference as well. So they're just going for a full Ignis run, by the looks of it. And, well, ahead of us now, we've got yet another one of those. So maybe it's time to get into predictions. I'll let you take the floor, because I'm going to see how I'm going to follow on from this.
I'm going 4-1 DSQ with this one. Alf just typed in chat and said, Hodge, do you remember what happened last time I played an upper final? And that was a 3-0. They hardly got scored on. So, I mean, it was a dominant run last time, but that was a different roster. This time it's DSQ, but I still think they're going to the grand finals. And I've been told that this one is a clash of titans in game chat by both of the teams. So it's a clash of titans, beep and sheep, but I think DSQ is the bigger titan.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to say 4-2 to Carbo. I think Giles, they might get a couple across, but they're not going to go all the way. Also, yeah, thank you very much, Karen. We do have the Spur shirt in the back. It's very fun. Chat's going off for that. But anyway, yeah, 4-2 to Carbo. They're going to see it through. They're going to end up in that grand final, be the team to beat. But now it's about time we get into the series here, where we're going to see if DSQ especially can live up to our expectations, or will Giles just play villain in the inevitable script? Let's get it going.
Yeah.
Or not.
Oh, never mind. We're not going to do that. Genzo has gone to the toilet. Okay, so we will quickly wait for them all to get back, and then we will get this one underway. But it's going to be a good match regardless here. That has to be said, beeping sheep. And I think when you look at this, right, what overall in the season, what I've really enjoyed about this is we are setting ourselves up for a unique champion in every single tier this season, whereas, you know, you've previously had teams dominating tiers, you know, teams dominating across multiple tiers, and it just being, oh, you know, you're winning this tier and this tier. You know, Illusory last season, Symbiotes the season before, Azteca, I think, before that as well. It's quite balanced across all franchises here. We are set to have a different champion in every single tier. Will that happen? Still to find out the results of both Chally and Master as well, but this one is good to go. We'll get the players on the field. They've said the engines are roaring So I think there's nothing better to do than get this one going here. And, well, it's good luck, have fun to both teams, because this one is going to be a banger. One team to the grand finals, one team to the lower finals. Who's it going to be?
Well, let's hope none of these engines do end up malfunctioning for either side. Cluey, early on, just missing that double tap season. Going to clear. Ellie Kitten looking to follow up early on. And Berserkers want to be the one to set the tone, because they don't want to let DSQ get going, because you don't ever want to let, on paper, the best team in Elite get going, because you know what they can do over 9 weeks of league play. But that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. Open 30 seconds, Berserkers do seem to have a lot of the attacking pressure. Now Alf, off the ceiling with no boost, ends up beating one, but Cluey meets him to it and goes for a play himself now. That goes towards a goal. Ellie Kitten looking for the bump, but Season is just going to be there. And yeah, like you're saying, how is Season found his way into a top 3? That's definitely a fun one. I think it's all Alf, but I don't know if you think anything different.
Yeah, I mean, it is a real weird world that we're living in, where Sezon has found himself into a top 3 situation. But Alf will certainly be finding the first goal here. You talked about it all being him. That goal, I think, was all just a mistouch on that back wall from Ellie Kitten. But Alf will capitalise either way. First goal to DSQ Carbo. Good start for them.
As if to prove the point as well. He's looking to go back-to-back, this man. In Elite. RSC15, RSC16. But, you know, he's definitely poised to do so. But you got to see if he can ice up as well. Here he is now, hitting that to the backboard. Genzo just going to take his time a little bit. Tries to beat Wessel, but can't. And Wessel, for those who remember as well, was, as far as I know, he was also on the DSQ Elite side last season. They ended up doing... I can't remember. I remember they did well in league play, but I just don't think they could see it across in playoffs, their expectations. But anyway, here he is now, is Wessel, looking for Season in the middle. Season doing Season things and ends up almost faking it into the goal, actually, after all that. Alf into the middle. Chloe up, looking for Genzo. He's looking for the shot, but can't quite find the wraparound on that one. Now it just goes to Wessel in the corner. Ellie Kitten looking to keep pressure on, gets a shot on target, but that's not much of a threat, and it leaves Season with quite an easy save to make. And the way it looks after that first wave of attack, Berserkers are just falling back a little bit. Just letting DSQ doing a couple of things. They've already ended up conceding a goal. It could be more soon, but you feel like there's a lot of gears they could take yet in this game.
It does certainly feel that way, right? And I think across this game so far, it's been pretty equal, aside from obviously the goal, but I think just a little bit of an individual error, and you can't count on those to happen that many times, right? There's the incident response. There's Genzo, 14 Berserkers, right back on the board. And I think that just shows, right, you know, you can have these individual errors, but you can bounce right back. You can get back into the game. And I think this one is going to be, you know, a bit of an interesting game one to see who really sets the scene for this series, right? Obviously, Berserkers, they've had great momentum so far. They've had a great showing across the playoffs and the play-ins, but is that going to continue? Is the Cinderella run going to make its way all the way to a top 2 guaranteed finish, or is it all said and done here? Are DSQ going to really just, I guess, show us why they are the favourites here today?
The thing is, even if they do end up losing this, we've seen that happen to super teams in the past. We saw it with Illusory Rival last season. Dominated it all season of league play, lost in that upper final, I believe, and ended up walking the division anyway, 4-1 and then 4-1 in the bracket reset. So for DSQ, I'm sure they won't be too worried if Berserkers come out swinging here, because that it's not the tier over. But right now they do feel like the team mostly in control. Now Wessel up, met by Genzo. That's going to fall to Sezon, who's going to take it off the corner, make Chloe a little bit awkward. Goes for the 50 as well, just to follow that up. Alf looking for the follow, but Ellie Kitten ends up reading him now. Wessel looking for an attack himself. Genzo is just going to be first to it on 0 as well, but Chloe's bumped out the way now. Season on the ball, ends up faking it for a teammate. That's not going to quite find the net, but DSQ are starting to get going now, and you can't let them do that, because that's what Wessel will do to you.
Certainly is. DSQ rolling forward into the back of the Berserkers net. It's a great pass in field from Sezon, and Wessel, able to tap that one in. And yeah, I mean, DSQ Carbo, they're looking pretty online. They're looking like they came here to play, and we already knew that after their win over Owls. And, well, speaking of Owls, almost quite slots that one in. Not quite able to, but it's it just shows that this team of DSQ, they are here to play, and they will take you the distance if you want to try and fight up against them.
Yeah, and they're looking to shut this one out before you even get to the distance. The way it looks, this is a DSQ that's 4-0 or nothing from what we've seen so far in Game 1. They've come out giving Berserkers a little bit of time to find out what they offer on attack, and then just deciding, alright, okay, we're just going to blitz you now, and we're going to score more than you every single game. But that's if they can keep the chance out from Chloe. That goes straight to Alf there, who's just going to end up beating Eddie Kitten. Does have it open, but can't quite find the angle. Works it into the middle. Genzo first. Back to Chloe, back to Genzo as well. Both on 100 boost. Could get an attack going here, but Genzo ends up beating one. But he doesn't quite get the follow going. Now Wessel, off his corner, just looking to eat that time away off the clock into the final 30 seconds now. And Berserkers, if they want to take game number 1, they need to somehow find a way to break through the midfield. But Alf with a reset, and it was so nice, the Berserkers defense, they just turned it in for him.
Yeah, it is just perfection here from DSQ. Alf in field, Stezon waiting for the drop down. It is these team plays that are working out for DSQ and might just win them game number 1 here. We'll see though. It's already a bad start on the kickoff for Berserkers as they concede possession over and well down the other side. Alf hanging around looking for that redirect, but Ellie Kitten, she'll pick it up, try and get this one through this midfield lock that's been put on by DSQ, and in the end it will go down to 0. The timer will be done, so the ball will hit the ground. DSQ Carbo take game 1.
Convincing fashion as well. Towards the end of that, you saw that it was Giles who needed that final attack. Alf just turned it on their head, so they ended up attacking their own net, and that pretty much sealed it for them. Giles, they started off well in that first minute or so, but it just felt like once Carbo got going, as is the story, it seemed to be most of the season, they just couldn't do much to stop them. And just one thing to note as well, with those points from Ellie Kitten, it's definitely something to look and improve on this game especially. But I suppose by the looks of that, it is only up from here. You can only improve. So bounce back. It's all good. It's only one game. It's best of 7 in this upper final as well. Just yet another reminder for this new format this season. But there's plenty of time for Giles if they want to find their way into it. But it's the same case. As they did, unlike what they did this game, they can't let Carbo keep going in the series.
No, they certainly can't, right? You've got to look at this one and sort of shut this one down early, because like you said, I feel like this Carbo team's a 4 or nothing team, was I believe the words that you used.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a team that when they have momentum and when they get it rolling, it's so difficult to really take that away from them. But we have a little bit of a pause coming through as looks like Genzo just getting himself loaded into the lobby. And we will get this one started. So, yeah, it will be a little bit of a delayed start, but we're going nonetheless here between these two teams. And it's Berserkers looking to try and fight back, DSQ looking to extend their lead.
How are Giles going to fare in game 2? And to answer that question, not very well. Alf just making his way out of the net to do a squishy goal.
I got the points back. If I was Wrestle, I'd be like, excuse me? No, it's a good start here for DSQ. And what a unique way to score the first goal there. That's confidence. Because if that one doesn't go your way and you save it by accident, it's not really the situation you want to be in there, Beef and Sheep. But DSQ taking the first goal. Can Ellie Kitten respond? It will go back over to Genzo, who's not quite scored that one. But it will line up for Chloe to, I guess, just tap that one in. It was teed up for the teammate, and Berserkers answer right back.
Yeah, Genzo could not have been more of a golf tee if he tried there. Chloe just slamming that top bins. None of the keepers had a chance at all. Genzo left awkward off that first shot, but he doesn't care at all. That equaliser's already been found, but you've got to be careful with the kickoff. Genzo forced into a save, forced into a second one as well. No danger there from the kickoff, but it might well be yet. Stezon with a touch. That's just going to go straight towards Wessel, and Chloe is going to let that fall into the corner. That's the one place when you're on defense that most of the time you're going to be safe. Now Chloe, full field dribble, can't find the flip on it. Ends up going for the bump instead. These new ideas now coming in from Giles. They're just looking for bumps, looking for disruption, looking for fakes, as we saw with that first goal, and especially tee-ups, as we also saw from that first goal. But none of that matters, because they're losing again, and it's Wessel responsible for it.
Yeah, Wessel has found the touch off of Sezon's pass. It is an extension coming through on the lead from DSQ. And the calculators reign across the chat. But it's that lead reclaimed. We've seen a couple of times when that lead's come into fruition here for DSQ. There's been quite an early response from Berserkers. Is this the same though, or is this a different novelty here as it goes back down to the other side? Wessel will happily collect, and DSQ, you know, the attack was squandered, but they want to restart it pretty quickly once again. We'll be downfield, Ellie Kitten trying to find the opening, but the opening is just not there, and DSQ are able to once again get this ball picked up and get themselves restarted on the attack.
Yeah, it feels like the same old story as last game, though. At the same time, with that equaliser found and DSQ retaking the lead, but Season almost manages to find the way back. Well, almost manages to concede there, but does find the way back, I should say. Now Wessel into the corner. They're just playing it slow, playing it casually, because if the script's the same for all 4 games, I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Quick lead into an equaliser, into 2 more goals for DSQ. But you've got Genzo here, looking to provide any sort of miracle play for his teammate, ends up seeing the corner. Is he going to try an Alf squishy goal? Which, honestly, I think we should give that just a new name. Call it the Alf. There he is, scoring again, as if on cue. Congrats. And that wasn't as impressive, but a goal's a goal.
I think we need to not do that, because then we will start getting multiple people in the chat telling us that this is like unholy levels of glaze. But regardless, it is certainly a lead here for DSQ, and I mean, unsurprisingly, it is the main man of Alf at the front of the score sheet, top of the points tally. Let's see how the response is going to come forward from Berserkers. There's a little bit of a double commit. They have that infield. Genzo, be careful how he wants to play this one, but it will go back over to Ellie Kitten. He's going to take this one to the ceiling. Just allow Chloe to get into position. Get that pop-up. Sezon met in the skies. And Alf just to clear that one out over to the sidewall. Finds that double. Makes things a little bit awkward for Sezon, actually. And is this a case of doing a little bit too much than required? Potentially, but not punished for it.
Yeah. Is that guy until he's overly done doing the that guy gimmick, and there's no longer that guy. If that sounds like gibberish, that's because it was. I can't find words at the minute. But Alf now, off the corner into the middle, Sezon waiting. Doesn't quite trust the dribble because Chloe's going to be first to the 50. Now Chloe looking for Ellie Kitten in the middle, who we don't seem to have seen much of going into this series. But, you know, there's still plenty of time to bounce back if you are. But with Alf, will beat one on the dribble. Genzo, last gasp, managing to keep that out after a bit of an awkward first touch. Now Sezon with the 50, that just falls back to Wessel. And DSQ are more than happy to just play it off the midfield here. Suspect miss from Ellie Kitten, almost leads to goal number 4. And that was a crazy drop down. What a pass!
It really was. DSQ know where their players are at all different times. The easy thing to do there is go for the shot. The pass down to Sezon. And it is 4-1 here for DSQ. They are looking to close this series out in a dominant fashion. And they've started it the way they would like to finish this. It's popped up. This is a chance now for Genzo to maybe set up a shot, but it will be taken out of the play by Alf and sent right back down to the other side of the field. Genzo looking to play off of Chloe's touch and is able to. But now it's Alf on this the sidewall, excuse me, and DSQ just looking to put together the pieces they've done oh so well so far, and that looks like it's going to continue off the ground, off of the crossbar, and right back out of this side of the field.
There's no stopping them right now, really, is there? They've been relentlessly bothering the Giles net for a good 4 minutes now. Say for that one goal from Giles, it's just been all DSQ. I'd love to see what the field domination is going to look like at the end of the game. I think the best I've seen is 2-1, and the 1 ended up winning it, but that's absolutely not the case this time. Now Genzo looking for what is probably a bit of a consolation with 30 to go, as I would most likely expect to see a timeout from Giles after this game, because game 1 started off close, but ever since they have been absolutely blown out. But you've still got half a series to... You've still got your timeout and half a series to work with, I guess. But the thing is, I don't really know what they'd say, because right now it just feels like they're being outplayed in just about every factor of Rocket League.
Well, the nice thing about the upper bracket is that if you lose, you're not knocked out. So in a sense, they can sort of take some comfort in that, but at the same time, you essentially are, right, Beeping Sheep, because the buff that grand final bracket reset, you know, brings to your team is it's honestly it's to a level that I actually cannot describe here on the stream, because very rarely does someone get a bracket reset and go on to win it. Usually, you know, you might have a bracket reset, doesn't happen in the second series. Very rarely does it happen, and we saw it happen earlier in the season back in Prospect. It took 7 games in both series. It doesn't happen that often. So the winner of this series is very much favored to go on and win the whole thing in the grand finals later on. I think what's interesting for me though about, you know, this Carbo team, because obviously we've seen Giles, they've made a couple of roster changes here or there. For Carbo, it felt like for a good proportion of the start of the season, they struggled to really find their identity with that third player on their team. You know, through preseason, through the early couple of weeks, there was a couple of changes here or there. They brought Sezon over from Momentum, and he's found such a good impact on this team so far. I have to say, I'm just looking at chat. What are my thoughts on Sezon's cam antics? Pyrrhic, my thoughts on Sezon's cam antics is that it's working. It's bringing them victory so far. And is that a Hawaiian shirt? I see it. I think so. The vibes are high in the DSQ camp. I absolutely love it. And I'm not sure what sort of madness goes on in his Estonian mind, but it's clearly working here, Beep and Sheep, and it might be about to get them match point.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It feels like you have the odd Estonian player, and they just seem to do bits whenever we have one. There's one, I can't remember the lower down one in like Chally or something, but oh yeah, Sick's alright, or Psych or whatever it is. And then you've got Fish and you've got Sezon, and all of them are.
We don't talk about him. He can't hit the backboard. It's fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, Fish out of water. They don't really do all too much. But anyway, back to the certain Estonian here in Sezon, or King Sez, as he seems to want to be known right now. It seems like he's just not really. He's been good, but I feel like his 2 teammates have been better so far. So I like to see a game where they just leave it to Sezon and see what he's capable of, because some antics from him, a little bit of mechs here and there would be definitely interesting. Here he is now, goes up, and Ellie Kitten will just boom that right away. That goes all the way back to Wessel, which is going to play it patiently, while Genzo goes up and forgets to take the ball, but fakes it for Chloe in the end, and a little bit of a tangle off on the defense, ends up falling to Wessel. Going to beat one with low boost, looking to beat 2 as well. Chloe just ends up getting the touch, as Sezon now is demoed. Ellie Kitten just waiting for Alf to take that dribble over. Just about clears it. Sezon last back now, looking to go wide, looking for a teammate, but the closest he can find is Chloe, who is now going for a dribble, looking for a spark for Giles, looking for that opener, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen because there's not been much threat ever since like early game 2 when they had a fun little play going. They've not really offered anything since, I feel like.
Yeah, I'd sort of agree with you on that one. And there's another double commit. That's a net left wide open. That is the epitome of what this series has come down to, right, Beep and Sheep? It feels like it's, you know, almost but not quite, and that right there is a prime example, right? Double commit, miscommunication, and it is DSQ who slot the first here in game number 3. They're looking primed and ready to head to a grand final. Sezon in a grand final, Wessel in a grand final. It is a crazy world that we're living in here in 2025, but DSQ might be about to rewrite reality.
Oh, we've got to get our scripted equalizer first off.
Yep.
So now that's out the way.
Who's written it? It's
probably Arch. But
I mean, no, because his predictions are that DSQ wins. So
yeah. Nah, but you want to make it interesting, don't you? You don't want a 4-0 blowout. You want to get equalised in every game, because I know he wrote Prospect, I know he wrote Academy, so why not just add Elite to that tally as well? Maybe it's ball knowledge, but I'm coping. Anyway, Alf up, Alf over Ellie Kitten, and go straight to Chloe. Now that equalizer's gone, DSQ are likely going to be business as usual, scoring 2 or 3 more, maybe 4 more if they're feeling fun. But right now, we're at halfway, and not much has really happened from them as of late. Not much is happening from anybody, it looks like. And for, I think, the first time in the series, Giles have the lead.
What's happened here then? Alf rushes in for the challenge. Wessel caught out on the rotation. and it's an open net. I mean, it's pandemonium.
Standard day of the week, really.
Yeah, it just happens, and we move on. The SQ, I'm just gonna have to try and bounce back from the mistakes, but they've got a healthy lead in this series to work with. What they don't have is someone who can hit the ball right now, though, because that's another missed touch. That's another attempt to bring it back onto the back wall. Wessel, though, can't quite get the touch required. Goes back out to Genzo. Another goal here for Berserkers, and I have to say, as much as it is just mistake after mistake here for DSQ, Giles are doing such a good job at capitalizing on these mistakes, right? Because you can technically just be a team who lets these mistakes sort of creep away, not capitalize on them. You've got to take advantage of them, and they are.
Oh, definitely. And seeing as DSQ all seem to have tabbed out in the last 30 seconds or so, Wessel might still be tabbed out. I think the monitor's off so far. But yeah, as you've been saying, because so many teams just let these chances slip because they have so much trust in the team they're playing to just hit it every single time. And for that one time that they don't, there needs to be a guy there. And for Giles, there has been for not one, but two separate mistakes. So they'll be absolutely happy with that, but that might end up just going the other way. Eddie Kitten 50ing says on there. And now Wessel just looking to go back towards Alf, who's looking for a dribble once again. Ends up beating one, ends up falling straight back to Wessel, but Chloe staying staunch on defence. It might not even matter, though. And the Estonian exterminator strikes again in Sezon.
I like that. That's a good one. And very fitting for what he's just done to them there, but still a little bit more rats to try and I guess find here in the DFH Stadium. But Genzo trying to slot a fourth, won't be able to find it. DSQ is playing these 50s, gradually starting to move down the field. Chloe back out to Genzo. This is a good play that's sort of developing here. Not quite going to find anything though, and once again it will be well defended. And down the other side, it says on slotted that. Not quite. I thought that was in. I thought that was top shelf, but going to be kept away. And the Estonian exterminator is going to be, I guess, kept out of the situation for the time being here, Beeping Sheep.
I think he placed that a bit too perfectly. He was trying to get that right pixel perfect top bins. Didn't happen though, and it stays 3-2 for now. I mean, shot was kind of crazy, but either way, it didn't go in. But it might go in for Berserkers, and yeah, I've been very impressed. Ever since I called them out for having no threat, it feels like they've heard that, they've took it personally, and now they've got a 2-goal lead once again, and they still find themselves with plenty of chance left to bring the series back.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Genzo has been on another level this game so far. And obviously DSQ, they're going to try and turn it around in the final few seconds, but it has just been perfect from Berserkers. And, they might not have played the cleanest game overall, and a lot of it might have been mistakes, but I mean, they're taking advantage of them. And at the same time, DSQ are looking to fight back. The bump on the last defender in Chloe, and a wide open net there for Sezon. Almost missed it, but was able to lock in and get that third goal on the line, over the line. 25 seconds left though, Beepin' Sheep. Do we believe in miracles?
No, we don't.
That's the wrong answer.
I think they're just going to let them take this game and then go after now, because I mean the script I mentioned has been ripped up and thrown straight in the incinerator, it looks like. Because Berserkers are winning, would you believe it, in this one game now. Ellie Kitten looking for the dagger in this game. There's still 5 seconds, there's still time for one more DSQ attack, but I don't know. I don't see it. Unless...
Maybe.
Hang on.
Unless? Oh, no, okay. No. I mean, Alf's been great, but he can't turn into Sonic the Hedgehog and zoom down the pitch at 200 miles an hour to get on the end of that one. Giles take game number 3, a response in the series, and now looking to contest DSQ here in this series. I mean, certainly a good game there. Some mistakes from DSQ, well capitalized by Giles, but overall they played it pretty well and walking away with a game there, Beeping Sheep. But I mean, it's a long road, right? And you can't bet on DSQ making those same mistakes multiple times throughout this series. I mean, do you still favour the DSQ quite a lot in this one, or do you reckon that Berserkers are maybe just starting to fight back and have got some more in store for us here?
I think Berserkers have got plenty left, but it's also, I'm going to call that a fluke, because from what were 2 playground level mistakes there from DSQ, that's just something that I don't think we'll see every game left. I think that's going to be out the way for them now. even though they did get outshot 11-5. I think that's just one of those off games that you get. As a Titan, you do still bleed sometimes. That was the bleeding that they are going to have this series. And honestly, I still do see them walking it, but I'd love to be proven wrong.
Well, we'll see if that's going to happen. On to the Coliseum we go, as we are about to find out if DSQ Carbo can get themselves onto match point, or if this series is going to be all equal and heading into a best of 3 to decide who are your Elite Grand finalists. It has been a great start to the series for DSQ, but we're starting to see the pushback from Berserkers. Will they be able to overcome the greater force that has been in this series so far, or will they stumble here on the Coliseum? Cleary already getting involved, but that's a very forward commit there by Berserkers. Will they be punished for it? The bump comes through. Sezon looking to slot it. He buys his time. A little bit rushed there from Berserkers.
Yeah, I feel like they were just trying to up their pace even more so from last game, and just became a bit too quick for their wheels. So overshot themselves there and ended up giving away what was a pretty cheap opener for Sezon to just pop in the net. But there's still a lot of time to work with. We are only 20 seconds in. Keep in mind, as Chloe looking for that equalizer. That's a pretty good flip reset, if I do say so myself.
That is beautiful there from Chloe, finding the equalizer, finding Berserker's life. And what a time to do it, right? You're looking at the situation, you're thinking, someone needs to make a play, someone needs to sort of rectify the situation before things get out of hand. Chloe is that person to do just that. And now on the other side, DSQ want to try and, I guess, just say that's not affected us, right? They want to try and instantly respond. But a great play from Chloe. Is it going to be met by a great response from DSQ? Doesn't look like it. On the other side, though, Ellie Kitten looking to try and find it off the sidewall. Not going to happen. And Alf just going to take this one into the sky.
At the very least, from Berserkers, they are looking like a proper threat now, especially Chloe and Genzo. Like, they look like if they go up, it's not just going to be a wasted chance and they can absolutely make something from it. They're going to need to do more of that because they are still behind in the series. Now Ellie Kitten looking to start an attack, but that won't happen now because the duo of Alf and Sezon will just shut that one right down. Now Sezon looking for bumps, looking for the 50, looking to poke it past Ellie Kitten, and does so. And it's that guy again. King says, poking yet another one home and restoring the lead for Carbo.
I mean, what do you even do, right? He's sat there. I can see, I'm looking at the player cams right now on my monitor. There's two different moods that are going on here in this game, Beeping Sheep. There's Sezon, who's laughing and, you know, even when they were losing, just laughing and having a good time. Chloe's locked in. Chloe looks serious, and you've got to be at this point, right? You lose this game, it's match point for DSQ. You've got to try and get this one over the line, but things are looking oh so difficult as Wessel's charging down on the attack. Chloe has to pick this ball up and try and replicate what was already a great play. Reset one found, second not able to be the same. But really picked up there by Ellie Kitten. Berserker's looking to continue to keep this attack going. But Alf has other ideas and has flicked it up. Looking for a teammate, but will be met in the skies early by Berserkers here at Beeping Sheep. And it's a little bit of pushback, but is it enough?
No, it's not enough at all, really. They are still approaching it well, I'd say. They are still playing like they have got a very, very good chance to bounce back, which I believe they do. But if you can't really lose this game if you are Berserkers, because then you find yourself triple match point against, well, the conference leaders in, well, it's obviously Carbo. But as well, you give them 3 lives that if they do get it wrong, to get it right again. So you absolutely want to take this game to at least level the playing field and find yourself even up and with the same amount of chance as Carbo do have, but a little bit of a mix-up there from Sezon there. The man who scored twice has just decided he's not actually going to take the ball with him for a challenge. It's a bold move, and it's not going to work out because Giles are just going to equalise with Ellie Kitten finally on the score sheet.
Now, what is going on here? It feels like when they're locked in, DSQ, they are locked in. The second someone starts to get a little bit, you know, too hyped up, too, I guess, confident, it all falls to pieces. Let's see if Berserkers can capitalise off of it. Double demo. Ellie Kitten can't slot it. Genzo's back flipped and left it for Chloe. The demos came through, but the demos weren't enough to stop DSQ.
No, I mean, we've seen this as well in, I think it was yesterday. Certain teams, they can have absolutely everyone wiped off of the field, but they'll still somehow find a way to save it, as is the case now with DSQ. They don't want to go behind. They've already got enough to draw, but that's a very close to that Giles net there. Sezon couldn't quite find the target this time, and I don't know why. It feels like this series is much of like very high or very low in terms of gameplay quality. You've had moments of master that you've had in like some of those demo plays, some of those passing plays, some of the flip reset plays, and then you've had moments of challenger where everybody just forgets what they're doing. Prime example. And yeah, it just ends up completely missing the ball. But who's going to be the first to, finally get a lead going in game number 4? Don't forget that Giles have let it slip. I believe, well, they did have the lead, yeah. But yeah, Giles have just completely let this one slip in away. No, hang on. I'm just completely wrong. DSQ have let this one slip. Lock in, boys. Come on.
Anyway, King says on this back wall, looking to try and put that crown on his head. Still a ways away from doing that, as we still obviously have a grand final to go after this if they are able to qualify. But it might be a little bit more difficult, that road, than DSQ originally expected after game number 2. Berserkers looking to try and equalize this series, looking to try and fight back, looking to try and respond. Genzo looking to try and place that shot, but Wessel has other ideas. Going to drop down. Alf should have a free touch here. Some space to work with as well. Sezon's going to hunt for that demo onto Genzo. Genzo has to jump, and it's so awkward for Berserkers. They just get shut down in the 2v1, and the duo of Alf and Sezon get it done here with 25 seconds remaining.
I mean, how do you defend that in the situation that Genzo is in there? You've got Sezon just hunting you down. You don't know he's low boost either. And to make it worse, Alf's on the edge of one. To make it even worse, Wessel has just doubled up the lead for Carbo, and it's a very, very tall task if you want to come back in the series from Giles. But we did see last game they are capable of it. They can absolutely make a series of this. I'd expect them to take a timeout now. They didn't last time, but I'd absolutely expect them to now because it is their last possible chance to. But we'll have to see.
Certainly will. Shake of the head from Cleary after that one, and Berserkers know that this is not a favourable situation for them. This is not the standard that they think they can play at and know they can play at and have showed us they can play at. But let's see, Sezon looking to try and find a sideboard double there at the end. It's all cheers and laughs on the DSQ side as they go to match point in the upper final and find themselves one game away from the grand final. Something that, you know, coming into this season, Sheep, I mean, Sezon and Wessel dreamed of after not winning a single playoff series, only getting top 6, the curses for both of them, and on the side of this Berserkers team, they've got to go up against the might of both of those players who have had such different seasons, such different playoff brackets this time around. And forget the curses, they're looking to try and write their names on this trophy at the end of today. Will they be able to do it? That's a great question. It's one we'll find the answer to pretty soon. But it seems that rather than to talk about what they can do to improve in this timeout, Berserkers are taking the timeout to leave their PCs. I see Cleary has left the setup. So I wonder if they just need a bit of a breather here.
It's a good approach from them. Just taking a minute. You don't want to be tilted. You absolutely don't want to be tilted going to the final few games of the most important series of the night so far for you, of your season so far for you. And Chloe just stepping back a little bit and realising, I don't want to tilt myself further. It's a good approach from him. It's absolutely wise. I wouldn't be surprised if his teammates ended up doing the same as well. Just grab a drink, go toilet or something. Just take your mind off it for a minute because you've got that extra 2 minutes in the timeout. So you may as well use it as usefully as you possibly can now. They've got a minute and a half left, so they've got plenty of time still. And I think once everyone's back, they can talk about it. It is just a small case of, well, fix the little mistakes and don't let Carbo get going. They've done the latter pretty well, but those small mistakes are still there. And they are still letting Carbo through the door a little bit.
Yeah, it does seem that way, right? We're going to have a look at the stats from that last game and see how things went there for both of these teams, because I mean, on one side, right, it was the Berserkers who started off all right. They looked like they'd maybe found their footing, excuse me. DSQ, they turned it around in the second half and they just took over. They really did. 50 seconds or so left on this timeout here, and we'll see if Berserkers are able to sort of hang on to this one, but it is certainly last life here in the upper bracket for them, and we'll see how things are going to go in that lower bracket if they do drop down. I'm not sure who they'll be playing against yet. I need to have a look at the B stream quickly and see who is winning. And it's currently Owls, actually, who have the lead in the series. Never mind, it was the score was flipped by accident. It's Brave who have the lead in the series and are looking to try and close this one out, and looking like they are going to. So whoever loses this series likely playing Brave, and who expected that? Pretty much everyone, I know. But yeah, Beep and Sheep, it does seem like both of these teams have certainly, given a lot to this series, but one team has given a lot more, and that team is DSQ Carbo.
That team is that. Even though they have done, a couple of generational throws here and there, that being the whole minute of Academy League that we saw from them, they have wanted it more in terms of lethality, if that's a word. They've just been more lethal with their chances. They've made themselves. I mean, both teams have been bits of a threat, but Carbo certainly more, because you feel like even as a spectator here, if you see Carbo go up, especially if you see Alf on that air dribble, you need something special from the goalie to stop not only that, but also what is going to be an immediate follow-up. Wessel with the demo, just try and clear the space out now. Ellie Kitten forced into a clear, who has also finally gotten into the series after a 350-point game last game. Top of the team, so it's good to see everyone on Giles finally getting on the board, but they need to get on the board even more, because 3-1 down against it on triple match point, 3-on-1 as well. It's somehow defended, so absolutely fair play. Their first good bit of defense there from Giles in a good while now as well, but it stays 0-0 a minute in, and although it was a pretty tough attack from Carbo, it will be Giles with the lead, and Genzo with probably one of the strangest double taps I've ever seen.
It works. It works, and it is Berserkers who take the first goal here. Clearly looking a little bit more smiley, and you've got to be after that one, right? You've got to keep the vibes high. You've got to be able to keep that up and stop Sezon from taking it to the backboard. Double tap for the equaliser. And what do you do when the Estonian Armada is just staring down at you from that backboard? Sezon does it for DSQ, gets things right back into a tied situation here, Beeping Sheep. And, I mean, looking to try and send DSQ to a grand finals.
Yeah, the king wants his crown, and he's working tooth and nail to get there. Sezon with yet another goal. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the MVP, but you can't let that one go past if you are Carbo right now, unless you just want to make it 4-2, because that would make my prediction perfect. But Sezon now on the ball, looking to be dangerous once again. Finds the guy in the middle, finds it in Wessel, finds the lead. It's a good pass, and unfortunately, from Ellie Kitten, it's just another one of those small mistakes. It's something that at this stage in the series, you can't really afford to miss, and you feel you might have been better staying grounded.
Does seem that way. Does seem that way. 2-1 here in game number 5 for DSQ Carbo, as they're looking to shut Berserkers out of this upper bracket and try to go and play for a title later on. For the second time in a row that Alpha's come from the upper bracket into a grand finals. The first time he's done it as the number 1 seed from the conference. And a lot of people looked at that Death Cloud Miasma team from last season as a very, very dominant team, a team who should have been the number 1 seed from that conference. They lost it in the final couple of weeks. This time, it might not have, been them saying that they were going to have a similar dominant season here. They had a bit of a different vibe. I spoke to Alf here. It doesn't seem to matter, Beeping Sheep. Like I said, I spoke to Alf. He said he wasn't quite as confident as last season. Obviously, they were still confident, but not quite the same levels they were last time. Doesn't seem to matter. And it seems to continue to be the DSQ, the Alpha says on the Wessel show, And you know the Pyrrhic show as well. We'll give him the flowers. He had a very good win rate as a sub.
What, played one series, 1 all 4, lost none.
No. Pyrrhic's the GOAT, bro. Pyrrhic's the GOAT.
Okay. I'll take your word. I'll rate it. So yeah, Pyrrhic, fair play to you. Absolutely deserved winner if this goes across the line for Carbo, which the way it looks right now, they will absolutely go across. I don't know why Alf wouldn't be as confident, because the way it seems, they've absolutely steamrolled Ignis this season. They've steamrolled Barney earlier in playoffs, and are looking to do the same to Giles, shut him out on Beckwith in game number 5. Now Sezon looking for that dribble, looking for 4-1 here, won't end up finding it, and that just goes straight to Wessel. And all of Carbo as well, pretty strong in the boost department. But is that going to matter when Genzo's on the dribble? Yes, it absolutely will, because Alf first to it. Alf looking for that double, but that's out, unfortunately, for him. That's out of reach for him. Ellie Kitten can't make that final touch count, and Giles are just playing a little bit deflated, I feel like, ever since Carbo have made it 3-1. They're just playing like, I mean, what do you do? That sort of play style, because Carbo have just been offering threat after threat after threat, and although Giles did start off hot, we've not seen much of them, although last time I said that, they did score 3, so can they do it again, Hodge?
Let's see. Genzo to the backboard, wants to breathe more life into this series and wants to not be done with it here for Berserkers. They are about 1 minute and 20 seconds away from dropping to the lower bracket, getting a matchup against likely Brave. And we'll see if that is going to be the case, but still chances, still an infield, still Genzo that Ellie Kitten was looking for, not able to find him. And will be over down the other side for DSQ. They're hunting, they're looking for more. It really feels like a miracle's needed here from Berserkers to bring this one back. Clearly looking for that 50 against Wessel, but it's just taken away. Double commit doesn't seem to matter. 45 seconds. Berserkers need something. They need anything.
They do need anything at all, if they can even find it, that is. I mean, we've seen a couple of dribbles from Ellie Kitten, but Carbo have just read it relatively simply as well. It's not been dangerous. It's not felt dangerous at all, but I'll tell you what does feel dangerous. Wessel going for that double. Can he shut this one out? Not quite, but maybe Alf can on the follow. Almost beats Genzo, forced into a save onto the backboard. Now Ellie Kitten with the follow, and time is of the essence now for Team Berserkers. They're running out. They are absolutely running out. And that shot from Genzo just about sums up the latter part of this series. They can get the shots on, but they can't make them threatening enough to find their way past the Carbo defense, and it will be this DSQ side advancing to your elite grand finals.
What a series. And I mean, DSQ, they've done it here. The curses, they were broken earlier on, but this time it's different. This time it is a grand finals for Wessel, for Sezon, and the back-to-back here for Alf is certainly starting to brew. 2 chances DSQ will have to close this one out later on throughout the day. But right now, it is, it is the matchup in the upper bracket that we've talked about. It's the matchup that we're now going to talk about in the lower bracket. It is going to be Brave, I believe, taking on this team of Berserkers. But we've got to crown a series MVP for this series. Who's surprised? It's Alf.
Yeah. Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I thought it'd be the Estonian Exterminator, but he's going to end up saving that for the final. You've got Alf, the king of the dribbles, it seems, for DSQ. So, you know what? Yeah, fair enough to him. He was very, very clinical in that series. And it looks like in our lower final, for the first time ever, we've got Blaze against Blaze. So that is a very interesting series ahead of us.
That's an interesting matchup.
I mean, I don't know where they got 3 subs from, but do check that one out. That's going to be our next. Brave are going to be facing themselves.
Team management versus the players.
Could well be.
The RSC Championship Saturday show match here in the Elite Division coming up soon. Blaze versus Blaze. And I mean, who cares about the upper bracket for Giles? Just get them eliminated, it seems. But no, the next matchup will be Giles taking on Blaze here, and it's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be a fun one here. What was that sign? What was that sign I saw?
That was a little bit delayed.
I need to see that sign again.
I drew a couple of these. I've got one for
Let's
Death Cloud
go.
as well, but that'll be for
You
tomorrow.
got one for Death Cloud. Oh,
I
let's
do,
go.
yeah.
I'm suddenly the biggest Beeping Sheep fan in the world. Anyway, it's been a great series here for both of these teams, and it looks like I actually know ball 4-1. Wow, look at me go, Beeping Sheep. But yeah, it's been a good one, and we cannot wait to bring the next one to you very, very soon. It will be your lower final. It will be Brave taking on Berserkers for the last spot in the grand finals. Who's it going to be? Find out after the break.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will cater to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
can't stay here. And no, I don't wanna be alone in the world out there. They say you don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. And no, I don't wanna be alone in the world out there. Here we go.
Inside lane, missing exits. I'm glued to the pavement between the lines. I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore.
It's the moon. I'm the sun that will not more. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Well, what a series that was. What a run from DSQ so far throughout their bracket, and now finding themselves in the grand finals. Beeping Sheep, we've got another series to cover here before we get to our grand finals and get to crown a champion. It is Brave taking on Berserkers. It is time to send our second and final team to this grand final. Who is it going to be? Well, that's the question we're all asking, and let's have a look at the bracket to see where things stand.
Yeah, let's see where we are for the time being. You've seen it an hour ago, but if you are new on just now, this is the updated one. It won't be Blaze v Blaze, much to what is probably everyone's dismay. It won't be a friendly fire for an org. We are likely just going to end up having Blaze v Giles instead. I know, boring one, but even still, Giles, right off of a defeat from a very, very strong-looking Carbo. And a little fun thing about this series, it was very nearly this is a stupidly random fact, it's very nearly the second time a caster has cast a team with the same name as them. Unfortunately, I've ended up having to replace Blaze, so Blaze casting Blaze would have been fun. The first obviously being Tezik casting Tizok, but you know, that's that you got to put up with me and Hodge. So fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, it should be a fun one.
Wait, I'm lost. What would it have been? What are you on about?
Wait, what? Oh, basically, for some reason I keep track of every time a caster casts a team with the same name as the caster.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
if you've got a team called Hodge, you know, you've got Tizok casting Tizok, and you would have had Blaze casting Blaze, but it's unfortunately that there's got to be a replacement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been something. I'm on the right page with you now, but yeah.
There we go. Yeah, because I was talking absolute nonsense to you by the looks of it. But here's the team.
I was like, what? Well, yeah, these are the teams, these are the stats. One who is certainly favoured, but the form has not quite represented it today. It's a rematch from the upper semi-finals here, Beep and Sheep. One that went the distance, went to 5 games. This time it's a best of 7. Will it go the same result though? Last time Berserker's coming out on top.
It could be revenge time for Brave. It's, well, you'd hope it would be revenge time for Brave. It was a very, very close one. But that was best of 5. This one, different format. Best of 7. Welcome in to the lower final. Winner gets to face Carbo in that Grands. I think everyone on the talent team has predicted Brave bar Veiled, who seems to know ball. If we could just get that sheet up as well, that would be lovely. But we've got our player stats to look through. First off, we've got Rapids being that saviour. Rilo similarly for this Blaze side. It seems to be pretty safe base. Even Frank really outperforming himself there. But Giles, as we've seen last series, are definitely more of a offensive type side. I mean, the goals per game from Cluey there, more than one a game. That's rare to see. And when you do see it, you know you've got a good player on your hands. So it'll be interesting to see if these two stereotypes will mash in this game.
Yeah, it'll be good to see what really happens here between these two teams. Obviously, you've got the likes of Berserkers, which have been a consistent roster for most of the season. They've really built that chemistry now. Side of Brave, obviously they've had a bit of a recent pickup in Exile coming over from Shadow, and I know there's a lot of different opinions on that roster change as to the ethics of how it happened, but it happened, and Brave are looking like they are in good stead to get back to the grand final with the performance that they've shown us in these past couple of series, right? But I mean, it was a team who stood in their way last time. It was Berserkers. Will they do it again? A couple of different questions here to answer, Beep and Sheep. But I mean, did we bring up that caster predictions thing on the screen? I wasn't. Did we get the chance to do it? I think we should do it then in that case, because we've got a little bit of time while the players are still joining themselves in. So if we could bring up the caster predictions and see who in fact knows ball and who in fact doesn't. And I can tell you right now, I've got I could at the end of this have a perfect top 4.
If I swapped Barney and Summit, I'd have a perfect bracket so far. So close, man, but not to be. No one's got a perfect bracket, it seems, right now. Your closest ones are quite a lot on 4 out of 5. But yeah, right now, you are looking on for
I'm
that
on the
top
money,
4.
mate.
Yeah, I mean, you are Veiled, really, so it is really going to rest on who wins this game. I mean,
well,
some throwdown, right?
I mean, Vale egoed me after he got the better Chally or rival predictions. I forgot what it was, but it's time to clap back. It's time to fight back, and he will be getting a DM if Brave win this. Put it that way. But it's time to move on to predictions, right? Because we've got to talk who we think is going to come away with this game. I'm going to go sum it up on the board. Brave 4-2. I think Brave are going to take over this one, and I'm not just saying that because I want to be better than Veiled at predictions.
Yeah, I race it. I made this. So, I'm going to back the boys in Brave as well. I'm going to go 4-3. I think the ice in those critical games for Giles will run out. I've heard from certain other players that apparently Chloe's mental can be very volatile if he drops down to lowers, which has been the case, but if he locks in right now, I mean, we saw glimpses of it last series. He can absolutely run the show. So I'm sure he's just going to completely ignore all of those signs and just go forward with it. It seems to be two teams that do really want a chance to play Carbo. Giles looking for the rematch, obviously. Blaze just looking to make it number 1 seed against number 1 seed. But, yeah. Brave edge this. 4-3. That'll be fun. Yeah. Welcome into the series. You can do an intro because I can't find myself right now.
Okay, well, one team who is recovering from a lower bracket run, one team who has to immediately recover after being knocked down into the lower bracket. It is time for your lower finals. We will confirm our final grand finalist to play in the grand finals after this best of 7. Will it go the same way as before? Will we have a different story? It's time to find out the answer to all of these questions and get ourselves down onto the pitch.
Blaze already looking to go. Game number 1 in the lower final. Let's get to it. Giles versus Blaze. Who's going to take first blood?
Well, that is a question, and Rilo maybe already trying to answer the call there. It's going to be kept away, though. Genzo, such a key player in certain situations. In that last series wasn't quite enough, but certainly had pop-off moments to try and be the difference maker here. It's a great infield to Cluey. He looks to try and fake it, but it will be back over to Ellie Kitten. Rapids will quite happily collect. 30 seconds in, nothing on the board just yet, but already it is Berserkers who are looking to try and sort of force Brave's hand here on the defensive side. Brave not really phased.
It's a bit of the similar start as Carbo had last series. In that first minute, they did just let Giles sort of take control a little bit, let him get a couple of attacks going, and then they woke up. I'm probably expecting to see the exact same from Brave here, even though these two have already met, with Giles coming out winner in 5, but no, I think we're going to see a bit of a different Brave, because now they've got a few wins under their belt, then they know what they're up against as well. Rapids are almost finding a pretty stupid angle there, but yep, I'm on the Brave. I'm on this Org as well, so if I say bad stuff, that probably won't last all too much longer. Anyway, it might be Giles here with the opener. That's not really going to happen, though. Rilo just going to go straight over to Rapids, who is looking to go up with it. Rapids X-Master as well, if you remember. I believe Exil's the same, and it's Exile with the opener, putting Brave in that lead. And you know what? Fair enough.
I'm just looking at the face cams. Oh, Rapids are getting hyped for his teammate. I have to judge this, actually, because I'm noticing that we are playing with our controller on top of the table.
Oh, I love that.
I don't know about it. I need to ask everyone this in chat. Are you controller on the table or controller under the table? But I mean, we're flexing the muscles here on cams, and Brave certainly getting loud, certainly getting hyped, and Rilo is tapping that one away. It is a great start here for Brave.
It is an absolutely brilliant start for Brave right now. I mean, they seem to just be more than happy to do exactly what it seemed to be what I seemed to mention not even a minute ago, but that isn't going to last all too long, as Berserkers do find a goal back, and the player cams are all of a sudden pretty different to what we've seen, with a bit of a thinking look on Rapids' face, but maybe that will change again if they do get another goal going. But right now, both teams, neither going to get shut out this game. Thankfully for them, because no one wants to start a series off getting shut out. Now Genzo looking for that equaliser. Not looking to find it right now. Ellie Kitten with the follow. But it's good for Berserkers at the very least. Against both Carbo and Blaze now. In the opening game, they have managed to find their way on the ball. But that's not what you want. As Exile going ham there once again. And Brave restoring the 2-goal lead. What is Rapids doing?
I don't even know. I've got no idea, but this is the funniest camera experience I've ever seen from players. The mood very different on the Berserker side, though. They're locked in, they're concentrated, and well, they need to be, because the absolute tomfoolery that we're witnessing here today from Brave is it might just be the vibes that they need to get them back to a grand final.
It might just be, and they want to join Carbo in being those two favourites to get over to the grand final. I don't think there was a single person, bar Veiled, because he wants to be different. I'm joking, Veiled. That wouldn't back Brave in the grand final. But yeah, I mean, all these claims do seem to be pretty accurate as it stands right now. There's still a lot of time to go, but you know, I wouldn't say it's surprising right now that we've seen a 3-1 lead early on now from Brave, because they're all getting animated now as well, seeing as we are later into the day, later into these series and all that. And it might be a bit jarring for Giles, no pun there, having to come across after a loss and just play straight away. But, you know, this happened against Carbo, just losing a couple of games, but they did find their way into it. So if they can replicate that, then, which I believe they are capable of, then we can see a series out of this, but they're going to want to do so pretty fast.
Certainly is the case here, and so far throughout this one it has been all Brave. What can this team of Berserkers do to find a response? Nothing when Rilo's in the defence. It seems double save coming through. The placement could have certainly been better there from Berserkers, and will that be a chance that comes back to haunt them?
Not looking like it. That's Chloe. Another goal back, 90 seconds left. Berserkers shutting that one down pretty quickly. That just falls straight into the midfield, and Exile just ends up passing it off to Chloe, who bangs that one top shelf and puts them within one with a minute and a half to go. So we'll see how they're going to respond to this one from 2 goals down. They can absolutely get an equaliser if they keep the pressure going on. Now Ellie Kitten looking for the fake, looking for one, looking to beat Rilo. Just going to end up passing it off, but Genzo can't get that finishing touch there. That might be a ruining of a missed chance there, you could say, once again. But I remember last time we said that, they scored straight away. So we'll have to see here. Maybe Chloe is just going to do exactly that, but this time Rilo does end up making a save. But it is good here from Giles. They're getting more on the attack, but they just need to make more of it count.
Yeah, it certainly does seem that way, right? They need to make it count, and maybe this is the opportunity where they can do just that. Ellie trying to drop it low, but will be quite an easy save there coming through from this Brave side. Everyone lined up, waiting to take the touch, and, well, now down the other side, it is Brave who have full control of this attack, and you look at this, it needs to be Berserkers who sort of pry this pressure away from them, look to create their own opportunities, but they're just getting slammed. It seems that every single time they try and make something happen. Still 30 seconds though, and anything can happen in 30 seconds. Genzo taking it in its own hands, playing off of that reset, but will be instantly put to a stop, and clearly he'll try something, but try as he might, excuse me, it's so difficult to get anything past this Brave team.
It certainly is. They are finding it very, very difficult, to put it simply, to get anything past, and with the clock ticking right down, it is going to be Brave restoring 2 goals and opening up that first game. Rapids are with yet another goal, and it puts them in pole position to take control of this series, wouldn't you agree?
Certainly does. And the animatedness of Brave on the cameras, and the vibes certainly.
Oh wow.
Oh. Oh, it's good. It's good to see from both teams here, and yeah, it's the first game going over to the side of Brave. Giles instantly readying up, not wasting any time. In the meantime, Raptor has left his PC. Don't celebrate too quickly here. Don't celebrate too quickly. But yeah, it's been a good game number 1 so far. It's been a great series and a great redemption story in the lower bracket from Blades as to how they've really bounced back in some of their series after being sort of brought down a peg in that upper semi-final. And dare I say it, but I'm starting to sort of get flashbacks to prime symbiotes with this team. Obviously, you know, Exile and Rapids have played previously in ERS last year, but I mean, we're not quite on those levels. This isn't a team that went 17-1 in league play, but it's certainly a team that can cause some chaos, and I've had that happen before when casting back in the day, back in ERS. So I you know what, if they want to go and do it, go back to a grand finals, get that bracket reset and go the whole way, be my guest. But we'll just be waiting a second before we get into this game number 2. Beep and Sheep, do we think Giles have a chance here, or do you reckon Brave's just going to run them over?
Yeah, I'm going to back him to run them over, to be honest with you. Rapids seems on it. He's like the Redosing of Brave, the way it seems with how he's animated on camera. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rapids are on land would do the same. But yeah, I think that's going to be a very tough one to stop, because a lot of the time, the ones having the most fun are the ones doing the steamrolling, I suppose you could say. Here he is now. Rapids are looking for a double, looking for a triple, looking for the reset. Beats his own teammate there. That's not what you want to see. But Rilo ends up just leaving that for a teammate. That's going to get centered into the middle. This is prime elite gameplay. Some of the ego involved, some of the misses involved. You know, hi, I'm elite. How can you tell? That's how, with yet another miss, with yet another bar shot, Genzo finishes that one off, and it's Charles with the lead early on in game 2.
Crucial goal here for Giles as they are able to take the lead here, put this team of Brave on the back foot early on. But Brave, I mean, I don't think they're going to be getting disheartened about it when you've seen what's going on their cameras. You know, they're going to be locked in, they're going to believe. And you've got players like Rilo looking to pull out the mechs. It's certainly something to contend with. Rapids playing this 50. And I mean, Brave, they've been knocked down, but they've certainly not been knocked out. They still hold the lead in the series. They still hold the cards in the series overall. And I mean, gonna look to try and find a response here. Missing the ball's not gonna help, but once again, linking back to the point of I'm elite. How can you tell?
Look, if there's any team that I would back to go for this bracket reset and succeed doing so, it would be Brave. But they've got to get across the line here first. They do obviously have the lead in the series, but Giles have the lead in this individual game on Forbidden Temple. Rapids are looking to change that Exile with a pre-jump. I don't really know what the plan was there, but if they could get something going, that would be brilliant. A bit like how Vulcan ended up doing yesterday with a bit of a crazy play against Nox. But anyway, back to your current game. These ideas are getting through. They are looking for pre-jump plays. It's looking like they're looking to clip farm our Brave right now. As Rapids are going forward, won't find the double. That's just going to force Kitten to make a clear out. Now Exile misses the ball, but that just goes straight to Rilo. Rilo just taking his steady time right there. That's going to fall straight to Chloe. Going to go round with it. Try and beat Rapids out. Try and stop any sort of attack from coming. That finds its way straight to Kitten, who finds the corner, who finds the middle, who can't find a teammate in there. But it will still remain Giles with the lead so far. Maybe looking to double that one up. But that's quick to stop there from Rapids. And yeah, nothing's really changed since that opener's gone in.
Doesn't seem to be that way. Chloe's going to drop this one down. Berserker's looking to keep Brave guessing here. But Brave, they seem to know every single play in the book and stopping every single attack. They've got to stop stopping the attacks though. Well, obviously you want to keep stopping the attacks, but you've got to start creating attacks of your own here, to be honest with you, Beeping Sheep, because you can defend it as much as you want. If you can't put the goals in the net on the other side, then what's the point?
Yeah. I mean, they say offense wins your games, but defense wins your championships. It does, but you got to attack as well, because you can't win with no goals scored, as it seems to be the case of Brave right now. But they're looking to add number 1 to the tally right now. But I mean, it's a bit of what I've been saying from Giles last series. There's not much offered from them. There's a bit more offered on their own net. Exile with a bit of a scary clear backwards. Now going forward with it. Going to take it all the way himself with zero boost to work with now. Rilo forcing a high clear out from Chloe. Chloe just going to completely miss that. But that's what we were talking about last series. Unlike what Giles ended up doing to Carbo, Blaze cannot replicate with Giles because there is that one time the mistake will come across and there was just no one to go for it, Hodge.
Yeah, it really is just that simple, right? And into final minute 20 we go. Brave still hunting for this goal. Maybe they'll find it, but it's quite a hard touch out to Rapids. Not quite in the right position to turn that around and start scoring. Kitten though, trying to find that angle. Hit away. Exile jumping up for this, and will just be that pressure point here for Brave as they look to try and find something in the last minute. Blocked out once again. The defense is good, and you can see one of the players trying to hassle downfield and really sort of disrupt the defense, but they've got to worry about their own defense because it has just been depleted, and, well, essentially, we use that phrase of completely run over. That's exactly what just happened to the Brave defense there. Berserkers bouncing back, looking to try and take this game.
Defender? What defender? I just ignored it,
mate.
Doubling that lead for him. Important demo play in there as well. So, huge credit where it's due. They've found their way to find usefulness out of the demos. Something that they would like to take forward as well, going on further on in the series. Almost find goal number 3 there. But it's a good response from Giles in Game 2 to more than likely tie up this series and not let it get too out of hand like they did last time. But, you know, it's also a thing that you want to keep going next game. You don't want this to be a one-off once again like with Carbo. They want to be taking revenge, and this is a double commit here from Brave. That's a bit not very sensible, but, you know, you might as well just go for something with 15 seconds left on the clock because Giles have more than likely took this game, unless Rapids has something to say, unless Exile has something to say, but he forces out whatever that was and finds a goal with it.
Right then, so let's analyse what's happened here then.
What's Genzo doing?
Yeah, that I don't want to analyse what's happened there. Let's move on. Brave have given themselves a chance. Let's see if they're able to take it in the final few seconds, and it looks like that won't be the answer. Demo coming through on the back lines, but it won't really matter. It's a goal for Kitten. It is Brave dropping game number 2, and there was question marks there at the end, but regardless, it is Berserkers who equalise the series here, Beep and Sheep, and right back in the action to turn this one back into a best of 5. We know what happened the last time these two teams played a best of 5, and it wasn't pretty for Brave.
Oh no, but they've got a bit of a groove instead. It wasn't just going straight into a best of 5. I think if they lose a best of 5 as well in this one, doesn't matter too much. You've got more to work with, I suppose. But something I've seen with a lot of competitions, with a lot of, I'll use penalties as an example for football. Scoring against the same keeper twice in one game, very tall task. A bit like beating the same team twice in one tournament, also a tall task. Something that we've seen so many times, even up in the RLCS level, that beating that same team for the second time is just that little bit more difficult because they know how you play and they want that sweet taste of revenge, which is what Blaze do right now. But they don't seem to be too good at stopping it in game 2 because Giles did end up just being the more clinical of the two so far. But as you said, yeah, now it's best of 5 territory. So give it your best shot, Blaze. Give it your best shot, Giles. See who goes on forward.
It's really as simple as that, right? Just give it your best shot, have some fun. And, well, one team might be having slightly more fun by the end of this one, but that'll be decided very, very shortly at the end of these next potential 5 games. Winner moving forward to play DSQ in the grand final for anyone who is just joining us. And, you know, they're going to be sat patiently, they're going to be sat watching, they're going to be sat waiting for this next match after this. But for now, these two teams take to the field and we will see who is going to come out the better. It's been a brutal response and potentially a wake-up call there in game number 2 for Brave, but we'll see if Berserkers are going to continue to keep on pushing or if Brave are going to get their things together here, because what's going on, we're bumping each other, it's chaos, it's just chaos. I don't know what other way to phrase it, Beeping Sheep.
No, I was a little bit sidetracked there. I realised you can't spell Ellie Kitten without Elite, which is kind of poetic because of the tier. But anyway, Ellie Kitten now on the ball, going up straight towards Chloe. Rilo going to end up meeting that one. Now Genzo, looking into that corner, looking to make the safest area on defence as unsafe as possible, trying to find Ellie Kitten on that following pass. Now Rapids are 0 boost on the wall, looking to find a teammate there as Exile's just going to look to take over there. Beats one, tries to beat 2, but can't. Genzo is just going to be quickest to that one ball. That's going to drop down now. That's going to be a little bit awkward, and Rapids will stop that attack happening, but Genzo wants to just make it start right away. Now Rapids 2-on-1, him and a teammate against Ellie Kitten there, but that comes to absolutely naught right now. Maybe Rilo with the follow will make it come to something, but it's good reaction time from the Giles defense, and they keep it at 0-0. Or do they?
Yeah, they do, and well, Rapids is trying to change that. Can't quite set that double up, can't quite find it. Brave maybe shut down on their attack. Let's see if Genzo can have any more success from the ceiling. That is beautiful from Genzo. It's a double tap setup, and he lands that one every time. No boost does not matter. Berserkers blow their way into the lead here.
That's a banger from Genzo there. I mean, fair play. No boost as well, just first killer style, drop down to give your team the lead as well. Even better from him. He's looking to do it again now. He's trying to find his way onto the ceiling. Can't do so for a second time. Can't replicate it, but you got to watch the defense now. Exile looking for the reset. Exile cannot find the reset, however. And it stays 1-0. Now Rapids are looking for a pass, or maybe even looking for a shot there. Rilo can't find a good follow-up with that. Now Rapids tries to find a 50 in the corner, but that just goes straight back to Exile, who has some time to work with, but not now. Now the attacker is in fact challenging. A little bit of a mess up from 2 of the players on Brave there, and they don't want a repeat of last series. They don't want to find themselves bowing out before that grand finals, but the way they're playing since game 1, it's not been looking all too promising for a team that was meant to be one of the 2 elite favourites.
Yeah, well, back to the Brave backboard we go. We look to try and see if this is just going to go the way of Berserkers or if Brave are going to fight back. They've not really scored a legitimate goal in quite some time, about 10 minutes. Obviously, you can look at the one that happened at the end of game number 2, but, well, when you saw 2 players not jumping for it, it wasn't really anything. This time, though, Chloe's taking the lead, just got over everyone. It's better signs here for Berserkers, and, I mean, it's Rapids are just not able to make the read, not able to quite find that. It's such a great bounce back, to be honest, Beeping Sheep, from Berserkers. One that neither of us expected for sure, and maybe Brave didn't either.
Yeah, maybe they didn't either at all, because Giles have just seemed to have found another level in this part of the series now. Rilo looking for that second touch, won't find anything with it. However, now Rapids are forced into a save. Giles with a 2-goal lead, looking to make it 3 as well. That's such a good pass, but it just won't come to anything. That's a even better save, just coming off the post there. But Giles have really locked themselves in now. Maybe the team cams being locked in are good for them, because they've certainly made it count with the leads they've been finding and with the ideas they've been finding to just make life much, much worse for Brave. Maybe it's the poster. I don't know. We'll never know. Maybe it's because I haven't made a LA TBK. But right now, the TBK are getting a little bit tangled up. Now Chloe on his own backboard, just dashing, looking to clear it, not looking to waste any sort of boost here. Rapids are straight back into the middle. Wants to find a goal back, because Brave ain't had much of an answer to Giles' momentum in these past couple of games. Unless Rilo will right now, unless Exile will right now, but the bounce is awkward. Rapids goes sailing over it, and Chloe in a 2-on-1 tries to beat 1, cannot beat 2. Rilo going to be clearing that one, but Genzo wants to keep this pressure on. Now Genzo looks to find a team in the middle, won't. You get met by it, and is Exile up, looking for Rapids, looking for the dribble, looking for a miracle play, but that won't end up happening. And as the time ticks down, it's once again Brave on that back foot. They found that late goal, but it only seemed to be a consolation last game. Can they find a proper goal this time that isn't left all too late and isn't immediately conceded on, and also isn't a gift? But I suppose any goal's a goal if you want to take it that way, but you also need to have good ideas, because it felt like it has been all Giles for the past 10 minutes, albeit that slight blip at the end of game 2, but maybe Rapids will change it, and with 30 to play, we've still got a game on our hands, Hodge.
Yeah, still a game to be played, 30 seconds remaining. It's sent straight into the back of the net. Brave looking for a response. Will they be able to find it? Will they be able to find an equaliser? It's a good kickoff already. Exiles managed to pick up that boost, now hunting for that demo, hunting for the setup. Genzo not going to let it happen. Rilo was expecting it though. Positioned himself way back just in case. And Genzo now to take up into the sky. 50s in the midfield, just all this time being stalled out here for Berserkers. They're looking to try and get it over the line, but Rapids might just try and double this one down. Can't quite find it, and it will just go down the other side. It will just be a Berserkers victory, unless a miracle can be performed. And the only miracle here is that Berserkers have bounced back in a big way, and I call that a miracle because it was looking like a destruction after that game number 1. And, you know, the scoreline might have been close. It didn't feel like it. This is a great way to turn things around here for Berserkers, Beeping Sheep, and now taking the lead in this series, looking to make Brave feel the pain not once, but twice.
And what the player cam's saying right now? How's everyone looking?
I'm having a look. It's pretty average, to be fair.
Okay, yeah, you can tell Giles are winning. You can tell that they're definitely locked in now, because, yeah, after what was pretty big bounce back from that game 1, they've followed the same script 2 games in a row now, going 2-0 up, letting that late goal in, and just making it 3 before any sort of thing comes in from Brave. There's not going to be a timeout by the looks of it. We've not seen one as of yet anyway, but if Giles can keep this up, they would absolutely love a rematch against a very informed Carbo and a very hard to stop Carbo, you might say, and they're halfway to doing so right now. They're 2-1 in the series. There's still 2 more to go though, and they got to remember it's not a best of 5 like it was before. They've got to beat Blaze over a best of 7, so they need that extra game to just go across with to find their way into Grands. But can they do so? Do you believe, Hodge, or do you think Blaze are just going to be too much in the latter half?
I am starting to believe here, and you know, if they win the next one, I very much will believe, but I am not sure. To be honest with you, I have no idea where this could go. We'll see. We'll see, I think, is the only way to put this into perspective. I think it was a great bounce back from Berserkers. They were able to clearly figure out what Brave was wanting to do and put that to a stop. Now we have to see that continue into game number 4, into the rest of the series, because this one can still go either way. Game 4 on the Coliseum getting underway. It will come out the champion of this one, and, well, will it be match point in the series here for Berserkers, or will it be all equal going into game number 5?
Can the Berserkers be the gladiator in the Coliseum? That we will have to find out over the next 5 minutes, but they're looking to do so early on. Rilo makes that clear out, tries to beat Genzo with it, but Genzo 60 boost, easy enough clear. And Brave looking to find any sort of early attack before Giles end up going 2-0 up. Now Rilo on the ball, beats 1, beats 2. Tries to demo the third man as well. That's a very important demo, and that is huge for Brave if they want to find their way back in. Exile makes it 1-0, but it's really Rilo that's done all of the work there.
Yeah, it's a great first opening here for Brave. They strike first, and now they look to continue that into the rest of this game. We'll see if they're able to. But Berserkers, we know what they can cook up. We've seen it this series. We've seen it all throughout the playoffs and the play-ins, and Berserkers as a team have really surprised me, surprised you, surprised a lot of people here in the tier with how they've done against some of these top teams, right? Maybe not DSQ, for example, but they were able to take down Brave the last time these two teams played. They were able to take down Aspire with a rival sub-up in Stingray, and I mean, they just keep on shocking, they keep on surprising. Could this be another one to add to the list here, Beeping Sheep? It's certainly the question, and it was a little bit of an interesting way as how this Berserkers team was drafted. I don't know if you remember, but they traded all of their picks, so they had 6 picks in a row in like round 3 or round 4, and they just picked everyone at once, pretty much.
Yeah, I remember I had a mate who was on there in pre-season. He was so excited because it was his first time in RSC, and then he realised he couldn't play all of pre-season, so he just got dropped and ended up just not finding anyone after all that. But you know, that pandemonium from watching the draft and just seeing Berserkers pick. Oh, it's Berserkers now. Oh, now it's Berserkers. Oh, wait, have we done Berserkers yet? They've got 3 more. So that seems to have worked out for them. Maybe that's a strategy if you want to finish top 3 in your tier. But they're looking to make that top 2 as well, unless Brave has got more to say. It is Brave with the lead in game number 4. Now Rilo looking for more demo plays, looking for more of that, and he will find it, but Ellie Kitten's ready for the follow-up. Now Rapids are onto the ceiling. The guy who just hits clips for fun in previous seasons, but maybe this time isn't the one. XL going to block that up. And Rilo looking for the shot, but Kluey, good save as well. Genzo forward, trying to threaten Rapids with low boost as well. Now Genzo looking for the drop down for Ellie Kitten. XL reads it, just for the follow-up. Now, all of Blaze are low on boost here, so you've got to keep this out before Berserkers can pile too much on you. But they're not going to do so. XL is going to find a way out. Ellie Kitten is just looking to stop it, but XL still wins the 50, still finds the middle. Now, Rilo trying to stop Kluey. Trying to stop him even more, but Kluey's just going to play ever so patiently. Now Rapids beats 1. Can he beat 2? Can he beat 3? He can definitely find the bar. And Rilo can definitely find the follow. And it is Blaze doubling up their lead in game number 4.
Yeah, they're getting hyped. They're getting goals on the board. Brave starting to encroach on this series lead at every goal in this game as they're looking to take it convincingly. But we've seen 2-goal comebacks before with way less time on the clock. Anything can still happen. But Berserkers, they're going to have to make it happen, right? You can't expect a couple of these mistakes, bad mistakes, to come through from this Brave team. That's going to start costing them goals. You know, might be mistakes here or there, but when Brave have a 2-goal lead, when they are locked in, it's so difficult. And Ellie Kitten trying to fly in, apply some of that pressure. But it's proved such a challenge for all of these teams, Beeping Sheep, that Brave have played against today, bar Berserkers, to, you know, take these games away from them, to really sort of come back against them. And Berserkers were the team who wouldn't be stopped last time. Is this a similar sort of method?
I mean, that's the thing. Berserkers have done a remarkable job of what no other team seem to be able to do, and that is stop Brave, which they did do in that upper bracket. And the way it looks is going to be another game 5, unfortunately. Not on Champions Field this time, but on Beckwith, so a little bit of a more standard arena. But there's still a minute to go before we do get there. for now. Now Rapid's looking for goal number 3. Won't quite find it. Rilo won't follow up. He doesn't want to take too much risk. He just wants to play simply. Doesn't want any silly errors. Just wants Brave to see out this game and get themselves into best of 3 territory against a team they've already played close. Now Rapids are into the corner. Early kit and forced out awkwardly. Exile looking for the double. Exile looking for the fake. But the Berserkers' defense are ready for it. But what they're not ready to do is attack, it feels like, because Brave have been different this game. But Brave are ready to demo, and Brave are ready to play. Rapidser makes it 3. The demo in once again, this time from... It was from Rilo. Of course it was from Rilo. But either way, this game looks all but done, Hodge.
And Rilo is such a key player in this team, right? There's been a lot of talk about 2 star players on this roster, Exile and Rapidser. Rapidser, obviously, just that player that everyone talked about as one of the best in the tier. For Exile, there was, conversations about moving over from Shadow as, one of the top players in the tier as well. And in the meantime, Rilo has just been filling this slot perfectly on this team, doing what needs to be done for Brave to support his teammates and also have some pop-off plays at the same time. But it's led them to a game number 4 victory. It's led them to walking away with a tied series after this one. And, well, things are only just heating up here. Game 6 guaranteed. Will we get a Game 7, though? It's certainly proven to be quite an interesting one.
Oh, yeah. It's switching as well. It's like a heartbeat. Goes up, one team momentum. Goes down, other team momentum. And this is in terms of games as well. It's felt like we've not really had any close games. It's just sort of been one team running away with it, and then the other team just doing the same thing following. So maybe in these final couple of games. Exactly.
That's the real question. It's what we're going to do now is we're just going to play, for 30 seconds. Whoever scores first wins the game. And we might be done in about 5 minutes or so. Sound good?
Yeah,
I'm down for that. Yeah, I'm not sure the players would be.
I mean, Giles timeout as well, so they're definitely trying to lock in a little bit now. That those cams probably, if I had to guess, are looking even more so. Yeah, same deal as last time. Chloe's gone, and the rest of the team are likely just trying to reset a little after a bit of a blowout game from Brave there. But, there's still, it's 2-2. Both teams on a level playing field now. Giles using up their time up, Blaze not doing so. And I'd love to see a close game. And yeah, we'll do that game you said about whoever scores first. You know what? I forgot what you said, but it sounds like a good game.
Whoever scores first wins. That's what it seems to be. I don't think play down for it, but you know what? Who cares? No, I'm joking. But anyway, I want to actually play a little game here, Beep and Sheep. Who's going to score first in this next game, and how long is it going to take them to score?
Rapidser at 4:18, and then he'll show his feet to the camera.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. The challenge has been set. I don't know. What did you say? 4:03.
4:18.
4:18.
Wait,
okay.
hang on, can we run a poll in chat of which player is going to score first? I want to see what everyone else thinks.
I'll let Raid sort that out. I can't. I don't know how to do that, so I'll let Raid sort that out if that's the case. But 50 seconds or so left on this timeout before we get the next game underway. Once again, it does just seem to be a little bit of a timeout panic button press. That's not really going to turn into much. Obviously, the conversations are happening. I think it's more just about resetting the mental here, Beep and Sheep. I know you've been in this probably in this situation a couple more times than me, but I think at this point, right, it's just about resetting the mental and making sure that you're not going to fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah, it's just not what you want if you do end up falling off the face of the earth. That's the thing. If you do end up doing these timeouts, you've got to really use them well. Unbelievably, you've made more playoffs than I have, and I've played 5 seasons, and I've never made
really?
it. Yeah, that's why I'm on the desk.
I've not made playoffs. I made play-ins. I made play-ins. There you go.
That still counts.
Have you made play-ins before?
No. I finished 7th 3 times, and we got disqualified the other time. And the other time was... I don't count because it's not draft season.
Well...
Yeah, RSC was good.
You made it... You went to Landemonium and made semis. There you go. That's better.
And finals the time before as well. That was a fun one. Still not won anything, though. I'm just second place merchant.
See, well, you just thrive on LAN. What can we say? And
Yeah.
I mean, the same obviously. I was going to try and make a reference to the game, but that's quite impossible. So same can't be said for these players as we are playing online here today. Oh yeah, it is go time. I should probably tell them.
Probably. Might play.
But,
Who knows?
It is time to get this one underway, and the players have been very nice about it. They're having a no problem competition as to who can apologise, who can take my apology the best. So I like that. At least use your tier of egos, isn't it? So
it really is. There's no other tier like it in terms of ego. The elite ego is definitely something different. Both teams will just stop playing every now and again. You have someone trying to flex a little, you have someone crushing out, you have someone doing a freestyle play on their own net. You know, it's just really who's got the biggest head in terms of ego, basically. Like, who's that guy and who thinks they're that guy? Game 5, time to find out who actually is. Genzo with the backflip ends up just faking two of them. I don't really know what's gone there. Prime Elite, there you go again. Giles with the lead.
Both players jump for it. Both players miss it. Get a little bit tangled up there in the sky, and it will be the first goal taken by Giles. And you weren't quite correct. You were almost correct with the time it was scored in. What, 1 second off was it?
Oh, really that close? It wasn't Rapid though. It was a critical miss from him.
No, that's
even
true.
Still.
And there was no feet shown on camera.
I mean, I'd be surprised if he conceded and still did that anyway, just for atmosphere.
Oh, anyway, it's time to take stock of this game so far. First goal to Giles. Brave fighting back out of the defensive side, trying to get this downfield, create an attack of their own, but doesn't seem like it's happening. I mean, it's just the Genzo show, it seems, and it has been for the past couple of minutes, but maybe that show can tell a bit of a different tale, as that's a little bit of awkward bounce to read, but at least get to in time, but Genzo certainly will. And I mean, Berserkers, they look composed, they look fine.
They look completely fine now. Their timeout was a lot better than the one against Carbo, the way it looks. They've given themselves enough of a buffer, I suppose you could say. They left it maybe a little bit too late in that previous series. This time they've just given themselves, if it goes wrong, an extra game to make it work. And it helps as well that it is 2-2 and not 3-1 right now, because there's so much time for both teams, I suppose, in a way. Brave have still got a timeout to work with. Brave also don't have the lead, so the way it looks, I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing one after this game, because Giles looked like a different beast, but it seems like as soon as I say that, they just turn into a lump of rubbish on defense.
A lump of rubbish. I like it. Creativity. It's a good shot, though, from Rapids. Good placement, and well, we'll see if Berserkers can fight back from being a lump of rubbish in the defense and trying to get themselves another goal on the board here and retake that lead. It's been brought back into an equal playing field, and what a good game state this has been so far here at Beeping Sheep. Rapids on his own back wall, and I think Brave are quite happy that they got away with that one, because that wouldn't have been a fun one to concede, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand what the mindset is here in Elite. I'm just a mere rival. But even still, I was there at one stage, and it seemed like the same old deal where suddenly people would just forget what team they are. It's basically just Prospect if it was faster, Academy if it was faster. In terms of smartness, the mechanics are there, but everyone is about as thick as bricks. Me included in that tier as well, obviously. Now Brave looking for the lead, but that won't quite happen here. Ellie Kitten going to clear that one away, just keep it at 1-1, not looking to give Brave any added momentum to that first goal after a bit of a weird defensive mishap, but Chloe's going to stay on the ball. Chloe's going to look for the middle. Chloe's going to look for the goal, but Chloe's only going to find the post and find Ellie Kitten, and will find the goal there. It is Giles regaining that lead, and Rapids are completely out the play, and the other two defenders on 0 boost, one of them demoed. Not an ideal situation there, if you're Blaze.
No, not really. Not really what they probably dreamed of, conceding the goal here, but We'll see. Minute and a half left. Rilo just hunting for these demos. Rapids are trying to slot it through, but won't be able to find it. They'll be back over to the midfield. Ellicott not able to make the connection. We'll just bring that over to the sidewall, though. Pop it up for Genzo, who's played that 50. Left it open for Cluey. It's boost over ball, and it's still a missed open net. It's pandemonium here, and he talked about it looking like Academy. Well, yeah.
Seeing the vision. It's just a quicker Academy at this point. But Cluey wants to make that into an elite instead. That's a brilliant pass down towards Genzo, who doesn't have any boost to follow, so Rilo's just going to take it to safety, take it upwards, take it completely outwards as well, just for good measure. But they've got to find the goal. They can't afford to keep losing possession. Can Blaze. They need to find that equaliser, and Rapida will sure find it. I don't know how he got that goal. I might have to have a look at the replay, but out of nothing, there's an equaliser. What is that touch?
How? I mean, if Rapida didn't hit that, it wasn't going in. But it works. I mean, yeah, it's a goal. It's a goal for sure. But is it all going to be for nothing here? Tied up 2-2. Rilo taking it to the sky, finds that reset, drops it down, looks to try and pinch it down and get it underneath, but won't be able to. And it will be Berserkers who have to take to the sky. Genzo playing that 50. Rilo just gets beaten. And Exile trying to rekindle some pressure here in the final 30 seconds for Brave. And they've had some good pressure. They've had some horrid pressure. They've had some good defense. They've had some horrid defense. It's been inconsistent this series for both of these teams. But
yeah,
it might come down. And yeah, that's a good way of putting it. But it looks like it could come down to one goal between these two teams in game number 5. Rilo trying to find it at the end of regulation, but in at the final few seconds it will go. And it will be overtime here in game number 5. One team to go up on match point. Who's that team going to be?
We'll have to find out. Maybe Giles can make their third lead of game number 5, or Blaze can completely turn the tables and find that way of not being the first team to score, but to win the game instead. Exile can't find the demo there. Rilo can't find the drop. That's just going to be straight in the hands of Genzo, who's going to look to clear this even further on. Rapids are first, first to challenge him now. Exile on the wall. Won't make much of it, though. Rapids are up into the middle. Ellicott and low on boost. Going to go straight towards Exile. And that goal is wide open. Giles, what have you done there?
Yeah, it's a double commit in the offense there, and the third man's just off to the side. It's pandemonium, it is chaos, and it's a mistake that you shouldn't be making. Brave get themselves to match point here on the park, and we will go to Neo Tokyo to decide if we get a game number 7, or if it is going to be a Brave Grand Finals bound series. And, well, in that case, would it be potentially Hodge knowing ball for the second time in a row? Maybe?
Could well be. I mean, it's better if Blaze win, though. We'll have to see, because I'm backing my franchise here. And it would look very cool if Blaze do make the final, because then I've got this for either team, so I never lose. But, you know, we're not there yet. You still got TBK in with a running. The result in the best of 5 has gone the opposite way this time. But can they ice up? Can they bring it to 7? And not only that, can they win it in 7 to break the hearts of just about everyone on the talent team, bar Veiled? We'll have to see anyway. They've got no more timeout to work with. They're just going to have to firm it and go again. All the player stats as well, all the points on the side of Giles do seem to be within 9 of each other, so definitely an even one. But they need a bit more. They offered 2-0, and Brave ate that right up and spat it out and offered back 3-2. So Giles just need to probably close out the game a bit better, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, not committing all 3 players forward and leaving the net open is certainly one way to do that, but also not allowing the goals before that, and maybe just not allowing the pressure in general coming through here from this Brave side. Well, let's see how this one's going to go, Beeping Sheep. I mean, the ground has been set by the team of Brave. They came back in the last one, looking to take over in this one. And already 30 seconds in, no goals on the board just yet. Both of these teams trying to change that. And it will be Rapida to pick it up off of this side wall. It drops down. And Exile picking it up. It has been a sort of solid opening 30 seconds for both of these teams, but we've seen this game be, solid at the start and then really fade for one team nearing the end. And a lot of these games have just been blowouts, apart from that last one, game number 5 that we just saw, went to overtime, went the distance. A great read from Rilo there to get this one downfield, start cooking that pressure for Brave as they've heated up throughout the day. Upper bracket loss to this team of Berserkers, dropping to lowers and winning every series since then pretty comfortably. But how are they going to sort of navigate this game number 6? You lose this one, it's game number 7 on the horizon, it's Champions Field, it's life on the line. And then instantly into another series versus DSQ. Rapids are trying to drop that one down. It will be picked up there by Ellie Kitten. And we're going to head into about the halfway point very, very shortly. Just a minute and a half into this game already. Nothing on the board yet for either team. Let's see though. Berserkers looking to change that. Ellie Kitten to the back wall. And Rapids will be there to collect. And, well, Beeping Sheep, I mean, it's been a whole lot of nothing so far this game. No one drawing blood. It's been back and forth, but nothing to say for either side.
Nah, we're still staying goalless so far. No one's willing to take too many risks, as shown there with that shot in, but Rilo just patiently waiting as that hard third wants to make sure that Blaze don't give away anything silly. But with those demos, you've got to be careful with that one. Exile bumping as well in return. Now Ellie Kitten going to be on the ball, going to look for Genzo on that wall there. Genzo with a lot of boost, looking for a touch, looking for one, but cannot find two as Rilo will have the boost to stop that one. And Brave looking to make a play of their own. Exile can't find it though. Rilo going to go back forward again. Ellie Kitten just ends up missing that corner boost. Rilo will happily eat that one right up. Rapids with a flip to work with, or doesn't end up using it though. Rilo on the ball. Rilo looking for one, Rilo looking for two, but Rilo can't find it with Genzo in the way there. Now Genzo is completely out of the way, however. Exile with that big demo. Cluey does get absolutely dusted by Rapids. So that's a suspect miss from Ellie Kitten as well. That's not what you want to see in the lower final, but all the demos are absolutely raining in right now from both teams. We've got a demolition derby here on Neo Tokyo. Now Genzo, low boost, loses that 52 XL. Ellie Kitten just wants to put this to safety because Giles just don't want this in their side of the field at the moment. They're on low boost. They've finally managed to recover it. Can they find a chance of their own, or are Brave just too much for them as we get into the final two? Maybe Rapids has something, but it's going to stay 0-0 as we get into this final part of Game 6.
Certainly is. It could be golden goal here for either team. One to stay alive in RSC16, one to go to the grand finals. And one goal could mean oh so much. But let's see who is going to find mistake or magic here on Neo Tokyo. Ellie Kitten is driving this one down the wall. Rapids are up for it, but met in the 50. Someone's got to go for this one. It will be Rilo. It will fall back out to Cluey, who's looking for that double tap, but can't quite find it. Exile just find that demo onto Genzo as well. The pressure that wants to be put on by Berserkers is being denied chance after chance, but maybe this is where they rise up. Not quite. It's kept out by Rilo, and well, as we go into the final minute here, it feels like anything could happen.
Either team just looks like that first scorer right now. They're giving one team all the chances, and then 30 seconds later they're right up the other end, just looking for one of their own, but neither team's found anything significant enough to warrant a goal just yet. We're going to say last 30 seconds 0-0, so it's almost certainly golden goal territory at this point now. Rilo awkward in his own corner. Genzo's just going to completely dust him now. That's going to go over 1, over 2, and over 3. Ellie Kitten looking for the finish, but won't end up finding it. It's going to stay 0-0. Now Rapids are all the way to the other side. That net is wide open. And will that be the goal that sends Brave to the grand final?
Well, unless Berserkers can find the magic here in the next 22 seconds, it will be the grand final that people wanted to see. It'll be the grand final that feels like we were destined to see. And let's see if Berserkers can find a miracle here. Rapids are just isolating that ball in the centre. For the final 10 seconds will flash up on Berserkers screens. The desperation shots will start to fire around Neo Tokyo with the words echoing. Brave back to a grand finals here. Back to a chance to win it all. And Berserkers gave it their all. But this time, Beeping Sheep, it is Rapids, Exile and Rilo in a grand finals taking on Alf, Sezon and Wessel for the elite title here in RSC16. DSQ versus Brave. Absolute cinema.
They gave it their best shot, but at the end of the day, it's Brave advancing, and it was absolute cinema because Berserker's taking that 2-1 up. You would have thought they would have had more to offer, but everybody seems to be right for their finals. So this could be a fun one. I will still back Brave to go at least to the bracket reset, but we'll have to see so far with both the 1 seed yet to face each other. Here's your post-series stats as well. It looks like Brave better in most departments overall, but your MVP as well. I mean, really, who else is it going to be besides Rapids? 2,200 points just short of there. 6 goals, 5 saves, 4 assists. Not many demos on his side, but the shooting accuracy is absolutely there. 6 out of 11 shots is pretty good. But there's still a series to play. We've still got Carbo, we've still got Blaze, we've still got a grand final. Hodge, what's your early thoughts on this? How have you got it going?
I think DSQ should be favoured here, partially due to that upper bracket buff, but I think, you know, this team has played such lights out Rocket League all day. I don't see them losing it, but we'll see. We'll see how things are going to go, right? I think the positive thing here for this Brave team and for Rapids especially, you know, we talk about MVPs, MVP of the upper final, Alf, MVP of the lower final, Rapids, 2 players who've experienced success in RSC. They know what it feels like to win. Alf, obviously, last season on Death Cloud. Rapids in the past on, for example, the likes of Symbiotes back in ERS. But, you know, my question here, and I say this for DSQ, is they don't know what it feels like to lose. Or for Alf, well, I mean, 2 of the players definitely do. Alf doesn't. I mean, you know, you look towards Brave, right? I mean, Rapids second place last season in Master on that Panthera team is going to be coming back with a vengeance here in this grand final. Is not going to want to lose in the same fashion that he did last season. And, well, we will see how it's all going to go down here. But I think for one more time before we throw it to a break, let's take a look at the caster predictions here, because I want to see how things have unfolded. And I want to see how close I am to getting a perfect top 4 and taking down Archeon for the first time in the RSC season, potentially.
I mean, did you
just
write
look
script?
at that. I mean,
yeah, I've seen enough. You've written the script.
I might have written the script, and my script says DSQ Carbo are winning. So I don't know. Peeping Sheep, I see that your prediction has Brave going the other way. Do you still believe that?
I back it so hard. If any team can, Brave can. Like Rapids wants to get past that hurdle.
Franchise.
Yeah, paid actor. Ignore the franchise part. Cut me already, fraud. Even still though, you've got 2 players who have gone back to back in grand finals in Alf. In Rapids, and in the same fashion as well. Rapids are in the lowers, Alf in the uppers. I'd love it, though, if the result's different. For Rapids' sake, for the whole team's sake.
Oh, yeah.
To just see that one across. But...
definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if it is going to happen for them, because the way all the casters seem to have gone, well, the way all the talent teams seems to have gone, we've got 6 going for DSQ, 4 going for Brave. It's a 60-40 split. It's really easy math if there's 10 of us. But even still, I mean... These 2 grand finalists, I feel like, as you said, pretty much everybody saw coming.
Yeah, I think it's probably not bad odds there, 60-40 weighted to DSQ. I'd maybe give it 70-30 personally.
Yeah.
But I think this is set to be a really good grand final here between both of these teams. Obviously, you know, we've got the likes of, like you said, 2 players who know what it likes to win. They've done it all before, and now it's time to go to a break. So we'll go there in a second. But you know, we've talked about and made the references of Prime Symbiotes. Prime Symbiotes couldn't lose, or they lost 1 game, but aside from that, they were undefeated. Can this Brave team also, I guess, pull off some same playoff miracles and essentially be the next reincarnation of Prime Symbiotes? Let's find out. Can they take down DSQ? It's time to go to a break, and when we come back, it will be your elite RSC16 Grand Finals.
struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type medify.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's medify.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch, it's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. Wear the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.
Like a Hellcat. Like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, homie regardless, And I ain't stopping, no I ain't stopping, I'm just getting started, let's go. My skin is pale, but I'm a black sheep, riding through the city, Satan in the backseat. Hey yo, that's me, I run it like a track meet, a rap fiend, I set the bar high like an athlete. Step in the booth and Zach gon' drop that 808, cause the vibe is dope and the beat is cracking, now it's getting laced. I'm sharp as a razor blade, I can blow your mind like JFK. I do what I want, you ain't gonna box me in like David Blaine. We get it poppin'. popping, homie, day and night. Got the party jumping, about to break the ice. Stay up on my grind, that's my way of life. I got tunnel vision, I'ma chase that ray of light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Championship Saturday. The RSC Elite does have a grand final. We do know which two are present. DSQ's Carbo versus the Brave themselves. Well, it's going to be an interesting one for the finale of Season 16. But there has been a shake-up into the commentary booth. First of all, Hodge, how are you doing?
It has indeed. There's been quite a few shake-ups in the commentary booth today, but certainly doing well, Danny. Thank you for asking, and pleasure to be here alongside yourself for this grand final. It's elite time, and what a better way to close the season than to have the two favourites that everyone expected to be here at this point: DSQ Carbo and Brave Blaze.
Certainly so, as you're seeing on your screens already, the potential runs that everybody has. What was no surprise, Hodge, as Carbo went through the uppers, no issue, no problems. You just want, it's pretty much a simple day. Blaze, on the other hand, made a meal off it much earlier in the day.
Yeah, they did. They came up against a Berserkers team who were looking a little bit dangerous and have since dispatched of them in their second meeting. So now get back to this grand finals position here for the side of Brave. But yeah, I mean, Brave versus DSQ, there's a lot of analysis that we can do. I know you don't really like analysis here, Danny, so we'll get everything in the lobby, we'll get everyone in the lobby, and then we'll just kick things off ASAP. But any thoughts and feelings coming into this game of, who should be the favoured team here in your opinion, or is it just literally for you who's going to show up here and now?
I said at the opening matchup it was DSQ's championship to lose. It has been that type of evening where everything has gone their way, and frankly that's no different. Now I've heard a few things in between there. TPA is a much better side. They've been blown away. Brave at times are one of the best, or just overrated. But when you watch the gameplay, they probably have the better quality to take DSQ at least into a series. As the question is, can they beat them? Well, that's up to them tonight.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, we're going to get this one started ASAP because the teams, well, we don't want to keep them waiting. We want them to be as ready to go as they possibly can. So let's get them onto the field and kick off your elite grand finals, Danny boy. It feels only right that one of these teams will walk away with trophies to their name. Who will it be is the greater question.
Certainly so. And unfortunately, a bit of a bitter pill for myself. Played Rapids many moons ago, lost to him in the final. Last season alone, Alf beat my team. So frankly, between both of them, it's a who do I hate the most sort of type feeling. Unfortunately, they're going to have to hit each other further. Respect needs to go out the window. It's all right to have aggression here. And you know what? In the lower final here, you thought at times the Brave roster was happy to sit back, happy to absorb the pressure, then hit down the counter. If you saw the last two games, that's exactly what they did. They'll get the victory at the end.
Yeah, but also that Brave team, you talked about, not showing respect, and this Brave team, they're pretty good at doing that at times as well, getting on the cameras, getting loud, getting hyped. This team are, the showman, I guess I could put it that way, of the teams here in Elite, and we'll be quite happy to continue that into the grand finals, you'd imagine, as see that one up to Rilo. not able to quite make contact with it. This will allow DSQ to maybe start getting some pressure down the other side. And Exile is going to go and grab that boost, allow Rapida to take care of this. And it will be up over to Wessel. DSQ sort of circle like sharks looking to try and grab this first goal. It says on the backboard, drops down, Rapida clears it away.
Similar finish how he played in the Estonia Championship at the national level, that type of play. Not working this time though. It will be Rapids cutting right into it. You're just wondering here what the positional play of Brave's going to be against such a favourite. But it's essentially the top two sides doing battle here. And that's King Says on himself with the opening goal.
Certainly is. And he doesn't have that crown just yet, but maybe in 7 games' time, he will absolutely have that crown on his head, that trophy on his name. And for a player like himself coming into this season, who, Danny, had played in so many of these elite playoffs, you know, so many different times, and had never won a single playoffs game though. This season is different. And not only different, it is polar opposite, it seems.
In fact, just even before the grand final, Says on message me, quite literally going into it on a bit of a brief conversation, his ending words was essentially, "This is my season." You do not get any more sort of cold, as you would express, as in, this is his moment. It's now or never.
He wants to make sure it's now, and it's not the latter. Exile trying to play that 50, and will be taken out of his hands. But we talk about victory, we talk about defeat here. Both of these teams know what it feels like to win. Both of these teams know what it feels like to lose. I mean, you look back at that last season for the likes of Rapida, second place in that Master Final, getting swept by Cash's Fort Templar in that Grand Final after going perfect throughout playoffs for the rest of the day and literally didn't drop a single game until that Grand Final. And then they just collapsed. What a heartbreaking moment that was. I'm sure they won't want to repeat that again. And that is the sort of goal that says that on all the players' faces right there. Drops it down. Is Rapida, fakes it, leaves it for Rilo, slots it past 2 players.
Well, I'm going to be very much blunt there. I took a quick look at the calm expression. Oh, you were a fan of them, but I don't like the celebrations in between it. That's not the winning goal. That's not the moment that you know you've just got the game onto it. And personally, despise every second that, you know, see a player, you know, fist bump or jeering or getting everything up. That's one thing, but over celebration is just not worthwhile here. That's a drop down ball straight on target. Where's actually Sezon to tap that one home?
Well, into the final 1.5 minutes now. We have an equal score sheet. Someone's got to break it. Rapids are sort of delaying this 50 with Wessel. Both teams quite hesitant to make the move. But Rapids are getting that touch off of the back wall into his own possession. A little bit of boost to work with there. And over to Rilo it will go. Alf is tapping that one away off the back wall. DSQ want to try and rekindle some form here on the attack. Not quite a connection there from Sezon. Wessel now put in an awkward spot, but will be quite happy to take his time and allow himself to get the touch needed. Alf downfield, looking to stay with the play and has got that second touch. Won't be enough though. Back into the final minute we go. Could be golden goal.
Certainly is. It really is a true matchup between the two. But Rapids will happily have that one.
Certainly will. Rapids stares Wessel in the eyes. Has Alf behind him. Needs to make that flick. Needs to make it now. And won't miss that opportunity to get his team into the lead.
I was going to say here, if we want to sort of look at the teams even more directly, you know, in terms of even analytical points, Rapids back in the day was the mechanical player, the one to be feared. That's L for his team. Sezon and, you know, Excel. Likewise, the experienced player take control. It's, you know, the two sort of unknown quantities really and what they bring to the table. That's Wes on and Rilo. And essentially, we've seen the sort of the game here where Wes has essentially been the lamb to the slaughter. He's been allowed for Rapids to pick him apart in the defense. If, you know, DSQ Carbo wants to play the series long term, they've got to make sure he's protected.
Yeah, and it will be the equaliser here from Sezon. 10 seconds left. DSQ, they're not going to give up a shot that had to go in, and one that certainly will. It's placement personified. It's an equaliser, And it's now into the final 10 seconds. Who can make something happen, or will overtime be what's destined in game one?
I think based on the reaction as well, based on the type of man that he is, one of the most popular people in the RSC community, everybody cheering for Saison, whether you want to be supporting or against DSQ either direction. But OT for the opening of the grand final. It's going to be a big goal, crucial, pivotal for how the complexion goes to game 2 and 3. It's a must-win, really, for Brave already.
Yeah, it really is, right? I think you look at a grand final like this, obviously they're going to have to make a bracket reset first if they want to contend for the title, if they want that chance. Game 1, after coming off such a long series where you're going to be warm, you're going to be ready to go, it's so crucial that you start out early in the series with some of that success, and maybe they're not going to have it, but Rapids are taking it off the line at the last second. Brave say they're still in this, and now they want to go down the other side. Alf back in field, Saison getting the stop, and Wessel a little bit awkward on that goal line with very little boost to work with, but we'll get that touch over to Alf, who has 100 to work with. This is where DSQ can start to break away, start to cook this attack, but their players have all got to be full on resources to do so, and they've got to win out these midfield 50s.
So far, the majority of the evening, that it is Brave who has played the most OTs and the lengthy ones as well. DSQ's had a fairly comfortable stride up until this point, so they may feel like this is a bit nervy on no one. That shot should have been better. That should have been a target where at least made a keeper out here. DSQ needs to get this ball downfield and make pain out of this one.
Certainly do. Rapids with a reset to work with, but we'll just leave it for Rilo. And that exact play brought them some great success for the first goal of this game when they found that equaliser. But already a minute and a half into overtime, and the plays that worked already just moments ago, not able to be recycled. DSQ have learnt from that, and not going to be letting easy goals through just like that. And
Rhino's on 1,000 ping.
I was going to say, I can't believe what I'm watching.
The fact that that's happened in the grand final is concerning, and I don't know if Frank their sub is available, because if so here, do you make that swap?
Looks like it's restored for the time being, and count your lucky stars here if you're Brave if that's the case. But let's see if it's going to allow them to come back into this one. Alf popped up, Saison jumping to try and reach for it. It will drop down. Exile, that side wall. Rilo quite happy to chase on over into the corner for this. We'll beat out Wrestle to that ball and allow Brave to potentially get something going, but Alf on this back wall will control it through the corner. DSQ looking to put the pieces together, but those pieces have sort of been melted down bit by Brave, and they're looking to try and gradually just start starving them out on their defensive side.
It's going to be picking that sort of positional play where you actually see the weakness as well. It's going to be crucial. The fact that the majority of both sides have little boosts. It's the player with 100 that can create that chance here. And, well, unfortunately, Saison decided to become a dumpster Larry. Beep. He was essentially going, required a bit of assistance back on the ball, mind you, to the wall itself. Alpha's waiting. Saison's there, and it's goal number 3 for DSQ.
DSQ take game number 1 here in the grand finals, and back in the upper finals we called Saison the Estonian Armada. That was for good reason. He can have these performances, he can pop off, and Carbo, they have the opener in this grand final. Danny, I mean, in terms of the context of this, just put into perspective for us, how important is this for Carbo, and maybe for Brave, how detrimental is losing that overtime to them?
Well, we saw in the opening series alone what the opening goal was for Carbo. When Alf scored it, the confidence was there, everything was flowing, and suddenly they got back into it. And when you see Wezon has shots as well, you know it's going to be threatening. But that came after game 1 when that occurred here. The only thing is Brave themselves are a roster that's not going to be too frightened or too scared here. I was in that OT, did that ping cause the issue? And unfortunately, that's always going to be an asterisk already in the opening game here.
Certainly will be. There's many of those asterisks around this Brave team. And that, the first one of the day, back in the upper semi-final, where they met their match against the Berserkers team, that one was already answered in that lower final. But losing the upper bracket buff is really detrimental to how your playoffs run can go overall. It means you have to come to this grand final if you go all the way and win those 2 series. This DSQ Carbo team does not look like a team that is going to be easy to take 2 series off, Danny. And I mean, already showing that in game number 1, right? They're quite happy to sort of put up these performances, DSQ, and really just make their opponent's life a living hell.
Well, that's what you sort of want, really. You know, anything that essentially, you know, quashes the idea of, you know, hope. Because once you have that removed, teams will falter. You saw that with Berserkers no more than, 20 minutes ago. And then suddenly they got back into it with one reasonably okay goal. But the fact that they were silent for the majority of it just tells you everything that you needed to know.
Well, game number 2 going to be starting, going to be kicking off here on Forbidden Temple. That ball already over into Rapid's hands. I know what he can do when he gets a hold of that, and I've seen it so many times today already. But now we need to see it in the most crucial moment of all. Exile, it's a great 50. He's going to pop up. Alf going to get the beat, though. Fast reactions here from DSQ. Not letting anything slide.
Doesn't using that wall. It does unfortunately a bit too flat to get the full bounce that he was hoping for. Good demo to alleviate at least a bit of space here. Ireland should be looking for the pass. He's got top right shot, front of 3 keepers. Unless you actually know you're going to get the ball somewhere, likewise to follow up, then it's a worthwhile play.
Yeah, Brave explode into this game number 2, quite literally, with Exile on the ball there, off the ceiling. Wessel taking out the picture. DSQ taking out the picture there for that first goal. It is Brave in the lead, and it is Brave who look to try and close out game number 2. Still loads of time away from that. Still an Alf to contend with in the sky, looking for that ground pinch taken away. DSQ showing that they can bounce back after a little bit of pressure and a little bit of detrimental, I guess, moments there. But still not quite resulting in a goal here, Danny. Still some work to be done.
At least you can see there, like, at least at that point, you can get yourself into the game, not worry too much. And that's good positioning by Wares to cover the essentially the impossible angle to cover. There was only one way it could go there, and that's a great follow. That's exquisite.
It really is. It is team play dialed down to everything, and I mean, Cezor not able to get on the end of it. The follow-up coming through from Rilo off of the pass from Exile. It's team play, it's wonderful, and it's not really something you expect to see from a roster that's so, you know, newly formed in the past couple of weeks. I mean, obviously the roster change was made off of Shadow from Exile coming over to this Brave team. They don't have the chemistry that, you know, other teams may have, but neither does DSQ if you think about it, right? They obviously brought in Cezon later on in the season after going through multiple different thirds, right? So it's so interesting that we've got to this point and we've got 2 different teams that maybe aren't having all the chemistry that some other teams in the tier have, like, for example, Berserkers, but they're quite happy to just have their star moments, make their star plays, and grow and evolve as a team over time.
Well, sometimes, you know, if you make the roster move in any shape or form, you got to make sure it's the right one. And if you're taking your time to get the result to reach to the grand final, arguably it was worth it. But you talk about chemistry, you can only shape it by how much time you're willing to play here. I know for a fact DSQ had at sometimes 3 scrims a day. The fact that some teams are willing to put that much time and effort, that's why they're in the grand final compared to so many others.
Yeah, DSQ as well also guided by a great coach in CatDad, who I've heard praised many times by the players across these couple of weeks, and going to have to certainly step up and you know, give them some tips after this game number 2, because Brave have certainly worked things out, at least for this match. And well, Danny, they've certainly come online, which is, I think, all we're asking of Brave here in these first couple of games, right? Come online, get that early start. Don't give yourself more work in the later on in the series than needed, and certainly not wasting any time.
Well, don't forget as well that we do have a bracket reset. I mean, if you want to save energy here, and the fact that I'll throw this out here, if you win 4-0, 4-1, 4-2 type, that's early for the side from the loser side of the bracket. If you're going 4-3, that's a lot of energy wasted and expended, and then you've got to redo it again. And you've essentially been playing like that for some time, which is mentally tiring, never mind physically.
We've seen it done once this season, back in Prospect, where Team Serene went to Game 7, coming from the lower bracket, and were able to do the same thing a second time, winning it in a full 14 games. And very few times, twice has that ever happened in RSC. Doesn't happen very often. If you are coming from this lower bracket, you want to try and make a statement in this first series. You want to try, like you said, and conserve as much of that energy as possible. So when you go into that bracket reset, you have all the tools in the arsenal to work with. Speaking of tools in the arsenal, Rapids has many options to choose from here in the sky, but it will not result in a goal here. They don't really need it to, though. Just playing to stall at that timer, keeping this pressure up, not letting DSQ get the opportunities that they need to come back into this. And as long as they do that, game number 2 should be Braves.
Should be, and what's been somewhat different in terms of their approach here, but Brave is the fact that they're following each other's touches, not necessarily directly, but close enough in the vicinity, steal the boost, and then essentially starve the DSQ from even alone to dictate where that ball could go. And that's going to be a huge bit in terms of the series. If that continues, how does DSQ throw into it? Well, that's over the cat dad if needs be. Unless Brave wants to pass the ball to Wiz, different problem to have.
Yeah, certainly so. Cezon down off the ceiling. And, well, Rilo just touches it over to Wessel there. Says, there you go. And DSQ, thank you very much. They get themselves a goal back into it. And now a bit more of a realistic opportunity here, Danny, that this one can go the other way. Still will take a marathon, but, well, we'll see. I mean, 30 seconds, 2 goals, certainly possible, but you'd have to feel Brave would have to do some prime time academy throwing for that to happen.
Gonna sit here and make the decisions or comments or break the lines between what tier is what here. It's these two, respectively. So in the late tier, they make however they want their grand final to go. As Excel goes straight up here, and there's enough time been wasted there. So it should be 1-1 in the series, but more importantly here, Brave essentially, for the majority of the match, what DSQ couldn't do is dominate. Dominate is going to be such a crucial factor of the Brave game plan going forward.
Yeah, Brave, a response here in game number 2, a crucial one at that. And it looked quite dominant across the board, right? I mean, everyone shoots, everyone scores on this team. They're playing like a team. And, you know, one thing's to note, which I actually did see mentioned in chat, but both of these players in Exile and Rapids played together previously on that team of Symbiotes back in ERS. It's not the first time they played together. And the same can be said for Carbo, right? Back in RSC16, I believe it was, Alf and Wessel on the same team. These players do have chemistry, but that chemistry, you know, can, in a sense, fade over time. It's about sort of being able to get back into what once was, in a way. And both of these players, both of these teams have certainly changed a lot since then, Danny. So it's about, you know, being able to get back into that mood of playing together, that same sort of thing of playing with each other, but also adapting to how both players play now, because obviously people are going to have changed in the past year.
Certainly so. I'll sit there and say this. I was in the VC back with season 14 and was brought in by Wes and respectively Alf to, you know, coach him for a brief bit in their play-ins run. Apologies, I forgot the Dutch player who was with them at the particular time. But you know that factor that, you know, players change the things, you know, adapt wise. I remember when Rapids, I was unfortunately playing against them that season, and the moving across here, and the players want the map to be changed. They're demanding that we shift over. Do you know what? I'm happy to give it to them if you want.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we'll do just that. It seems that our producer did unfortunately not make it into the lobby, so we will get the lobby reset up and ready to go, and then we will get game number 3 underway here, Danny. But I mean, in terms of how this series has gone so far, right? It's a response from Brave. It's an opening from DSQ. How do we think this one's gonna really sort of evolve as we get through this, right? Because we've obviously seen how at the start of a grand final, it seems so crucial that the team from this lower bracket comes online. It sort of feels like that we need to see Brave win, you know, at least one of the next 2 games, or this one could be over. Do you feel the same way, or do you reckon it's so sort of equal between these 2 teams that it could really just go either way any game?
I think it actually depends on how the individual games go. I don't think we're going to see a blowout to the point where a side's going to run away to the next 3 games. But I do see how, at least the approach of it, Hodge, is where the fact is one side will have that statement game. I don't think that was Braves. I don't think we've seen DSQ hit their essentially peak. And for a fair bit of the chatter of it, we haven't seen the best of, the players' own ability. And for them, they'll know that. It's, we're not at the business end. It's not wakey time up when, frankly here, ask me that question after game 4. Then we'll see what happens.
Well, we'll see. But into this game we go. And, I mean, like you said, it's not quite wakey time just yet, but I'm sure both of these teams would not miss the opportunity to take an extra game here in this grand final. And already you're seeing that be the case. The early pressure from DSQ, the slam onto the backboard there from Sezon, but can't quite reach it. Alf will take over though, looking for that double, looking to set it up for Wessel, who's hit the crossbar.
That should have been goal, and that should have been a punishment in terms of the rotation by Brave here. Still, mind you, continuing to get out of it. Passing play. Oh, that's wasteful. I'm sorry. But you've just been under pressure. You should have been 1-0 down, and you throw the ball away, and you've yet to concede from a 3-man triple commit here.
We'll see. I mean, this is pandemonium on both sides. And this is where, though, mistakes are made. This is where magic happens. And of all the shots that could have gone in the past minute, it's that one?
Well, I did say here that there's going to be one player in DSQ that you don't want left as third man. And I did say that was Wessel. Turns directly towards the player and ball facing the net. Natural angle, of course, going to face that way. Poor decision making throughout the entirety of the last minute. And somehow, as you said, Braves got the goal, not DSQ. But mind you, this is a final. Anything can happen.
It is a final. It's where things get different. It's where plays are made. It's where mistakes happen and cost teams dearly. But Alf, the player who made no mistakes in that run last season on Death Cloud Miasma, looking to try and get that one over the line. But on the other side, it's the counter-attack that once again haunts DSQ. Wessel can't get on the end of it. Exile pass down to Rilo. Perfect passing, perfect shooting. And, I mean, at least the respect given to Alf in chat there by Rapidza.
Sorry, I don't care. This is a final. Respect? What?
Oh my goodness! Alf off the ceiling. I didn't think that one was going in, but respect. Well, it's earned, and that's one way to certainly do it, Danny boy. I know you're not a fan of it, but that's certainly one way to hit the mark. Alf bringing life back into this game from, I guess, a situation where Brave were looking to hold all the cards. But let's see what DSQ can do. Off of this corner, Alf staying with the play. Wessel trying to rise up, but Rapidza just gets that beat. Sezon scampering back to this corner. And is that just going to be XL winning that? Not quite. It is just going to be over to Alf. DSQ looking to rekindle this attack. Keep on pressing. That's a good pop-up. Alf trying to get that fake, but it won't be a goal. It won't convert itself into a goal. And now we start to head into the final sort of 3 minutes or so to see if DSQ are going to continue to push this margin or if Brave are just going to run away with it.
Starts with at least Rapids to thump that one on target. Save at least by Alf this time around. Here there's not necessarily a run or a sprint here. It's until jog back for Brave. They want to get themselves lined up for at least a team play. Surely here it will be Rapids to continue. Whereas Lease sorts out the midfield pressure here, but losing the possession is one thing. It's that follow-up. Where is the ball go? Where is your teammates in a circle right around here? And DSQ seems to have not found that element here to punish the Brave when it's their turn.
Well, Rilo getting the first touch on that, so will allow Brave to start pressuring DSQ here on the defensive side. Sezon to pop this one up, but will be Exile. Comes flying in to no avail. And Wessel playing that challenge allows Rapidza to come flying in. It's DSQ who are put on the defensive side once again. But this time it's a different story. This time they escape without conceding. But into these final 2 minutes, it will be Brave who are once again trying to play off of these counter-attacks, and DSQ who once again are just trying to get some form of possession here.
And Brave is essentially doing what they essentially need to at a certain moment in time. Play the ball left and right, keep as much distance as away, and if possible, steal the boost pads while they're on the 12 or the hundreds, and essentially keep DSQ at arm's length from each other, as more importantly the ball. And that will slip on in here. Hello!
Okay. Okay. I mean, it happens. It's a grand final. The pressure can get to you, but it's getting a little bit ridiculous now. It really is.
Dude here and said, you do not want to put Wes under the pressure. You need to support him if you are Carbo. Says and said, you're presuming the defensive clear, and suddenly now a kickoff goal. Now it's unwinding. Alf may have won last season. He had the likes of RMD and Trout to his side. Jaguar, very experienced coach within the RLCS. It's a different lineup, not as experienced as you would expect here. Sezon carries a fair chunk on his own here. Against Rapids and Excel, who has been here for so many seasons. They will know what to do here, and it will show.
It certainly seems that way already, right? The experience shining through. Will it be enough to go the whole distance? Rilo, this side wall. Alf is keeping this one at bay, but this one already feels done, and DSQ just hoping to try and recover some of the pieces and see what they can do going into the next one. Game number 4 certainly on the horizon here, and maybe Sezon can find himself a goal, but that's a great save from Rilo to keep that one out.
The fact is, that was sort of the last few seconds here that we've seen the most pressure of that's coming through. That will be at least a crossbar back in for the double. You sort of got to ask yourself, where was that 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, it does seem that way, right? It's a great double from Wessel to allow DSQ to get a goal back on the board here. It is possible, right? 2 goals in 21 seconds. Is it going to happen? It's unlikely, especially with that kickoff going down to the DSQ side of the field, and they'll need a miracle to happen now. But I think for me, that goal from Wessel, it's a confidence goal, right? If anything, and you can see once again, there we go, another whiff on the defensive side. It's about just trying to get that confidence here, because for a player that knows and has had that curse surrounding him for the past couple of seasons about, oh, every season Wessel finishes top 6. You're in uncharted territory here, and you can just get a little bit nervous here or there to try it and sort of, I guess, finally get over that line, Danny boy. And it just comes with that form of inexperience. And well, on the other side of things, you mentioned it before, this Brave team, they are experienced. That just is their name.
Well, I'll be frankly sort of be blunt off it. Yes, you can sort of have top 6, you've won it, and final obviously brings a difference here. But I'm not going to let this one slide here. If you have a coach, if you have experienced people around you, you should at least have some mechanism there to help players develop. How do you support? How do you find it in situations here? I'm not letting it slide here. There has been surprisingly no timeout called as well here. And I see on our screens is Rapids has literally walked out of his chair here. Whether that's to take a few seconds breather up the game, I don't know. But, sorry, I'm not giving Carbo a freebie here on this one, Hodge. They are the tournament favourites. They have been for so many weeks now. It's their championship to lose. Simple as that.
It is. That is very much the case, excuse me. And we'll get into game number 4. It is their championship to lose. Will that happen? Still a long way away from that. It's now about finding a response here on the Coliseum before things start to get real dangerous for DSQ. And could be looking at a bracket reset if that would certainly be the case. Rapids are looking at already getting a first goal, but Sezon was thankfully looking at the save.
It's good to see, but Brave is getting more sort of confident as the series go, and that's worrying them for DSQ. The only thing that they have the luxury of, if the bracket reset is achieved off it here, if DSQ Carbo has any ounce of sense, they will take the full 15 minutes, whatever the break is, and get off their PCs to cool down. Forget about the game as much as possible. Mind you, we're talking potentially 5 games away effectively here, but you know what? At the back of their heads here, they're going to be worried if this goes Brave's way.
Certainly will be. And this is where you need players. This is where you need your team to come alive around you. Sezon find that sidewall double, but it will be over to Wessel. Long clear. Exile should have this touch off the back wall and does. And Alf going to run this down, but it will be Exile who picks it up. Back over to Rilo. Great save from Wessel. But Rapid's back in the action. Alf, another great save. Good defense here from DSQ, but they've got way more to contend with. It's a fake from Exile. Rapid's shot. Alf off of the back wall once again. And DSQ hold on, but it's not the situation they want to be in.
Exile to at least through a pass, surely catches a shot, and Rapid's taken away. I'm sorry, the wrong decision. As much as you have that moment here, you could afford here to make DSQ swarm under the pressure here. You've got them where you want to. Don't let that moment escape you.
You can't, especially under the big lights in this grand final. But it is those split-second decisions that sometimes just go a little bit incorrect. You can't let that happen. You've got to be as perfect as you possibly can from this point onwards. And Brave have certainly answered the call so far this series. But they're going to have to be on another level to not just take down this DSQ team once, but twice as well. That's a long clear. Where's the follow-up, though? Nowhere to be found. Exile gets a free clear away. DSQ, what could have been?
Shouldn't be dwindling too long on that thought. Rapids, mind you, should be backing out if he does. So Exile will recycle the own positional play here. 1, 2, 3. They should be looking to capsulate and then lock down. And they've done that at least here. They can get this ball middle here. One gone, that's Wes. And an infield pass. Rilo with a free shot, essentially. So it's brought the defenders out by DSQ. How good is their position play?
We'll find out, but Exile looking to strike the back of the net. Alf denies, looks to go down the other side. It's quick rotations here from Brave as they're able to get Rapid to back up into the skies, back up into a position to pass it back over to Exile. The attack is just one that just keeps going here. It's unrelenting from Brave. DSQ have got to put this to a stop, and well, they need these quicker follow-ups. There you go, Sezon up to that one, but somebody's got to jump for this. Why have we got two players giving the space over to Exile? And Brave, they just get this space to work with, and they just suffocate you.
How brave are you, DSQ? Sitting, playing defense, turtle up, and then trying to hit on the counter. Well, you got no boost of late here, so I can understand what the thought process now. But at the beginning of where those players were, that's what your strategy is. Giving Rapids an Exile space. Even Hodge, you're sitting there sort of going, what? That's how ludicrous that thought process is.
Bad when the Academy player knows, but Alf is certainly in the nose for that shot. 1-0 for DSQ, and you talked about them playing turtly defensive Rocket League. It has worked out. It's the demo coming through, the shot, the angle found, and it's 1-0 for DSQ, like I say there, Danny. Although, it is such a risky playstyle to play. 8 saves across the board here. Not even into the final minute for DSQ. It has been pure defensive Rocket League. It's somehow working.
Such a polar opposites compared to how last season's final was. But that just shows you what different players, different personalities bring to the table. 60-odd seconds to get to an OT here. If you are certainly Brave here, they're continuing for the same flank where the original mistake occurred. Allow DSQ to head on the counter. Al's doing his part to delay. Sezon backs away and allows Wes on to move across there. Have they noticed that Wes may be feeling the pressure?
Well, Exile bearing down on Sezon here. 35 seconds for Brave to find themselves a response. And Rilo trying to shoot that top corner. You look for a response. His name's Rilo. And he gets the equalizer here for Brave. There's still a chance. And it's not really a shot that should be finding and resulting in a goal there. But it's one that will. And it's one that will now put pressure back onto DSQ to deliver once again.
Rapid so much trying to be the entertainer. Knocked his camera and nearly banged his desk as bad as Cluey did in the play-ins. I'm sorry to say this, Rapid, but I'll call it out once more time. Get your head into the game. Stop playing to the crowd here. It may work for you, but you cannot afford to do that time and time again here. You have to be focusing. The match isn't over yet.
Far from over. We've got to talk about a bracket reset after this if this one goes the way of Brave. But Alf has it on 0 seconds, has it in the hands of DSQ. We'll just drop it down though and recognise that there's nothing to be had from that play. Into overtime we go here. Could this be Brave moving on to match point here in the first series, or could this be DSQ tying things up?
DSQ really doesn't know what loss feels like. They've yet to see that many, even in barely one off the woodwork, and Rapids gets the save here with some flexing, slamming this. Now the crossbar too. And that ball should have been controlled a little bit more. Excel soon his part, and Rapids with the force 50. Rilo's low. Al should be considering a pass or a shot here, and it's a sloppy one.
It is that one going to come back to haunt them? Rilo's got so much space in the follow-up from Exile. It's Xezon who flies up to meet it for the save and is able to find it. Rapids are just playing this 50. It's once again Brave looking to try and continue to force DSQ on these attacks. DSQ looking to play the counter-attack Rocket League. It's Alf on this side wall. Follow-up nowhere to be found. Everyone just looks nervous to challenge. Everyone looks nervous to dive in to the Brave, I guess, domain, which has felt like the whole map so far. And that could come back to haunt you, especially when they just have all the possession in the world to work with.
Well, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That's how long game was. It was DSU who got the victory too. But even in that moment there, it was essentially Brave's arena to play and have its wonder. And Rilo with an excellent save there. Alert at least enough to potential long sniping clear. Out of boost, out of options. They've got to be careful essentially where DSQ's going to put this ball next.
Really do. Minute and a half into overtime, Wessel just trying to slow things down there. Allow Alf to come in, and take over into the skies. Flip reset. Over the top of one, over the top of all three! It's disaster on the side of Brave. Everyone just looks at Alf and becomes Medusa in front of the net. I don't even... what?
It's shocking defending. Absolutely diabolical in a grand final. You can sit there and talk about brilliance on the attacker. You can sit there and talk about what Alf could have done. But you have Axel to the left. You have Rapids coming in from the right. Rilo essentially has to do his job and float here. He gets bumped and battered out of the way. The other two just sits there and stares. You can't afford to sit there and presume your teammate's going to get it. At the back of your head, you've got to sit there and think, how can I cover just in case? And frankly, the only cover we have is a 2-2 series.
Yeah, well, I figured that wouldn't be a goal that you'd be too happy with, Danny boy. And I mean, it's a horrible way for Brave to essentially throw that game away. But you know, still a good foothold here in this grand final. Certainly a path back into this one for sure, even after that game number 4 loss. And like you mentioned, it stands all equal. It now turns into a best of 3 for Carbo to try and get it across the line. Brave see what they can do to try and take us to that bracket reset. But into game number 5 we go, and we're going to find out if if it is going to be a match point for DSQ, tournament point for them, or if it's going to be Brave on a bracket reset point here going into the game number 6 afterwards. We are going to hit a quick lobby reset though, I believe, as the lobby has decided to not exist. So Danny boy, I mean, thoughts on that game overall, and for the rest of the series, how is it looking for both of these teams?
To be frank here, Brave is essentially playing as the better side for the majority of it. They are playing well enough and smart enough to at least control 90% of the match. It's just a fact. This is, you know, why are they letting DSQ in certain moments here? Why are they sort of sitting there dropping back a bit? We love to sit there and be in the comms and, you know, is there, you know, that half a second disconnect and you're going, well, is that the reason? But, you know, you have to look at it in terms of what Seson's doing. Seson's doing well enough to sit there and move on to it. The fact that, you know, 12 saves entirely by DSQ. They're doing well enough defensively to keep themselves in the game, but if that goes in any way, Brave will run this.
Yeah, they most certainly will, right? When you look at this game and how Brave play, we will be getting back into the lobby here as soon as we possibly can and getting this game number 5 underway. But Brave, I mean, they certainly could run this, but if you have some more of those mistakes, some more of those defensive collapses, it could go the other way as well. We'll get ourselves down onto Beckwith Park for game number 5. And, well, I mean, could it be the time where we see Brave push us oh so close to a bracket reset Or is DSQ done with playing defensive, playing, you know, mistake happy, playing into essentially Rapids' kingdom here in this side of the map?
Well, if you back in the sort of the days of, you know, when seasons were in the early teens, essentially, Rapids was that player where you essentially was afraid of XL2. Essentially, the old dogs just trying to maybe have one last hurrah here. That bumps will do and force Rapids at least up, but Alpha essentially has just taken them 2 out of the game. Third man forced to either at least challenger back off here. Brave is essentially happy to play halfway line, 1-2-3, 1-2-3, and hit on the bounce of the particular beat itself here. But, you know, once you're out of rhythm, they haven't yet been by DSG. Why they haven't been poked at essentially at some point is actually a bit surprising to me. You have this sort of 0-0 scoreline, and be surprised here if DSQ don't turtle up here, because they're already doing it.
Certainly seems that way, and this could be awkward, but no, Alf should have that read. Not gonna let it drop down. In a great spot to keep that one away. We'll go down over to Sezon. He's got that touch. Rapids are back to Alf. Is that one in? Not quite able to find the angle. A Brave hold on, and now Exile looks to try and get it past 2 defenders. It's well defended. But once again, it's just this defensive Rocket League playstyle where any mistake can cost you so dearly.
Rapids is trying to get from his own final third here. There is options. Excel's up. He should be allowed to take over for the double. And unfortunately, he's plotted in the right spot here if you're a DSQ supporter. On the bonnet of Alf here, and that's not ideal. They had so much time on the setup. They could have picked it better as well. On the other side here, just trying to get the ball away from his own net here. Back to Rilo. This should be a goal. That's wonderful. It's Rilo who takes this one.
Certainly does his job to perfection here, excuse me, for Brave. Lands that double tap, secures them the first goal in this series, in this game number 5. You can tell I'm getting tired as well here, Danny. Everyone's getting tired, and well, hopefully the players on the pitch certainly aren't, because we could well be in for a bracket reset if Brave keep this form up.
Well, I must be the only one that's not tired.
What time did you wake up?
7:30.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, put it this way, thank God I had a Starbucks at about 4 o'clock, or I might not be here right now. Anyway, it is DSQ who are looking to try and turn this around from the midfield. Alf over to Sezon, who just gets beat to the ball. It's a great read there by Brave. And we'll be up to Wessel to run this out of the corner, downfield. And Rilo on this back wall, all the space to work with. Reset. Alf's just awaiting that drop down. And Brave, I mean, like you said, just lined up in the midfield, 1, 2, 3, ready to go. And quite happy to challenge DSQ, put them under this pressure, but DSQ maybe having a bit more of a midfield presence in this second half of the game.
Yep, and you know what, they know they have to push out here, because essentially when you give that much space, and let's just say it's effectively 2 no man's lands effectively so here, you know, you're allowed to set up, you're allowing the player to be in the position, and you're allowed, you know, essentially either the second or third man to be demoed out if they decide to go down that way, Brave. So they've been either told by CatDab to move up, or somebody has mentioned that fact, but you're playing 1-0 down anyway. So why are you playing that much defensive work?
Not sure. It really seems like everyone on DSQ is sat waiting for Brave to just make their move. And, well, Brave have just worked out they can quite happily take their time in doing that and just run some time off the clock in the same time. And, yeah, it will just be a win for them unless DSQ can turn something around. Alf, but to play that 50, will go back out. Somebody's got to go for this. Somebody has to just square up to Exile. And Sezon at the final line will be able to do just that. But DSQ playing a little bit too passive for a lot of people's liking in this game.
Well, certainly so, and you know what, I don't mind a defensive in quotation game. Usually quite a fan, love the fact that, you know, normally that's control is taken, but Rilo should be considering a free shot. It's Wes will have boost, will be in the spot to get the clear here, but the problem is where do you drop the ball here? In the corner's usually safe, but you've got 2 players essentially from Brave waiting to capitalise bounce on you. You need to get distance on it.
30 seconds remaining here for DSQ. to make their mark. Alf up from the heavens, looks to drop it down. It's a great save coming through. The fake attempted. Everybody starstruck here in the offense. And can it go back in? Alf, he couldn't do it all the first time, but he certainly will the second. Sezon, the fake. Wessel, the pop-up. Can't quite get it done, but another fake comes through. And Brave just stare as Alf puts another one through their backlines. It is an late equalizer here, Danny Boy. Overtime could be on the horizon.
Yep, they give so much credit to Alf, really. Yes, you saw the delay here. Wes will not have his moment of glory there. But the fact that he's went left side into the bucket of the net here, that's given the goal here. Essentially, both sides have been in OT twice already. DSQ, the favourite of two. Unless Axel can do it. No, it can't. Alf will have his moment of a goal and a save. But can he get match point for this team too?
We'll see. Rilo on this side wall. Gonna leave that one for his teammate Rapids, who takes the shot over to this corner. It will go. Just happy to keep this pressure up, drop it down. It's gonna be so daunting for DSQ if they keep allowing the pressure to swing in this way, and essentially means they've just got to be perfect, not make those mistakes. And that would certainly be one to make, leaving the back lines open, but it will be back over to Alf. Takes this ball into his possession. Exile waiting on the ground, but it'll be Rapids to take it up over to Rilo. Somebody's got to react. Somebody's got to go for it. Everybody just stares and watches as the ball clatters into the back of the net. I mean, I think that play right there perfectly encapsulates how this series and that game went in general, Danny Boy.
Alright, I'm just going to take a moment from the game here. And I'll just say this. If Rapids is going to flex, at least have some muscle. I played top-end rugby for many of years. That's not threatening at all. Let the mechanics, let your gameplay do the talking. Just be quiet.
Well, shots fired here in the casting booth, but shots were certainly fired on the pitch as well. Brave Blaze have taken us to match point and are looking to try and get themselves a bracket reset here. Carbo will need to go not just through game number 6, but also to Champions Field in game number 7 to have any hope in getting, I guess, this title done in one best of 7. And that, you know, after what we've seen, to be honest, Danny, that seems pretty daunting. I mean, it honestly seems like both teams in certain situations were a little bit nervous, but Carbo many times have been sort of starstruck on the defense, just essentially waiting for Blaze to make the move, and then Blaze do make the move, and it's like, oh, yeah, we probably should have jumped there.
The fact is that when you're sitting there playing that defensive, you know, I sat here and said this while I was in Team Serene watching the playoffs for the majority of it. You have to have a route for the ball to go. If you're playing that defensive, you have to give an exit to it. They don't have one. They've let themselves out of position or in the play off it here. And Brave is running rampant.
Yeah, Brave have found the opening. They found the gap in DSQ's defense, the very large one it seems. But now 5 seconds in, like you said earlier on in the series, the good thing about conceding early on is you've got a lot of time to try and rewrite the wrongs. But from what I've seen from DSQ in this series, it doesn't look like that's going to be happening here, at least in the first series. Bracket reset looks to be on the cards. And, well, DSQ, you talked about it being their championship to lose. Certainly seems that way, but if we go to a bracket reset, it will come down to all down to one best of 7. And that's, I don't know if that's even more pressure put on some of these players, but you can tell that they felt it already this season, this series.
Certainly so, and, you know, I would sit here and not to say you're wrong with your point here. I normally would make the same point myself here. DSQ should not have conceded in this game, especially with the circumstances under it. That is when you play your defenses. That's when you play Turtle and essentially get it open. If they're going to race out of the way and all split away like a bowling alley, that's causing a problem.
What?
And Brave. Brave. What are you trying to flaw? What?
It's not pretty here on both sides. We've left the net open Not again. Not again. Oh my goodness.
No! Open that valley! Your point. You're sitting in the position to go into a bracket reset. You're 1-0 up. I'm not saying, but game management comes into this. You take your time, you control the play, you sit there and make the questions asked. You do not let the door open, not once, not twice.
Well, maybe they're going to fight back, maybe not. Alf keeping that one out, keeping the lead intact here for DSQ. I know you said that you wanted a road for that ball to go after it was cleared away from the defence, Danny, but I don't think we quite envisioned that being the road straight down the middle. Yeah, it's certainly a way for Brave to throw game number 6 away. It's probably quite an understatement, to be honest, but still time to work with here, and still plays to be had. Maybe it could be a tied situation if they keep this offense up, but Alf's got other ideas, looking to continue on this charge. Rilo, no match for Alf, and Rapida, thankfully, was there on that crossbar, stopping it at the final moment. But what a shot that was about to be.
It could have been the sort of the moment when you look at the series, and it could be arguably that it's changed. But that's Excel straight up to the sort of the ceiling itself here. Rapids has got a difficult enough ball to control and wrangle its way back round. Shot low, and that should have been buried in for at least Brave here. Defensive rotation to a counter, and Rapids gets the touch. He has done exactly that. The bump's ideal, and where are you going?
Not too sure. Excel dropping it down. That's perfection from Brave, though. That's more like it. And what a way to come back into this one. Exile flies up, dislodges Sezon off of that touch, and Rilo has a free shot to work with, unchallenged, and all he has to do is place it perfectly. Brave right back into it, and letting us know that those open net woes aren't affecting them.
Better not, because if it does, you just have yourselves to blame. DSQ might need to have a goal of their own here, and Sezon will just slot that one perfectly. I believe it was Alf who was originally clearing the line straight away for them. And you watch here, it's DSQ, as I said, it's their championship to lose. They have to fight for it. It's the first time we've seen passion really come from them.
And this is also certainly a game to lose, right? I mean, for DSQ, your opponent has essentially given you a free goal twice. And, well, they fought back now, DSQ, to regain their lead after that response. You can't really be losing this one. And, I mean, obviously, if they do, it will be a second series. But game number 7, it's been lined up and served to you on a silver platter, red carpet and everything. You can't let go of this chance if you're DSQ. But we still stand at a 1-goal lead and only a 1-goal lead. And anything can happen here in the next minute and a half.
Certainly can't. That's Rilo trying to get that down. Double commit effectively out of Brave, so Rapids last player in the rotation to get things going. Because you don't know necessarily how long you're going to have that player back available. Excel was there, Rilo up, Alf gone out of the play because he got it clear right on the Sezon. And that's sort of the passing lane, the option at least gives something away. At least DSQ has adapted to the problems that was being thrown at them.
Definitely. Exile, reset, looking to try and force his way through. Wessel not going to let it happen. DSQ stand where they know best on the defence, but maybe there's still a little bit of knowledge to be obtained here as Brave continue to swirl around this offensive half. Great bump from Sezon. That's going to allow Wessel to get a free touch, but he's got to avoid that demo, and he doesn't. Exile takes him out. And maybe another chance here for Brave, but no, it's beat back onto their backboard. Is that open? Saved away, and a crucial one at that, to allow them a chance here in the last 40 seconds or so to turn this one around. But it's been controlled so well by DSQ, and they're looking for game 7. Rapids is looking for the pass over to Rilo. Exile, a little bit awkward, a little bit indecisive, a little bit starstruck there, doesn't really know what to do, and neither did DSQ on the defense here. But into the final 25 seconds we go. It's crucial time here for both of these teams.
There's about one final chance, really, for Brave to get this one downfield here. He needs options here. Rilo is going low and flat. Rapids to take it over. Don't think that necessarily was the play. They're fumbling here. That's a bottle job. If they lose the grand final, those two double empty nets, they're that open. Remember that. This is where the game was lost.
Neo Tokyo ruins many people's hearts across Rocket League. And is this just the start to a crumbling castle of what feels like a series that was in Brave's hands? Game 7 is on the horizon for both of these teams, and it feels like it couldn't have gone either way when you looked at this series on paper, right, Danny boy? But oh, this series should have gone so much of a different direction when you look at what's actually happened on the field.
Certainly is. It should have ended in so many different ways, and do you know what? It's a beauty of a grand final where you have your errors, you have your problems, you have the... Sorry, what? I am surprised by who and what. A timeout by DSQ Carbo. Sorry, what? What? Oh, that is...
Did they hit the toilet, maybe?
No. This... No. I'll tell you what this is, and I refer to this as the dark arts.
Right.
You had 1 empty net, 2 empty net, then the half chance goes to beg and saved after all, but then 3 goals put against right now here. They're essentially putting Brave themselves on ice. They're essentially saying, remember the problems. They're simply there going, do you know what here? We're comfortable enough here. We can even lose this. It's your, this is one game, your last chance. What have you got?
You think this is potentially Cat Dad's doing here in the coaching booth?
Well, let's put it this way, if I was the coach, I'd be screaming to do this.
Well, you were screaming against it a couple of seconds ago, but it's now that we've sort of thought about it, it seems...
There's a few question marks on the timer, but well timed. But you know, that's some surprise.
Yeah. Anyway, the apologies have come through, and we will be getting the next game started very, very shortly when things get going after this timeout, Danny. But honestly, how do you cope if you're Brave in this moment, right? Because they've essentially had, I guess, their mental tested by DSQ Carbo here. Are they going to be able to come back into this?
With the experience they have, yeah, they should. So, no disrespect to DSQ, they have been the better side, Brave. They have been. The fact they've been giving themselves opportunities. DSQ, you can sit there and argue that they've been good enough to get themselves back in the game and force the issues onto it. But either way, if it's 3-3 in the series, it's the last second here. Anything could happen here. Simple. That's all what it is.
Certainly so. About 45 seconds left on this timeout before we get things going and get ourselves into game number 7. It could be do or die. It is do or die for one team in specific, and that team is Brave Blaze. And you talked about experience. This is where experience really needs to come into fruition. It needs to come to the forefront of your gameplay. It didn't there in game number 6. It was terrible, to be honest. And you think that if you don't make those mistakes, it should be a series that is getting brought home by the side of Brave. It should be a series that is already wrapped up in game number 6. But we have the teams ready to go here, Danny boy. Let's get them onto the pitch here for game number 7. It's time to seal the fate of this series. Will it be sealing the fate of Brave at the same time, or will they heat up and get to boiling point at the final moment?
This point here near enough be vaporous. But if you've been wondering what has been happening, it's been a turbulent series for all the arguably the right reasons as Rapids moves down here. And as I sat there and said this in game 6, if Brave can score this goal here and just play simple one ball, follow or boom, they will have their bracket reset.
We'll see. Will they be able to take it though? DSQ have been tested like they haven't so far in this playoffs. They made quick work of everybody else, but this Brave team seems like a different beast for them to try and overcome. And when we look at the conference standings, it feels right. Both number 1 in their tier, both two of the best star players on these teams in Alpha and Rapidser that people look at and say some of the best players, if not the 2 best in the tier. But into game 7, where it could all come down to this. That's where you've got to throw it out all on the line. That's where you can't be leaving your net wide open and giving Rapids a free lane to shoot at.
And I've noticed this time of all the entire series, Rapids, no flex, no nothing. Game face is on. That's exactly what you want. You don't want to blink. You need your sort of ability to look at the series and go. And Joe, what's even the critical bit about it is too, Carbo left Wes at the last moment. I've been saying throughout the entirety series, no disrespect to the man here, but he is that weak link if you're going to talk about ability. If you keep poking at it, if you keep asking the questions, you will eventually get the response. They did so in Game 1, they do so again in Game 7, they've got the lead, and they nearly have just let it slip.
Almost have. And Rapids are looking to find Exile on this pass. Wessel has to be ready and does. The shot's not on target anyway. But Brave, they've showed us that they can get cooking. What is that pass across the front of goal? It's recovered, but how? And why are we letting that one get to that position in the first place? Brave have, I guess, squandered an opportunity, but at the same time, DSQ can't be making mistakes like that, especially in Game 7. And down the other side they will go as they hunt for their counter-attack. Alf trying to get this one past multiple players, and what a good job to get over a couple, but Sezon will now launch this downfield. Exile awaiting the touch. Brave looking to try and find an attack here.
Will certainly be, but the king himself, as he so declared himself here, he's on the ball, no boost, leaves it, and Alf to take over. Wise decision, Exile, he drops it in front of net. Rapids with an ideal recovery in terms of getting his team out at the danger area, but with 2.5 seconds, or 2.5 minutes, 2.5 seconds to be something else. But, you know, it's a blink of a chance here. That's all what DSQ's hoping for.
It does seem that way, and the desperation starting to certainly showing some glimmers here in the game. But overall, it's about staying composed, and they'll know that, especially with someone like Cat Dad in the coaching booth. Rilo resets that sidewall. Exile faking that one out and allowing Sezon to essentially get sent there, but now on the backboard, now Rilo's jump for it. It's a double commit. That's a horrible double commit. Wessel's got to get on the end of this one soon, though, and does. Got to be quite thankful that Brave didn't decide to start sending more men to that ball, or things could have been a disaster.
Could have been, but both sides were guilty of their double commits. What they saw and what was actually occurring was completely two polar opposites, as Wes will have as a tickler attempt to go forward here. King himself, the Says, will just run its way back here and allow Brave to have a shot tipped to the side, comfortably so, but two of Brave in the same area. Rhino will have the horrible job essentially backing away here. It's a nice sort of circle in between, and Rapids to put it home. Does not. Rhino beaten. And as much as you want to talk about a grand final, one chance is all what you asked for. This one has taken it. Brave, what have you got with the 78 seconds to save it?
It's perfect. It's a great save by Alf, and it's a wonderful shot by Sezon down the other side. DSQ a minute away from taking us to overtime and having the chance to have golden goal for their championship. Last season, Alf resided in the exact same spot on Death Cloud, game number 6, Neo Tokyo. It was golden goal, and he seized that opportunity. Will this one escape DSQ as well, on a different sort of story, or will the same story repeat itself, this time on a different map versus a different team under different circumstances?
Rapids is on the ball here, no option really other than the pop, but DSQ is essentially lining themselves to defend. Hold. That is essentially what they were doing until this moment. Alf gets the ball downfield. It's likely this will go to OT, but there is chances, and there usually is, for somebody to make that mistake. No bump on Sezon, straight down with the wing itself, and that will take two of Brave's players out, and Rapids is alone here by himself past one. It will be at least West to take that one away, and DSQ should be thanking him for that one, but that's left open into the middle.
Let's see, final couple of seconds here. Brave have got a chance, and well, down the other side it goes. Brave have that chance to take us to this second series, is what I was trying to say there, Danny. But Game 7 overtime is what it will come down to here. And for one team, it could be a bracket reset. For the other, it could be a grand finals victory, a tier victory. Alf becoming the two-time, Wessel Sezon putting all the doubt to one side, but Exile's up for this. Rilo redirect back into this midfield. It could potentially go, and it will. Rilo up for this, though. That's a great touch up to the ceiling. DSQ, though, sort of playing into this one, not getting faked out by some of these touches, and staying composed, which is essentially the name of their game.
And just like that, it's DSQ's turn to be on the Brave side. Demoed by Wes, bump on XL, and it will be one pop over. Alf will do his job, and he's done exactly what's needed of him. Rapids to take over. Boost stolen at the midfield for Rapids to run rampant. Shot not happening, and Rilo, with the previous mistake earlier, sits in his own deep final third, not willing to occur the wrath of the everybody's judgment if it happened again, as Rapids one touch, Alf up, Wiz on the back line, nobody willing to snipe the backboard, and just like that, both sides had saw the net, but not prepared to go all in.
You can understand, it's so volatile, this situation for both of these teams. One of them in DSQ will get a second chance if they let this one slip, but Rapids is on the back wall, down to Exile, trying to place the shot. It's gone the distance, and it will go further today. Bracket reset on the cards. Brave, Game 7 overtime. Do not squander the opportunity. They push DSQ to their limits, and we go once again.
That is the first time Brave had won an OT. 3-2 in the opening. 3 minutes of it was, unfortunately for them, DSQ. It was Brave for the majority, dominating the game. For the entirety of this series, DSQ sat back and sat back and sat back. Eventually, games 6 and 7 here, they decide to come out of their shell. It's 2 OT wins Carbo to get here. Brave could have had this a lot more easier. They could have sat there and got the job done earlier. Either way of it, 7 games played. We've yet, by the way, to see another 7 games. We've seen it twice over, what, nearly 30 seasons between RSS and ERS together. Is it this going to be the third time?
Well, that is a great question, and well, we'll have a great answer for you very, very shortly, hopefully, when we come back with our bracket reset. But in terms of this series, we've got to go over the stats quickly, and I know you hate doing this, Danny, but we've got to breeze over them. Post-series stats, I mean, Brave getting it over the line, but it was oh so close the whole time.
Certainly so, and it was close, to be fair. Both sides had chances, and I'm surprised DSQ, the way they approached that series, going into it, I thought they would play completely the opposite way around. Brave had played exactly how I thought, and you know what, Brave is a much, well, let's just put it the other way, they have the intelligence to see games out. They got the job done here, and I just got requested there, do we want a break here? Hodge, I'm happy to let the players decide that. If they want to roll with it,
if the players want to keep on rolling, let's just keep on going.
There we.
We'll see. It sort of needs to be a collective decision from both teams, though, doesn't it?
Certainly so. So hence, we'll let the admins, the production handle it. We'll obviously talk about it as Rapids got the MVP here, and what was telling off it. As we talk about the cams, I know I mentioned a fair bit of it. Rapids, even when they won that to get the bracket reset, there was no celebration really. There was no of this showmanship. It was relief.
Yeah, it was, right? And I think it's sort of reality sort of set in, right? I guess that if you want to win, you can't really be, performing like that, like you're on a big stage, like you said at the start of this this series. You got to calm down, and it came down to the finest of margins as to how this series, first one was decided. So we will head into the second one very, very shortly once we await players and admin discussion decisions. But I mean, what a first series in general. Both teams giving it their all. My question is, is that it for Brave, right? So many times, Danny, we see in RSC teams get a bracket reset, their energy is used up, and then they just crumble in the second one, right? So we'll be getting back to this series in a second, but we're going to do a quick 2-3 minute break, and then when we come back, we'll have our second series very well ready to go pretty much. So come back in 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll have our grand finals bracket reset ready for you to all enjoy.
life, need to rebuild myself to come alive. It all makes sense now that the lights out. It's a different world to me, it makes me feel down. Wait until the storm comes down, until sleep comes and makes it alright. Waiting for the morning.
It's the moon. I'm the sun that will not move. Do you think you are? Who do you think you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RSC European scene itself. And you know what? Normally it's been fireworks throughout the entirety of Season 16. We've seen the likes of the prospects going 14 games with a bracket reset. We've seen likely favourites fumble, and then suddenly a dark horse. We've, however, got a complete opposite of this evening. We do have the top sides doing battle. That's no surprise. We see a bracket reset and go, well, do you know what? That's justified. But now it's the question is who's going to have their name on the trophy. And Hodge, many of the predictions sat there and said, oh, it's DSQ. Some sat there and said Brave. But the question's still now at the case of who's going to win it, and we're no closer to an answer.
We're no closer to an answer. The first Game 7 has been sort of put up on the board there, and will it rival what we saw in Prospect earlier on in the season? That bit's still to be decided, but certainly could here. Blaze, I mean, what a marathon that they went on to get that one over the line in Game 7. Carbo dropping it at the final moment, but a big chance for them to bounce back here in our second series here on the stream. I mean, do you think that maybe anyone needs to really change the way that they're playing, or do you reckon it is literally just going to come down to who's able to keep their play style going for longer and make the least mistakes?
I think at this point here, you look at it in terms of how well is your performance is. You know, people look at terms of the how good is your peak. It's in these sort of situations, what is the floor, Hodge? You know, you can talk about mistakes and everything else when you are petered out, lack of energy. Because let's not forget here, we are roughly 10:30 in the UK. You know, 11 o'clock or half in terms of CST for most of Europe, where most of the players are. Before this series is over, whether it's 4 or 7, will be in the early hours in the morning. So for one of them, they will feel absolutely knackered.
Yeah, it's certainly the case, right? And it's especially, for example, like you said, if you live in other parts of Europe, it can get really, really late, and yeah, it can really make people tired. So I'm just sort of getting into the lobby, testing things out. But while we get everybody in here, Danny, I know you hate doing them, but quick prediction for the second series. Who have you got?
Well, I mean, by surprise by many in the production, a proper prediction last time around and going Brave 4-3. I'll go 4-3 as well to Brave.
Brave. Okay, so you think they've got the longevity and the mental and the experience to really get this one out. I'm going to go for a 4-3 to DSQ, and I think we all want this to go far. We all want this to be a cinema series once again. In which way it's going to differentiate itself and who's going to come out on top at the end of it, that is where people are separated on this one, right? Who's going to win it? How are they going to win it is really what we're looking at. And now that second life from DSQ has been pulled away from them. Will that add pressure to them? You've got to think it will, right? And we already saw that pressure affect players, especially on DSQ, especially Wessel, I think was the key one in certain situations there. And Danny, I think it's a big test for the likes of Sezon, for the likes of Wessel here, who've not really been in this territory before, to sort of step up and like mentally, personally play at the level that we've seen them play at. Because you can say yes, you've got the resources like Cat Dad there who have that experience, who can sit there and calm you down. But at the end, if you're in your own head and you let the mental and you let the whole experience get to you, you just can't do anything about it.
That's unfortunate. There's some players who are, built for the moment themselves. There's others that are completely not, and we can see some of the players' reactions. Sesson's still laughing, hasn't changed his mentality. Other players are sipping their water, just taking a moment to breathe. And you do what you do best. League play, you have the luxury. Win or lose, draw, you have the next game. And play-ins and playoffs, you have to play one. You have to play another one, then another one. And at some point, the day will catch up to you. You're just not invincible, as many people does have that impression. They did at one point, let's not forget, the likes of Alf and DSQ, but some of them are, they're human. They will make mistakes. We saw that in the last series. It's hard you now go into a bracket reset. How good are you going to be?
How good are you going to be? That is a great question, and one that will get answered very, very shortly. But just to remind everybody watching here, statistics are out the window. I think we should probably bring up the caster predictions thing, as we're still waiting on one team to hop in and join. So let's see what the casters predicted just before we get into this final series across the board. See who knows ball, see who doesn't, and we'll do that for everyone very, very quickly because we've got the players about to join.
Certainly so, and you can quite literally see that majority of everybody had some form of a DSQ Brave breach in it. That seems to be no surprise. The surprise question is, was it just going to be a straight up or win victory for either one? Does the bracket reset on many people's thoughts? Probably not. Was it a 7 or 14 games? We will wait to see how it shapes up to. But we've had our predictions. Chat, I'm pretty sure the poll and everything else is there for there. I think the players, however, and the other thing, will be looking at this and so are going, are we ready? It's as simple as that.
Yeah, they do certainly seem like they are. They are joining the pitch. They are ready to go. Let's not waste any time. Let's get this one done as quickly as possible. And I think a lot of people are in that right mindset. Both of these teams certainly will be, in terms of wanting to get this one done, get themselves to bed, and crown themselves champions. But 10 seconds into this one already, and already Brave putting DSQ under a little bit of pressure. Rapids has got a little bit of space to work with here, Danny. And if anything I saw from that last series sort of, makes me think about that, then you don't want to give that man space.
Certainly don't. But it'll be interesting to see what was a huge difference in state environment last season, because you mentioned that as well too. When Alf played under the DCA, it was essentially somewhat of a change in that grand final. By thems and the uppers was, let's just play heavy and ball chase effectively, and you capitalize on the fact that you had speed on it. Suddenly here, that's a wide open, and Saison take a bird. That's a fabulous save. Second one likewise. If you wanted, the question on how good are you? Is this your day? Well, look at that moment and just sit there and appreciate the brilliance of it.
Certainly seems that way. Certainly wants this title, does Saison. But so do the three players on the other side of the field. Who wants it more is a question that will be asked of these players time and time again this series. Who can step up? Who can make themselves known? Well, certainly many players who've made themselves known in the last series are going to have to do it again here. Alf met in that corner for that 50 will allow his teammate and Saison to get it over to that sidewall. But DSQ have just got to break out of this defense. It's really the name of their game, and sometimes they struggle to do it, but when they are able to break through and get on that counter-attack, often you see them, scoring a goal off of the back of it. And this one's going to go down to Saison. Exile have that one popped up, looking for the bump. Rilo looking for the shot, but Saison's just a brick wall.
It's going to be one of the most frustrating part of the series, and they'll know themselves based on how the last series went. And I sat there, and you may think going, well, you sat there and said Wes is not ideal in the third player. It's how you shape yourself up. How do you pick your moments off it? If Saison can deflect the ball or slow the game down and give as much time to him, it makes DSQ life so much more easier, because it allows Alf back into the rotation, and we've seen that twice already, and that stopped Brave being on the score sheet already. There's Saison tapping it into the corner for Wes to take it up.
Well, DSQ, backed into a corner once again, but It's where they know best. It's where their territory where they command their territory best, excuse me. And, well, it will be now them who have a go at the other side of the field. They have to get these challenges coming a little bit quicker, though, in certain situations. Popped up to this side wall. Alf is there, infield to Wessel, who looks to try and find that shot. Rapida blocks it away. Exile free touch here. Sezon tested once again. Bumped out of the way. Still finds the save. It's great there from Sezon. It's great from DSQ. And, I mean, already in this game, number one, Sezon has been such a key player for this team. But Alf finds that bump. Where's the follow-up? It's so much space given over to Brave once again.
The hat-trick of saves. And it's just absolute brilliance from the man himself. And just even based on the way chat in the Discord, how they're talking about this grand final, even going into this day itself here, talking about the moment for Sezon. Curse broken, chances, opportunities, it's all there for him. It's just about the case of getting there. They did have a moment in their original best of 7 to sit there and do potentially 3 more games, maybe 6 to have it next time around. But I'm just enjoying the simple state of production. Remember back on the day, the likes of Sauce around, don't swear at me, is usually the joke. Bracket reset, I'm tired, it's going to be 1 a.m, 2 a.m. Well, how do you think the players are going to feel?
Yeah, it's not going to be good, especially when, you know, for example, you and me, we've not casted all the series of the day here. These players have played in quite a few of them. They played a lot of Rocket League and still harassed great amounts of here at this period of time. Will drop down for Wessel. There's once again some great defense coming through from DSQ, but another bit of pressure is on the horizon here for Brave, and they would be quite happy to run away and get themselves a goal here in the final 20 seconds. Alf over the top though. Rilo taking it back to this side of the field. Alf forcing the issue, forcing the move to be made, but that's a little bit of a whiff. A bailout coming through from Exile. Final 10 seconds here. Have they left the net open? No, it's a crucial cutback from Alf. But let's see, Brave, are they going to get something in the final couple of seconds, or is this destined for overtime? It's looking that way, but Alfie's picked it up, and all he has to do is go and drop this on the ground, and it looks like Brave are going to be quite happy to do that. Golden goal here, Danny Boy, for game 1.
Just like that there. I'm not surprised that we had a reduction of goals, but just like the first series, it's OT to kick things off. And you're right, Dicko-woo, you're right, Dicko-wah, but it will start with Alf to get that one away from a Brave, however, wants to end this one here and put game 1 with the C's to sleep itself.
We'll see. Is either of these teams able to? Rapida infield pass from Exile. Is that good enough? Yes, it is. The long-time duo of the Prime Symbiotes roster reborn here on Brave. And they ignite like a phoenix from the ashes, connecting to take game number 1 here for Brave.
Well, some might be sitting there flexing, some might be sitting there. But I think somebody might be going, ouch, my elbow. Important injury. Is Frank available here? We might need a technical substitution if he keeps on that way.
We'll see. But it's a great first game here from Brave. They don't care who came into this grand final as the favourites. They don't care what everybody else thought of them. They want to walk away as champions, and are 3 games away from doing so. Carbo, they need a response. They need one soon. But what a performance that Brave are putting on. It's a matter of will they continue it is the question I'm asking here, Danny, because you can't not bring it up. Fatigue is such a big factor in these situations, and is it going to be a case of, you know, they start strong and then they fade out due to tiredness, or are they locked in? Have they got the 12 pack of Monster Energy sat on the desk with them? And if that's the case, might just have to back Brave to go and win it.
Well, there's other particular stronger stuff that you have too.
Well, yeah.
You're certainly looking to stay up here, but the fact is, I'm actually not as much worried about Brave's side of that line of questioning. Yes, they've had the longer day so far, but it's DSQ that I'm even more worried about, and that's a kickoff strategy to get themselves on the board.
It is. It's great from DSQ off the kickoff. And it's Wessel who also meets Alf for the kickoff. It's perfect. It's great. It's what they wanted. And it's getting, intense when the kickoff strategies are starting to come out.
Yeah, but you can only really pull out once or twice in an individual game because you know that the element of surprise, shall we say, is gone if you're relying on it, and Brave will be keeping an eye on from it now.
Certainly will. Bumps attempted there by Rilo on the rotation. It could open some space for Rapidser, but none found. So DSQ be able to quite happily take that ball away, but only for a second. Wessel just opting to take this one past the first man, but pops it up, and Rapidser is quite happy to just be there. And I mean, he's been there so many times, and this time it's infield. Rilo a little bit too close. Exile, not the best pass, but it will still keep this pressure going and get it back over to Rapidser. Shot top corner. There it is. And I mean, for one team, it's just wonderful on the offense here, Danny boy. They know how to cycle these rotations perfectly. For DSQ, same can't be said.
Well, certainly so. And you know what? It's one of those games here. Sometimes you might have to laugh, others might cry in this, the moments of it. But oh, if that was delivered just even a bit more cleanly, that would have been a goal straight out here, and that's a double commit by DSQ. Talk about getting the situation and unfortunately struggling to deal with it. I think DSQ, as I keep pointing out here, are the side that will suffer the longer the series goes.
It does seem that way, and it's popped up. Rapidser launching for that, and he mentioned it. DSQ looking like they are going to be the team that suffers the longer this one goes. That's so unusual from this POV, from when you look at a grand finals like this. But down the other side, it is Rilo who controls it over to Rapidser. Pinch downfield. Should be some free control here for DSQ. And one of them's bumped out the way, never mind. This now switches into a completely different situation where Rapidser has got to try and run it down the line. But Wessel posted up on this back wall. Same for Sezon there in the skies. Alf's so awkward though, and Wessel got to get a hand on that. It's nervy for DSQ here as they continue to put themselves in these risky defensive situations where the counter-attack means all so much. Rapidser waiting downfield, can't quite get the redirect, but I like the vision.
It's ideal what you want, and that's a potential goal. It's exactly like that as well too. And I just had a thought as well too, and I haven't checked yet. I wonder, has Frank the Goat made his tweet? He normally does. And if you want to talk about Needle, it would be the ideal time to put the back on the DSQ's Achilles heel.
Certainly seems that way. And, well, DSQ, opportunities that have been squandered, opportunities that they might not get back, but still, 2.5 minutes for them to equalise this. Rapidser passes it over to Alf. Wessel, not really in a position to take the shot, and we'll just let that one filter back out. Sezon missing the read. It's a fake. It's masterful from Brave Blaze. The intuition to play that fake. Know that your teammate's there. Sezon was never getting on the end of that, and Alf just couldn't quite get back in time. It's just beautiful from Blaze, and they just look like the more informed side here.
I'll say this, and I will say this quite happily too, as another one gets run on in here. That was the first time Axel himself there celebrated, went to the camera, and continuously doing so. If that man is feeling it, DSQ is in big, big trouble.
Well, let's see. Is it so? Alf trying to get this one over to the side wall off of that pinch. We'll find that. Will he also find Wessel for the shot? Yes, he will, but it's blocked away. Exile, such a crucial player in this game. Almost like, what we were talking about Sezon in the last game, and even the efforts of Sezon in the defensive side wasn't enough for DSQ to walk away with the win. This time, it's once again a bit of an interesting story. It's all for Brave, all their cards to work with, and you can see them quite happy to park the bus here, quite happy to slow things down to DSQ's pace. And I think a lot of that is because Alf and Rapidser are locked in a Rule 1.
He certainly is. Unfortunately, you may have to pay it to unfortunately see that particular show, but will not be on display as all the action is on the blue side of the pitch of DSQ. Once again, it's a 2v2. How good is the play? 5-1, and you might just say Brave is certainly fed up with the DSQ. Talk about being favourites.
Yeah, It does seem that is what is the storyline that's starting to build here. Brave looking like they are marching through this. I saw the smile on Sezon's face before that kickoff, and I sort of knew something was coming. That is not what I expected, but I mean, if you're 5 goals down, you've got to try something.
Yeah, Herbert, play the game.
Yeah, it would be a start, to be fair, but I mean, that's just another shot. It's another goal. It is a Brazil here in game number 2 of the bracket reset, and Brave, we talk about asking the question of fatigue. They're not affected by it one bit.
Certainly not. I just realised the jersey that Rapids was holding, it's Leicester. Has Rapids literally stopped? What is going on?
What?
Have they just effectively agreed to stop and let the play run out with the team on it?
I don't know. It's you know, giving me SSG Vitality vibes here in the Elite Final, but we'll see. Rilo infield and taken away. This game is more than done, though. I think DSQ know it themselves, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're using this as an extra little bit of a mini timeout to talk about what is happening, because that's the question I want to know the answer to. What is happening?
Sorry, I understand when the game is done and there's nothing that you can do, and that's okay. But to sit there and, you know, give up and essentially say, do you know what, here, we're just going to essentially not bother. I'm sorry, but
it's not a winning mentality.
Yeah, it's not. And I'll be honest with you, it's disrespectful to Brave. It's disrespectful to everybody who's watching. They've actually sat there and put 7 in against you.
They have, and it might be more here in the final 20 seconds. Exile on this back wall, popping it up, Rapids is up for it, but this one doesn't matter. It's all about trying to salvage what you can, and maybe they don't even care about that. It's a 9th here for Brave. It is a redirect into Sezon's own net, and you know what? If it keeps the vibes high, if it keeps them laughing, fair enough.
No.
But let me finish. But it is just, it's not what you want to see here.
It's diabolical, it's poor, it's a lack of commitment and passion and actually going for it. They let themselves be 10-1 nil. You know, they might sit there and celebrate, they might sit there and move it across here. But I'm just going to be blunt here and just go straight for it, because if you weren't good enough to sit there and, you know, go back into the game when you're 4-1 down, 3-1 down, and sit there when you go 7-1 down, lay the controller down, sit there in your middle of your work and sit there and go, do you know what, let's stop trying. We're brave if the going gets tough later in the series. We're brave if you're in that moment. I'm sorry here, but Carbo's let that one go. They called a technical timeout. You sat there, just, you know, spent the last, minute and a half joking, running around and moving across here. I'm sorry here, ain't good enough. They have to come out here. They have to sit there and run rings around Blaze here to sit there and say that was worthwhile.
10-1, the scoreline for game number 2. Very few times have we seen that this season. The only one I can personally think of is the rival grand final, where 20R made a mockery of momentum. And, well, similar stories being had here on Forbidden Temple between these two teams. Blaze, they look like this is theirs to lose. The story has almost shifted here, Danny Boy, in the past couple of games. And we've gone from this being DSQ's title to lose, the clear favourites here, to now, you know, the narrative shifting and this being now DSQ, can you even get a game?
It certainly so is, and I just had a brief look there and saw Alf middle of the series chatting. I'm sorry, there was 16 teams at the start of the season, and if you stood there and asked any of them, would you want to be in the grand final? If you're going to sit there and go and say, I'm one of the best players, sit there and you know, show how good you are here, and yet You've downed your tools. You've sat there and let 10 go against you and said, you know what, here, I can happily talk here. You have Cat Dad as a coach here, and you're moving across here and sit there and look at it and sort of go, right, you need to focus. Here's how you need to improve. This is what you need to do here. What are they doing behind the scenes? I know this is meant to be grassroots level. Don't get me wrong. It's not the RLCS. But if you're going to sit there and have aspirations to go further and down it, sorry, but Brave is going to sit there and look at this and sort of going, you aren't good enough. You're not worthwhile for it.
Yeah. Well, still about 40 seconds or so left on this timeout before we get the players back on the pitch. But it's not what you want to see here from Carbo, right? And I think in the next couple of games, well, in this game, this game has to be the turning point. If this game isn't a DSQ dominant victory, it could well just be over. And I think it almost felt like in that game they lost faith in themselves, Danny.
If you're losing faith in yourself, stand there and hold your hands up and say to your teammates, I need help. Or whatever it is, address the problem. But to sit there and run around and not there, if you're going to sit there and play mind games or the dark arts or whatever it is, you've got to make it worthwhile. But the fact is, they call a technical timeout. You sat there and ran around like children and in a kindergartner's playground, wild and loose and no structure, no nothing. And sit there, and we've sat here on this broadcast today alone, 3 hours going into multiple scrims, set up and everything else. And that's what you do after losing a Game 7 in the grand final, in the bracket reset. Unacceptable. I don't care. People say, oh, this is Danny Ranton. This is, sorry, I'm old school. Game on. This is where the moment's champions are made of.
This is where champions are made, he says. And this is where Brave might be about to put themselves on championship point as we head to the center circle to kick off game number 3, a pivotal one for DSQ. And let's hope the tomfoolery and trickery has helped them out in some way. Otherwise, this one could be all said and done. Wessel popping it up early, looking to try and challenge this, but there's no way he's getting the beat on that, and it will sort of leave it to Rilo. Demo found that, and I'll take it to the back wall. See what he can do with this, but DSQ are looking already a little bit more aggressive in how they're playing.
They'll certainly do so, and after the performance they've got to show what's worthwhile, and they've back off at this point here, and Braves just essentially allowing them to play the way they want to. The fact, what, if I was Brave, I would simply sit there and say, what, I'll let you play. What actually have you changed? Let them show you.
Well, some investigations to be had here for Brave in Game 3. And maybe they are going to play the detective. Maybe it might just be what they, love to do, which is just sit in the midfield, stall out their opponent's resources and keep cycling those rotations with shots. But now downfield, at least to the halfway point, there'll be a follow-up from Wessel. It's a great touch, but Rilo should be waiting and is. Exile to try and come in and give him a helping hand, but it'll be Alf on this back wall who pops it up to the ceiling, looks to go down. Rapids is waiting though, and you have to imagine that you're not going to advance very far when you've got the brick wall of Brave awaiting your every move.
Certainly so. And at one point here we're talking about the defensive structure in the hole that what Cezlin was doing to keep his team alive in the previous game here, but it will be Alf sitting at the back lines here, moves across here, and it will be a Wes trying to find a team. It's a risky one here, but Rapids should have enough time on the ball here to control, but playing safe, tight on across the wall, and it should be a controlled solo right down the middle of the heart of the field.
Well, 3 minutes remaining on the clock. No blood drawn yet by either team. A crucial one for DSQ. But I'm not convinced. I don't think many people are. I think Brave, this is essentially just theirs. It already feels like it is. But I mean, DSQ, they've got chances. They've got moments to try and deny that. And this is where they can maybe start making that magic happen. It's going to come infield. Wessel down to the other side. And on the backboard, it goes. Cezon going to follow this up, but Rapids has missed it. There we go. There's a little bit of life. But at the same time, Danny, if you want to become a champion, You need goals, but you also need goals to come off of your own ability rather than your opponent's mistakes.
I don't care. That's his job. He scores. Get on with it.
Well, DSQ going to be hunting for more, and they might just find it, but no, off the backboard it goes. And Rilo up to the skies. Rapids control this in the midfield, but Wessel trying to get that one over Exile. DSQ have ramped the pace up to great amounts, but you can see that Brave have taken more of a passive approach here, almost adopting DSQ's playstyle of, right, well, you know, we're quite happy to sit here. We're quite happy to see what you've brought to the table here. And that's exactly what they do. Exile off of the ceiling, though, looks to try and place it. Not able to, but it will fall to Rapida, who will be sort of shoved away. This is where DSQ can look to find the bowling ball down the middle. And it's Alf with the bump. It's Sezon with the shot. It's DSQ with a 2-goal lead.
You last game you sat there and watched the opposition, you dismantled them, and suddenly you're double committing back post rotation. Brave is essentially allowing DSQ back into the game for absolutely nothing. 1 goal's fair enough, to let 2 go in the way they have done, so it's not ideal. And they've got to really get a goal soon enough here to just get the thoughts back in the process of an element of doubt. And that's exactly what you need to do.
It most certainly is. Brave right back into it. Bit of a misread from Wessel. And Alf not able to get on the end of the save. Brave coming back into it slowly and slowly. But they've got 1 minute and 25 seconds for them to find that equaliser and really shut this one down. Feels like this is a must-win, one that you can't throw for DSQ, or it is match point against you, it is everything against you, it is essentially themselves against themselves. And well, I mean, that's a good shot. That's Wessel from the midfield. You know, fair enough. It's a good shot. It's top corner. It is a 2-goal lead back in the hands of DSQ.
Where was that last game? Where was it?
In their own net. Well, Exile pops that one up. A little bit awkward there. Has to get back on the ball because Wessel's charging it down. Rilo's certainly up for this. Rapidza off of that touch, finds the demo onto the third man, but there's no one there for the follow-up. Everybody committed very forward here from Brave. And you've obviously got to because you're trailing 2 goals with 45 seconds remaining, but they've been able to, if anything, assess what DSQ are doing here. And maybe that'll allow them a way back into game number 4, but game number 3 looks to go the way of DSQ unless Brave can pull off a miracle.
Well, it needs to really sort of start from the other side wall. Rapids with a shot here and trying to go right side with 3 net defenders. That's not really going to work here. You have to essentially look a better option, or at least have a demo to open a hole. Essentially, it's like a free kick in sort of football itself, but game's gone. And for DSQ's sake, it's a much needed win through what arguably has been the strangest game in any playoff this season.
Yeah, it certainly has. And it will hit the ground. DSQ Carbo find a response. And thank goodness they did, given the time there. But, I mean, yeah, you sort of have to if you're DSQ. You can't afford to let that one slip. And they don't. They are able to close it out, give themselves life here in the series, Danny. I mean, I was having a look and sort of doing some digging with the stats here to see if, you know, what this win would mean to Brave as a franchise. Obviously, going up 2 games here, they're 2 games away from crowning themselves champions. Brave as a franchise, at least Smokey Bear believes, have never won a tier in RSC. This could be their, you know, history for the franchise as well as the players.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm told by Smokey Bear. He says Brave in its time in RSC have not won themselves a tier and have not won one in ERS either.
I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised even just hearing that. I don't think that was right, to be honest with you. Just a natural reaction, but fair enough. I'll take Smokey Bear, who's been AGM or GM for that franchise and probably knows better than myself here. But either way off it is, what it means to them is one thing. If they're playing for the jersey or they're playing for the badge, fair enough. They will have that incentive to go that wee bit further. But the question is, do they have that emotional connection that's up to what the players will tell us if we get them in an interview or if DSQ can stifle that.
Find out. Now onto the Coliseum we go. And already off to an early start on the attack here is Brave, and Wessel put in a difficult spot. Alf with the bailout. We'll go back over to XL. 50 instantly met there. Alf finding a lot of value, but the value could be taken away by Rapida here as the possession is all in his hands and playing every single 50 like a fiddle.
Let's see what, in terms of the bow, can actually pull, or will the string itself twain and break through this one here. And it will be Rilo who will do a decent enough job really to get off it. The wave dash is just the hold to it. And Wes has done his job to get that one out at the pressure point, but it will be a squeeze on terms of the net here.
Certainly will be. Rilo, 50 by Wessel, Exile up for it. And well, almost able to find that one. Not sure it would have been on target, but it doesn't really matter. It won't happen. Rilo bumped away. Some space to be had here for DSQ. What can Wessel make of it? He's flicked two of them, but he can't quite get the third. So close yet so far. Our DSQ is taking the lead here in game number 4, but Brave holds strong.
Certainly. And Rapids, he's got at least a play. Well, unfortunately, so easily Red Citizen can wait and pick the moment to get the ideal counter towards it. Alf likewise continues. I presume Wes will be in the box here. He had jump and not tapped home here. Both sides are guilty of having a ball flash across the net there. When, oh when, will it go in?
Find out, it's got to at some point, and maybe this is it. Alf in field from Wessel. That is beautiful from DSQ. And it's the sort of plays that you need to be making to breathe life back into your series, right, Danny? And I think being able to secure this goal first off here for them is only a positive.
They have to. There's no other way of looking about it. They have to, sit there and take any sort of small victory. That goal certainly is for Brave's sake off it. They need to find a goal just as quickly for the same reasons they've let games slip on by, and that's a very much a simple shot on target.
Certainly is. Rapida looking to double it down, and the response instantly from the talisman of Brave.
Just when you needed it. Just as simple as that. Rapids does what he's always done through many of years at this point. Clears right at the heart as well, down the camera too. No looking anywhere else but net. 2 minutes gone, 2 goals have been scored. And if this goes 3-1 series-wise, you can just sense DSQ may not ravel themselves back onto it. They've already used their time out here.
Certainly seems that way. Rapids are on this back wall, trying to get it infield to Exile. It's a good block there from Alf. Put that to a stop. They'll go back out here. Rilo just trying to take his time and doesn't really have any time when Alf's there. We'll try and get that back out to Sezon. Puts it on the back wall, looking for that follow-up. It's actually a fake, but Brave read it perfectly. And that play, not the first time it's been attempted, and not the first time it's been stopped.
Yeah, at some point you're going to have to change it. Something at least in terms of the approach or the methodology behind it. Rapid straight up and around. Excel's the least to follow. It's an awkward enough ball here for something. And Excel's, let's say, just sat and parked himself in front of Wes. Shot on target. Alps at least recovered with the rotation. It will look like he went for a long distance walk here. And DSQ cannot afford to let one goal slip in here.
Certainly can't. 2 minutes remaining of this one. Rapids should have a free touch to work with. DSQ. I don't want to see them slip back into, the same sort of thing that happened last series where they were just essentially expecting Brave to sort of, make their moves and just play into it. I would like to see them sort of keep doing what they are in a sense, which is just sort of testing Brave on occasions as well, and also sort of squaring up to that offense in certain moments, rather than just lean back and give control over to Brave here, especially when you need that goal, especially when it's so crucial to this series, this tournament, this tier, and your chances at a title. 1.5 minutes still remaining here, Danny. Feels like this could be the golden goal, even with so much time left.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Because when you sort of look at the situation, the meaning, the emotion, the occasion, it's all there. It's built up, and Wes needs to get that block right across the net. Rapid to cover. It will be a shot, surely. He's forcing Wes awkward. Boost has been dwindled, and Rilo has essentially allowed this sort of slip up of the cycling up the ball. The pressure's just gone because of it. Rapids is trying to put it right back onto. Problem is his team isn't set up for it.
Yeah, they're not set up, they're not ready for it. It's a little bit disjointed, disconnected, but they still have 40 seconds to go. It's a missed touch. It's an open opportunity, and Exile's not missing that one. This is where mistakes can be made. This is where missed touches can be found. And it's unfortunately where Wessel will miss that touch and allow Brave an opportunity. But now, what can they do with that opportunity, and what can DSQ do to stop them?
They don't have much time for that, and it will be starting from Alf. He's meant to be the wonder kid. He's meant to be the magical man that makes DSQ tick. He has to give something a bit more, so does the other two. But that looks like a shot on target, and it will be slipping on through a diabolical error here.
Well, DSQ, they look destroyed, they look disconnected, they look dysfunctional. Rapids, on the other hand, is having a whale of a time on that face cam, as Brave are looking poised to go to match, tournament, series, every single point that you can possibly think of. They're about to find themselves there in 10 seconds.
Certainly so. And says right up and around here. Rilo to drop it on down here. And DSQ is just a few moments shortly away from feeling what a first real sets of loss in any of their campaign here. And it's at the worst possible moment. It is essentially championship point.
It really is. DSQ Carbo have got to dig deep if they want to bring this one back, and you have to imagine they'll be taking this minute to think about, you know, just what this title means to them, what this chance means to them. And we've talked about it many times. This felt like DSQ Carbo's trophy to lose. What a sort of what a storyline it is that, as it's been described to me many times here throughout the past couple of days, the villain of the tier in Rapids ready to steal it away from DSQ. Two players who have longed for this opportunity for so long and might just come to a close here and now, Danny boy. I mean, 5 minutes away. What do you even say?
I don't think there is much to say here. It looks like Carbo's just mentally done. There doesn't seem to be much change off it, and frankly, when you're not prepared to go for your chances, when you're disjointed, the communication seems to be gone here. You're just not in the right area for it. Brave has been consistent throughout the start of it. If not, they've ramped up and got better through it. Unfortunately, I've played both of these sort of major players before in this matchup, in this very environment, and the worst thing is, and this is, you know, me just being blunted from opinions, would I rather play Rapids or Alf? I'd rather have Alf because I think it's the easier matchup. Rapids is a better player and will silence games. We've seen that so many times here.
Certainly have, and well, for the likes of Rapids are right, it was defeat last season in the Master Grand Final after an incredible championship Sunday. 4 swept by Cassius Fort Templar and losing that one in horrible fashion. Now to bounce back and get his first RSC title, his first RSC trophy. What a way to do it would be. Let's see. Still 4 minutes left on the clock. Still not a shot fired, or not one that's hit the back of the net, that is. There's still a way back for DSQ, but they've got to make themselves believe it. It looks a bit deflated.
Well, that's going to be something to get them going here, but that's a brilliant save, especially under the circumstances. A team bumped by Brave, but nobody by DSQ is willing to pressure. They're simply allowing the ball to be put into the area where they want it, but by doing that much time, they're essentially saying we became readable.
Yeah. And well, DSQ right back on this attack. It's great defense from Brave here so far this game, but Wessel will run out on that 50. Look for more. Exile not going to let him have it. Taken up into the skies. Rapids bring it over to this back wall. And will be Alfs to control here off of the backboard. I think they need something. They need someone to step up to DSQ. You asked of it last game, Danny. Could it be Alf? This time it's Sezon to carry it over, everybody. And well, we've mentioned it so many times. We've called him the Estonian Armada so many times today. Because sometimes he can just come alive. And a player like Sezon to get going, Danny, with how much vibes he brings to the team, it's what you need.
You can argue that, but again, why wake up here when your sort of championship depends on it? It should have been consistent all the way through it. The fact that you had the advantage from the grand final itself to drop in the situation, that should have been there from game 1 of this bracket reset, or the grand final itself. Not prepared to cut any slack here, as that's an infield ball match already, and once again DSQ wakey.
Once again, DSQ letting a lead slip as well, right? With so many times where it feels like DSQ hold the cards, hold the game in their hand, and once again, it is Blaze who take it away from them, take the food from in front of their face, and swipe it off the table. The Rapids are trying to control this one back to his own side. We're met by Wessel early on. But DSQ, it feels like every single time, Danny, it's so close yet so far. And, you know, there might be a moment of glory where you can sort of shout and cheer for them, but instantly it's followed up by a mistake. Instantly it's followed up by, you know, something happening. And it just forces me to not believe that this is going to happen.
They weren't prepared enough. They weren't sitting there ready to match essentially what it is here. You know, as much as, you know, you can sit there and prepare in certain ways of it, you've got to always have this sense of we may be matched, we may get beaten every so often. How do we respond into it? And to some extent here, DSQ rightly had arrogance coming into this sort of championship and saying we are the best team, we've got the best players in the form of Alpha Sezon. How do we sit here and dominate? But unfortunately, when you're playing two players of absolute brilliance, of legacy in RSC, you have to sit there and have this sort of backup plan in these scenarios. That's on to the coach, that's on to the players. They've got to sit there and work it out.
Oh, that's a great pass. Can Rilo find the follow-up? Not quite. It's kept out. It took a great team effort from DSQ, but they will lock out Brave there on the goal line. And now look to try and go down the other side, but Brave, they're all refreshed on their resources and ready to try and defend, ready to try and play off a counter-attack. And that's the difference between these two teams. It does just seem that Brave is more prepared for these situations, whereas DSQ often seem to go and default into some, you know, panic Rocket League, some rush touches, some mistakes that are shown. It all comes down to experience at the end of the day.
Unfortunately, that was a lack of experience from Rilo there. Should have trusted Rapids to get his final touch there. And Alf will be beaten. Weson's just a bit hesitant there. Should be a free shot on target. Went to the same size as Wes. I told you, they know where they think the weaknesses are. They're willing to test it, and every so often shake it up and change it. Minute left here, and a DSQ championship to lose, but it's survival at this point.
Certainly seems that way. 40 seconds left on this clock. Rapids are trying to find Exile with that pre-jump, but a little bit over-ambitious. Maybe it doesn't matter. The follow-up, not good enough, and rattles off the crossbar. Once again, we find ourselves with a low-scoring game and a potential golden goal here for both of these teams. It's championship point. It's maybe goal point as well. Sezon, what are we doing?
And that's what you need. That's exactly what you wanted here. And why Sezon win at that length of time, I don't know. I really don't know, but it's essentially like an Irish ball hoof downfield. Deal with the pressure, force a bit of questions to be asked, and suddenly a mistake goes across here. DSQ, it's over to you.
It is, and they don't have much time to work with here. Is this how they bow out? Is this how they make their final mark on this season? The team who was destined to win it all has now been fought back by the villain in Rapids. And they've had many accusations across this season of blacklisting, of, you know, poaching, but they will deny all the doubters. They will stand as champions here in RSC. And, well, what a way to do it. Brave's first title in the RSC as well here, Danny. Couldn't think of a better way to do it than to do it right there. And, well, a bracket reset. We asked questions of them. Didn't matter.
Well, if you're going to have your championship and build the rosters or what it is, you got to make the right decisions. It's trusting the people who's around there. The honesty, the integrity, the whole setup has to be there. And if you're going to sit there and ever say the sentence, you're not good enough, you got to make sure that you back it up. And frankly, Carbo DSQ did not back it up when they mattered. They let it slip. Full credit here to Brave. They deserve the victory here. They were always the underdog going into that one there, and they've proven exactly why. You trust experience in the biggest of all matches.
Yeah, and we're looking at MVP for the series. Of course, it was Rapidza. And what a player in that series. What a player in general. You said it, Danny boy, right? I mean, when you look at these the two-star players on the teams, who would you rather play against? You said you'd rather play against Delve because you thought that Rapidza was the better player. He certainly showed he was a really good player here today. And series MVP in the grand finals. I mean, what a performance from Brave as a whole. And what a showing that they gave us today. It all came down to such fine moments. And, you know, when you look back towards the first series, DSQ 1 goal away from that title being theirs instead. And that's just the nature of Rocket League. That's just the nature of RSC. It comes down to such small, minuscule moments. But if you don't make the most of those chances, it can slip away.
Certainly can. And you have to have confidence. You got to get the setup. You got to have everything right on Championship Sunday or Saturday, and it's just those are chances. But you know, you have to look at it and sit there and say this is what it is, and Brave was that side that you got to look at, and you should never count them out here. And you saw by the prediction here, everybody essentially favoured DSQ in some shape or form. But Joe Watts here, I suppose there's enough from us here in terms of a odds. I believe we'll have the interview with the players here, so we might as well take a short break here.
Honestly, try honesty. Just tell me what I want to hear, 'cause it could save us. Let me fly, I've got my hopes, but I can hardly see why I'm still chasing. It's not worth it for me anymore. Crashed and burned 100 times, I'm lost. I just can't let this go. Every last chance I had is gone, but I just can't let you know. I just can't let you know. But I just can't let I just can't let you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Season 16 Elite Championship. And you know what, we were wondering, was it going to be 14-game thriller? It was, however, a domination, a splattering of DSQ's hopes and dreams being dismantled, including a 10-1 thrashing. But you know what, Hodge, that to some of us may be a surprise. Us, we're split onto it. But where do you want to kick off with this?
I mean, there's various different areas we can go to here. We've got the players in for an interview. First going to come to Exile here. Exile, we interviewed you guys, me and Danny, about a year and a half ago. After the ERS, the last season of ERS, the Elite Grand Finals. I just want to know, how does it feel to have an RSC title now? Because ERS is its own thing, but now you can officially say you've got that RSC title, have that trophy. I mean, what's it like, and how have you grown as a player since then?
As a player, I've got worse, but yeah, I'm happy. I didn't believe it. I don't think any of us believe we're gonna win, so I'm happy. That's it. I'm happy. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be 06. I could go to sleep early, but no. I'm still here. I'm fuming. But anyway, yeah. I'm happy we won.
well, that's certainly one response. I wasn't quite literally expecting that. I think it's only right for myself here to go over to the captain himself in the form of Rapids. And I introduced the series back in the grand final, and I absolutely have a disgust and hatred towards you because you've beaten me in a grand final many, many years ago. You're once again back in the grand final, and everybody's talking about Alf and all that as one of the best players and etc. Yeah, I'm fed up hearing about all the newcomers. You're one of the old dogs now here, and frankly here, mechanically, you still have it. Positionally, you've got better. So I'm going to ask you here, what's the secret?
Secret is you got to pray to the Lord above. None of this is possible without him. I can't lie. Before every game, I was just praying. I said a quick prayer, and I think without him, they definitely wouldn't have won this, and I definitely wouldn't be in this position.
The load of.
Well, I'm going to come to Rilo now. Rilo, I've heard this team of Brave as a whole described many times in the past couple of weeks as the villains almost of the tier. There's been many sort of things thrown you guys' way. The whole blacklisting thing that happened last week in Elite Discussion, the whole poaching thing that's gone round many times as well. What do you have to say to everybody that doubted you guys and as it's now staring up at the mountain of you guys on the top?
I've not got a lot to say to them. What I will say is they just helped us, to be honest. I didn't really get involved in any of it because, I'm a boring guy. And, it's my first season, so I'm not really on all that kind of talk. But, when I looked through Elite Discussion, it was just fueling us, I think.
Good to hear.
I'm a boring guy. That might be code of the season there. That one, rookie seasons wins it and saying, "Yeah, I'm not here."
But the thing is, I don't really know many keepers. I've got nothing to talk about. I don't have any what do you call it? Beef or like anything interesting.
Here, it's an impressive season. I'm just find it funny because normally somebody in their first season does, but as a man that has a knack of getting beef, a knack of sitting there getting under people's skin, who surprisingly his main roster wasn't here playing on the championship salary. Normally the man on Twitter sitting there, just being annoying to people. Brian, you're awfully quiet here. What's up?
Hey, what's up? I'm on holiday.
You're on holiday, so why?
I'm on holiday.
I know this is about 3 questions. Sorry, Hawes, for cutting in. Why did you book a holiday during Championship Day itself? Here, what was the like in terms of these teammates, being there for you, and suddenly, why were you so quiet? And, I had a quick look at Twitter, and it was depressing to look at.
Thank you. So, well, the reason I booked a holiday was because I saw these guys playing, and then thought, well, they don't need me. And Exile, by the way, only got back from holiday yesterday, from like a month-long holiday, and he's just won. So holidays is the secret to winning.
Yeah, don't play the game. It's the secret to winning.
Well, Danny, if you ever sign up again, take some notes. Take some notes. Maybe you'll finally get that trophy.
I'll happily say this is my last cast, and I'm leaving RSC after this. But thank you very much anyway for the advice. I won't be sadly using it much.
I've enjoyed your time here, nonetheless, even though you say that every single season. But now I'm going to come back to Rapidza here. I think there's a lot of mentions about that team in ERS as well, Prime Symbiotes. I want to know, does this compare on a greater level to Prime Symbiotes? Like, doing it in RSC now in a time where everyone's improved to different levels. Is it better? Is it worse? Is it the same level? And talk about what Rilo as a teammate alongside Exile at this time has added to the team.
Honestly, I think just because we went the extra mile and we had to do the bracket reset, especially going to Game 7 OT as well. I think this weighs above Prime Symbiotes.
Prime Brave.
It's the age of Prime Brave now.
Disrespect to Fish.
Yeah, sorry. But Rilo was playing amazing in this grand final. Like times where we couldn't break the deadlock. He just put it in the top corner, and I couldn't ask anything more from that guy.
I'm going to ask a follow-up here to Rapids, and I'm not deliberately trying to ignore the rest of the team here. Why were you flexing so much, by the way?
I was flexing because I don't know. I like the way I look physique-wise, and as long as I feel good, I play good. So that's why.
This is the ego we got to deal with. This is the ego.
I was wondering about what was going on there, because you look disinterested, XL, every time he's done it as well too.
Yeah. I'm used to it now. It's been like 10 years. This guy, his ego's through the roof, and fair play. He's always winning. He's always winning.
He's humble.
No, no.
He's down, guys. Come on.
He's not a bad person, but he
That's
isn't
a team
humble.
player.
Well, it's been a great season for you guys, and Rylo, you mentioned something when I came to you before about it being your first season. So I'm going to come back to you here and ask a little bit deeper on that. You said it's your first season, right? So, I mean, how has this season been for you, just as an opening season, and like across the whole season, and then what's next for you as a player moving forward into next season?
To be honest, I kind of just signed up because I heard about it and I joined. I didn't think anything would happen. And then my good friend Dash decided to recommend me to this RSC guy because I had enough like CMD or whatever you call it to get on his team. So I got put on his team in draft, and then since week 1, we've just been so good. And
well, actually, let's just remind him that I destroyed you at the start of the season, and you had to come and pick me up.
This guy's swept us on.
We don't need to get into that. No. We don't need to get into that.
Yeah. Let me talk.
You're arguing as champions, by the way.
Yeah. Guys, shut up.
Yeah, let me talk.
Whoa.
Yeah, so I don't know. I went with it. We were winning a lot of series. Obviously, we got first, and then this random guy called Exile joined the team, and just improve us even more. And those two have years of chemistry, so I just had to kind of be the glue. And considering it was my first season, to win it is I don't know. It's all I can ask for, really.
It's exactly what you want here, and I don't mind the argument between you and Axel. I believe Yellow Crab also invited you to play threes recently alongside me. He didn't pick up either. So my question is, why didn't you join us, Axel? Come on.
I've been on holiday. There's no.
No, that was before it.
Oh well.
Well, what's the reason? Come on.
I hate this game.
But you hate the game, but you love Yellow Crab, but you didn't come on.
I do love Yellow Crab. Yellow Crab's the GOAT.
Well, speaking about goats and everything else, Hodge, I believe it's fair enough to let the players give their shout-outs here, and I think it'd probably be fair to start with Rapids here.
I think I should go last because I've got the most. I have a thing.
All right, we'll go with Frank then, because he never, he never speaks or anything.
Yeah.
He's
Frank.
Hello.
Frank!
Wait, is it me?
Yes, it's you.
Shout out.
Who am I shouting out?
That's up to you.
Okay. Shout out the 3 Dudens. None of them are watching. They don't even know that this is on at the moment. Shout out to Pistol, aka Rapidzer, for not leaving and having to put up with my baller moves for the season. Shout out to Rylo for clip farming, not with like clips, but with his mic. He's got the goofiest sounding mic I've ever heard.
Worst mic you bro.
It sounds like that like half the game. Shout out to Exile for filling in for me, really.
Subbing in.
And just shout out to RSC.
Oh.
I'm gonna kick him for the VC.
All right, next. Do someone else.
We'll go with Rylo then.
Rylo? Oh yeah. No, wait. Yeah.
I think he's got one.
I've got the only person I know is Dash, so I'll shout Dash out. And
oh god, not him.
So a guy called Caldy messaged me to shout him out. So shout out Caldy.
Caldy.
If anybody else wants to DM Rylo right now, this is your time to do it, by the sounds of it.
Wait. No. He's mine. I'm shouting out Caldy. We've been lovers for years.
Oh, get out!
And I just wish him the best in life.
Is that all, Axel? Before we go around?
Oh no! Wait. No, actually, no. Just him.
Just him.
Kisses to Caldy.
Okay, Rapids, the floor is yours.
I want to thank God for putting us in this opportunity. Couldn't do it without him. I wanna shout out the Shepherds gang. If you know, you know. I want to shout out Bomb Squad as well. And then the 2-time back-to-back champion Kairu, Grand Marshal Dreamy, NC, although he's the worst AGM I've ever seen, Cameron K for being our sub half the season, and game's the game. And I want to thank the casters, who casted like all the games I was in, especially you two for, it must have been hard enduring that, what was that, like an hour half of peak gameplay from myself.
Wait. Hey, shout out to Mithril and Cena. They're the boys. I'm sorry.
Let's go. Well, I think to be honest, I think Danny, we should at this point. Why don't we all just start a podcast? Like,
we might as well.
RScast. I've never heard of that. I think we should all just. What would we call the podcast if we all made a podcast? Has anyone got a creative mind?
Brave.
RSC's most wanted. Oh, guys, no. Okay, sorry.
You know what? I think Danny Boy would fit right on that podcast. To be fair, but yeah, I mean, it's been a good interview with you guys. Thank you for joining us here, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening celebrating with those trophies that have now been added to your Discord name, so you can stop begging the producer. Anyway, thank you very much, Danny. Have you got any final words for these lovely gentlemen, or? We're happy to let them go.
It's just I said them before the green room, sort of, if you want to call it that, and arguably the deserving champions, one of the best sides I've seen in a while, so fully deserved win there. But other than that, they won't hold them up too much, Hodge, because that's elite done here, and unfortunately, like most things, you're yesterday's news here. So it's Masters that's coming up, of course, the tier itself tomorrow.
Yeah, Master coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a great day of action for sure. And, we're set up on a road where we could very well see a different champion in every single tier regarding franchises. So what a fun season this is here in RSC. And we can't wait to close the book on it tomorrow and get set up for potentially something greater in the future. But in terms of tonight, it's been a wonderful day of broadcast. And I mean, it's been great to crown your champions, Blaze. We're going to let these guys head off and, go and enjoy the rest of their evening. I'm going to head off and go and have some food because I've not eaten since 2 o'clock. And we'll close this thing down. So thank you very much to all our sponsors, Badass Studios, SpartanWare, LTXAcademy, and of course, if you're buying anything in the Rocket League item shop, it's code RSC-EU. But until then, we'll see you all for Master Playoffs tomorrow, kicking things off at 6 p.m. CET. And we'll hope you have a great rest of your evening. Good night.
Do you struggle to rank up in Rocket League? Are you stuck in Diamond while your other friends flex their SSL title? Well, look no further. I have partnered up with LTXAcademy as a coach, and we are ready to boost your gameplay. With multiple tournaments and trophies won and thousands of dollars earned, I will tailor to your needs and make sure you get to that next level. I'm also doing discounted prices for the first 10 days, so you do not want to miss out. And you are also probably thinking,
CMOS, how do I book a session with you?
Well, that's easy. Just open up that fancy browser of yours, type metafy.gg/@cmasorl_, pick a session to your liking, book a time, and bang, you're booked, and I'll see you in the call. Once again, that's metafy.gg/@cmasorl_.
This isn't just merch. It's what teams wear when they mean business. Every stitch, every print, every detail, made to perform. Trusted by the grind, from grassroots to championship halls. Build your team store. We're the brand that wins. SpartanWare, trusted by the grind.